All right, I'm back again. This is the third time's a charm, I'm hoping. This time I'm switching it up just a little bit. We're going to do a new game, and we're going to play somebody that's a little bit more sophisticated. And I have some custom settings here, and I think we'll do the same map because I really want to see what this map looks like. But in this case, we're going to turn all of the angles off. We'll turn off all of the enemies except for the bandits. I still want to have some kind of combat going on. So we'll turn these as difficult as they can be. So we're still going to have raids. They'll happen frequently. The first year is going to be the first raid, so at the end of the first year. And then this stuff, starting supplies, sometimes I do nothing. Standard, nothing. It's not that big of a difference. I'm going to turn everything else up to max though. Double royal tax, no armaments, so we have to make all of our weapons from scratch. Demanding residence, I don't think there's anything higher than that. Yeah, demanding. Food spoilage. I don't think food spoilage is really that big of a deal. Yeah, we'll leave it on double rate. That's fine. Approval is going to be a high penalty. So this is going to be a bit of a difference from the last one. And then obviously difficult weather. So everything should be maxed out except for the cheating bastard AI that we dealt with in the last run. So the goal here in this campaign is to build a mega city. Or what we might end up doing is making a bunch of smaller cities that feed the big city. And I'm not 100% sure what I'll end up doing. But we're going to have at least one huge city for sure. And then a couple smaller ones. I don't know if we'll occupy everything else. We'll definitely take the land. And then at some point we'll probably start to occupy them. Yeah, I'd like to get, I don't know if we'll do another 1,000 population region. Maybe it'll be a little bit less. But it's going to be a big city. And then we'll probably get into some of the other stuff like building castles we didn't get into last time. So let's go ahead and get it started. So here we go. And what did we get? So we got rich animals and rich iron, which is not too bad actually. I do want to have rich soil, so I'm going to save scum this a little bit until we get what we're looking for. All right, this is a save file that I've got here. So you can see it is the bottom corner. It does have rich soil. I didn't really care what the other resource was. It just happened to be iron. We also have two sources of food, the fish and the mushrooms. So that's fine. That'll help out a little bit. We have a little bit of stone, a little bit of clay. We have no salt. And then let's see what our neighbors have. So we've got a rich source of eel and then rich iron. So that's a double up. And then this immediate neighbor is, ooh, this is actually pretty good. Rich stone and rich salt. So, and it's really close to the border. So we could get a second town up and running fairly quickly. Oh, I thought I had this thing paused. How many days? We lost a couple days. That's fine. We've got berries not too far. So yeah, we probably start the town somewhere right here. And then we would be able to ship all this stuff south. So stone and salt, we snag the clay and just bring it south. What else? I guess that's kind of the only things that we really need. I guess we could also get a rich clay deposit. There's one actually right here in the corner, so it's not too much further. So from here, it's only two provinces away. And then these are all going to be repeats, right? Yeah, repeat. We already have rich soil, so we don't need another rich soil. This one, rich stone as well. Okay, so that's actually not too bad. What we need to do is figure out how we're going to set up our starting town and where we're going to leave room so that we can get some decent farming going. So the barley and flax, barley and flax. It looks like there's some space right here that's not really being used up. And then also along the river here is not too bad. So we could start a town right here and then expand over here and have this center part open for some farmland. Or we could just ignore this starting area and not have to deal with it, because that is a huge pain to try to do that sometimes. Or we could just ignore half of it. So I don't really care as much about flax. I feel like flax is not as useful as the barley. If you don't have flax, you won't be hurting too bad. But if you don't have barley and your people don't have ale, they're going to be rebelling. So yeah, I think maybe we'll do that. We'll probably put it right here. And then what does it look like around? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Some of this farmland's going to be covered up by the rich iron. We'll need to have room for 4 of those things. So, yeah, the problem is there's not a ton of barley. I guess there's some up here. There's not a ton of barley outside of this area. This is like a really good starting region, but a bad starting spot. Like if we were over here on this side, it would be much better. I just don't really want to move all of our stuff over there. It's going to take forever. You know what we could also do is just move south a little bit. We could move right down here by this crossroads. this area actually looks pretty good right down here. It's not too far either. It does move further away from the mushrooms though. That's one of the concerns that I had. So I was thinking maybe right up here, and then it would be kind of equidistant between these two. We would still have access to the farms. We would have access to the road here, perpendicular. It's not too far. Let me think about it. I'm going to throw down some roads and then we'll come back and talk about it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I decided to put it right here along the river. We're going to leave this area open because I do want to start farming fairly quickly and I don't want to have to move stuff. So we've got this whole area. Well, yeah, I mean, we're not obviously not going to be able to cover over this right here. So we'll have to figure that out. But it's okay. We'll farm around it and then we'll have some roads leading away to and from. But over here, we can definitely get some farms. And in the early game, we're not going to be able to farm too much more than this anyway, so I think that's fine. We've got our logging camp, storehouse, granary, marketplace, and then a second hitching post. And we already ordered the ox, so there's 20 regional wealth gone. So let's get all this built, and then we'll start building some homes and burgage plots, and we'll get this thing kicked off. All right, everything's built. We've got somebody with the logging camp. We got a couple people helping with the storehouse. So let's try and get this thing done. Get everything off the floor because at the higher difficulty, the game loves just to rain and snow on you almost immediately. So let's get everything out. There we go. So everything's out. We can delete these. We can relocate these hitching posts at some point, and we need to get some more wood. So let's go ahead and get the lumber going, and then we'll build 6 burgage plots right away. There we go. We got 5 burgage plots set up here. We need more, but we'll start off with the 5. Get everybody. Yeah, see, we got our approval went down really fast because of the homelessness stuff. So that should be fixed pretty quickly. And then what do we need? We need water, church. We got a well set up back there, and then we'll start working on a church soon. But man, let's hopefully not lose anybody. We're going to lose monthly migration -1. So we might actually lose somebody here if we don't get this last family out of the street. There we go. So that's done. And then the well is up and running. We need another source of food though. We don't really have a whole lot of people to spare, unfortunately. But let's get the eels going, the fish. Okay, there we go. So we'll start to get another source of food there. That should help as well. Come on, don't leave. Nice, -20% tax collection. So we are out of danger of losing people. Yeah, that's going to go up fast too. So the well is up and running. Let's get our fisherman hut occupied. And this starts with 162. Let's take it down to maybe like 70 or something, 80. Let's go 80. See how that does. Okay, so priority at this point is to get our immigration up and running so that we can get more people. And I think we're pretty much there other than the church. Obviously, we need to get that, but we need planks to be able to do that. Yeah, planks and timber, we don't have a whole lot of either. So let's go ahead and spend some time getting timber, and then we'll get some planks. All right, I'm going to try something a little different. I'm throwing the saw pit directly next to the storehouse. So it's not going to be connected to a road. But it doesn't need to be. It shouldn't need to. It should just take it next door to the storehouse without having to go on a road. And that gets it out of the way. This one's one of those annoying buildings where you put it and it kind of messes up the spacing for all your other buildings because it's such a small, awkward shape. All right, we've got our planks. I'm also going to put the woodcutter's lodge back here as well. We'll probably move it at some point, but I just want it out of the way. And it's really close to the storehouse, so it shouldn't have any issues getting there. But yeah, we're low on supplies. Food's okay for now. I think, yeah, let's pull this guy off the logging camp. We need to get some of these mushrooms out before they go away, because that's a lot of food we would be missing out on. So let's go ahead and dump one of these. So we'll toss them right there. And then we have a road winding around, trying to stay away from all the high fertility stuff for flax and barley. So here we go. That's going up. And then we also probably want to get one of these charcoal kilns. Oh boy. Question is, do we keep packing stuff behind this? I don't know if that's a mistake or not, if they can actually move the stuff. It's okay. We'll just keep firewood for now. We'll convert it later. It does give you quite a bit of efficiency, but at this point, we've got other things to worry about. So missing amenities, we are missing church access. That's one of the big ones. There we go. Forger hut is done. Let's collect as much as we can while it's still in season. And then this one we'll pull very soon. We have our cutoff at 80. So once it hits 80, we'll pull this guy, this family. There we go. And then we'll have them do something else, because at this point, we do not have enough labor to do everything we need to get done. So, and we need to get some more housing over here, so we'll throw some in the back. This will just be probably a residential area slash whatever they need. So granary, storehouse, and then the marketplace. And then we'll fill in some of this stuff. All right, we're going to also put the church back here. It fits almost perfectly. It's like right up to the edge of the water. So that's fine. We'll make that work. That should help our approval stay above 50. Yeah, that should help. But the problem is we need at least 2 burgage plots to go up to tier 2 so we can get our spearmen. So we need to make sure we have enough population to absorb that. Both the approval hit and then also the lack of assignable laborers. So let's keep working on this. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a duplex, isn't it? I don't think we can get 2 singles in there. Wow, bandits just stole a bunch of stuff. So 15 fish, 13 mushrooms. That's a lot of food, man. Okay, yeah, we need to get that going ASAP. So let's start working on that. So I'm gonna throw down. Probably want to get these as tightly packed as possible so that we don't take up too much space. We'll put our first one right there. And then, like I said, we'll just build farmland all around it. Let's make sure we block at least a road so we can get around here. All right, our church is up and running. So we should see an immediate spike here. Yep, 60 should go up to 70. I think that missing amenities is going to go away. All right, we have another bandit camp. We still have about half a year. So I think we can get everything done fast enough. We're not too far off, actually. So we can start upgrading 2 of these, and let's get the ones... Oh, no, we can't. We don't have planks. All right, let's get some more planks, some more logs, and then we'll start sucking some iron out of the earth here once that's done, and then we should be able to do it. All right, these 2 will upgrade since they're closest to the storehouse, and we got fingers crossed that it doesn't completely tank our whole approval rating here. I don't think it will, just having 2, but I guess we'll find out. And then I put a couple families up here to try and get as many mushrooms out of here as we can before it shrinks away completely. We only have 6 months. Yeah, only 6 months of food is kind of scary. October, November, December. Yeah, we don't actually have a lot. Oh boy. Do we have more families coming? We have 1 more because we have a duplex here. We might run out of food. Why don't we put somebody in here and then we'll just fish this down a little bit lower. Let's get maybe 10 more fish to help. Yeah, it's going to be kind of close. All right, so they're done for the season. Let's go ahead and pull those workers. Let's get somebody mining. We also need a bloomery. So let's get this guy running. And I think I'm going to put it directly across the street from here. And then we'll move it at some point, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is not a good setup for sure. We need to reorganize this at some point, but it's fine for a starting location. We'll probably just turn this into housing and then maybe we'll relocate over here. This could be like our center. Or even right here on this corner, depending on what we have. Yeah, this area right here, this little square, could be like the center of our town where we have all of our resources funneling here, and we can just have housing on the outskirts of that. Something like that might work out okay. We also unlocked one of these origins. I was pretty happy with the way this one worked last time. So this one gave us regional wealth for every burgage plot that we have. I'm also tempted to do something like this, so we can upgrade to small holdings, and this would be really good for very oversized veggie plots and the, what do you call them, the orchards. So those 2 would be really good for a small holding. Yeah, because that would increase the yield and it would make sure that they're always available. I guess you could do it for some of the other ones like the meat as well, but I don't think it's as important. That I think we might have covered just with regular ones. And then approval from food variety, that can be helpful because approval is brutal with all the things maxed out. Tree planting, I guess, would help. Not that big of a deal. And then tithe approval, we probably won't even use tithe. So the negative doesn't really apply to us. This one's not going to work. Mining labor speed reduction, I don't like. Yeah, that one's not a good idea. Livestock efficiency reduction, I also don't like because we're going to be having a lot of backyard pens for like pigs and stuff. This one's okay too, but we don't really benefit from too much of this. So increased trade routes. We don't have a hunting location, so we can't use that. Sheep are more resilient. I don't think we have high ground, so that's useless. Clothing durability, I doubt that even works, to be honest. And then, yeah, a lot of this other stuff doesn't really apply to us. So really, it comes down to these 2. Last time we did Regensburg Guildsmen, and this worked out really well. We were making a lot of money from our families. So at tier 3, each family will be producing 3. which is a lot because that's how much we pay in the king's tax at year 16. So they basically pay for themselves. So I'm very partial to this one. The land tax malice is going to be painful a little bit, but probably not that big of a deal. But I really do want to try the smallholders. This one looks really interesting. No, I'm going to go Regensburg. Let's just do the same one. I think that's a really good one for the central area where you're going to have a big town. So I think that's probably one of the best ones. Okay, we pretty much have what we need now. We have 10 families, so that's 20 people. That usually is enough to deal with a couple raiders. We're going to need more than that, though. We don't have food to support more. We have 6 months, so October, November, December, January, February, March. That's 6 months exactly. So we're going to be starving right when we start to collect food again. So that we have to be very careful of. There's nothing else we could do food-wise. We just have to wait till next year, and then we need to start producing our own. So, oh, dude, this is going to be expensive. Because we only have 10 families, so losing 2, we basically lose 20% of our labor force, just so that we can get some shields and spears. But we definitely need it. We need to start fighting these bandit camps because they're gonna steal a lot of stuff. So why don't we do that? Okay, here we go. So blacksmith and a joiner's workshop. We have just enough money because of the Regensburg. We were able to get some extra regional wealth. So actually that one's pretty important to be able to do this build. Anyways, we'll get that built up and start producing our weapons, and then we should be good to go. So we'll produce 10 spears at a time, 10 shields at a time. I don't want to overproduce and blow through all of our materials. And then let's also start one of our spear regiments. And like I said, once they're done, especially during the winter time, we'll send them out. All right, they just stole more stuff. We got to get out there as soon as we can. We got 4 people ready to go. 6. Yeah, as soon as we can, we'll go out there and take these bandit camps out because that's really bad. They just stole more food. Oh boy, actually that's really bad. October. Yeah, we might actually starve to death here, unfortunately, because of that last theft. That took a lot of our food. It's like 2 months. Well, we might get it back. I don't know. If we take out the bandit camp, I think you might actually get that back, but I could be wrong. We've got 130 days before the attack. 14, we're almost there, and then we'll go attack. Okay, for sure we're going to starve, and I'm worried about the river freezing over, so I'm going to go ahead and fish down to 50, which is not good. We don't want to fish this thing all the way down, but we kind of have to, or we're going to starve to death. We have 3 months of supplies. We have 5 months that we have to deal with no food. 4 or 5 months. So we are scraping the bottom of the barrel here to try to survive. 2 more, and then we can go. Okay, there we go. Let's get everybody out. All right, there we go. Let's get out of here. So if we look at where they are, there's 2 here in the south, 1 in the top left. So let's just go in order, I guess. So we'll probably fight right around here. All right, here we go. Bandit camp number 1. Yep, they're out. Let's get into our line. Shield wall, defensive, and we're just going to hold firm. We'll let them charge so we can get some reflection back on them, and then we'll start pushing. All right, push forward. We might lose somebody here because they didn't really come in all together. Oh, nice, we didn't. All right, we'll take it. So let's go clear that camp. We've got 2 more to go. We might just do these 2. I don't know. Now we kind of need to get all of them, though. Are we going to get our food back? And then this is going to go into our treasury, I think. Yeah, it needs to go into our treasury. That's fine. Because we are going to rely on retinue quite a bit. So we'll get them. We don't need to max out militia like we did in the last one, or tried to in the last one. So it's not a big deal if we're short 1 militia group. Oh boy. Let's set up right here. You cannot form a shield wall in the middle of the woods. There we go. All right, there we go. They charged. We successfully reflected it back, and we should be able to get no... Oh, we lost 1. We lost 3. What the heck, man? And they're still stealing stuff. Oh boy, that's bad. That's really bad. We have a raid coming in 70 days too, so that's why I'm thinking we may not have enough time, but let's just do it. Okay, we'll take that. Okay, we're probably going to lose more people here, unfortunately. I can't really do much about it though. So let's just go clear it out. Yeah, that's so weird, man. Maybe, I wonder if these guys have an individual HP number that we just can't see, so they accumulate damage or something, which is not good because that means we're going to fight them again right now and probably lose even more. But that's not that big of a deal because we can replace both the people and the equipment pretty easily, so I'm not too concerned about that. All right, let's just go 1 single line. All right, there they go again. They're not really charging into us. Let's push forward. Yeah, see, they outnumber us. Oh boy, you better not die, you guys. There we go. Okay, they're starting to get kills. Oh, wow. See, what? That doesn't make any sense. How we didn't lose anybody there, but the last one we did. I don't get that. If these guys were injured, they would definitely have, they would have been dead, but very strange. We need to get back and get replenishments for these guys. So we did not get our food back, by the way. We definitely did not get our food back. Let's go ahead and sprint back. Let's go back home as soon as we can. It's going to take them a while. We have 2 months to get there. I think we can do it, though. And then we'll need to re-equip. And hopefully by the time we get back, these people will have already been 7 days. They'll start, I don't know what you call it, re-immigrate. New people will come in to replace our losses. Okay, we're back. We got 20 people now, again. That's perfect. And then we've got a little bit of food in here, 9 fish. Oh, crap, dude. We have 1 month of food left. We can't do anything about it. No, 2 months. 1 month, 2 months. I saw it flash 2 months for a second. So I think we got the fish out and back into our pantry storage. Also, we're going to start claiming lands here. I don't want the bandits to spawn all way up here. So I'm going to take the furthest ones first, and then we'll leave one of the ones right next to us. Probably this one, Frost Check, because there's nothing that's here that we need. So we'll probably just leave this, make it easy to get to the bandits. So we'll try and take all the other ones, going with the furthest one first, because they don't spawn in territories that are owned. They only spawn in the ones that are unowned. So we'll work our way backwards. Okay, there we go. Region claimed. So this one all the way up in the corner is ours. So at worst, we'll have to come to one of these two. Still kind of far, so we want to claim these two, probably these 3, and then Mandalach last, and then we'll leave Frost Check open, I think. I don't know, we'll see. All right, good news. February is almost over. Bandit camp sighted. That usually means that there's the raid coming soon, right? Yeah, 3 days. So 3 days we'll have to deal with the raid. But on the bright side, we should be able to survive this. March, nice. So that means this is growing again. We can start collecting fish. There's a little bit of mushrooms in there, and we also have bandits. Where are they coming from? They're coming from right next to us, so we need to spawn this immediately to defend. All right, here we go. We're going shield wall again. We'll let them come in nice and close. It's only one group. Yeah, it looks like it's only one group, so we should be fine. Yeah, we got that up fast. First year we had a full set of spear and shields. All right, there we go. They make contact. Let's go and start pushing them back. And they're starting to die. Please don't lose anybody. There we go. They're gone. And we can disband. And that gave us 440 influence, so we can start claiming another one after maybe 1 or 2 more raids. There's also a bandit camp up here. We don't really have time to deal with it, though. We need to collect food. Yeah, we're literally at 0. So let's go ahead and reorganize some of this stuff. So we'll cut back on the bloomery and the mine. We probably have enough planks for a while, so I'm going to pull that back as well. Let's pull this number up a bit. We'll go back down to like 70, I think, and then we'll slowly increase that. We've got a couple people that can go collect some mushrooms. I also do want to get some farming. I want to get some farming going. Okay, well, we need to build. Where are you? Got a farmhouse right here. Farmhouse, let me set up some fields. We don't have a whole lot of labor to spare, so I don't think we'll be able to do too much, but let me get some going at least. Okay, we've got a preliminary farm set up here. These aren't going to be the final locations. I'll make these probably stretch the whole thing, but I want them to be as close to here as possible so we have the best chance of getting what we can out of the land. So we're going to go wheat first. We need food. Like, we're desperately low on food, and we're just not really getting a whole lot of fish or mushrooms from here. So unfortunately, we're going to be struggling for a bit. I mean, we went from 0 to 3 months supply now, but this is not going to last. So we need to get as much out of the ground as we can here. And the bandits are stealing stuff still. We'll have to deal with that during the wintertime again. We can't afford to spare the labor here. I would like to expand our population too, but again, I don't think we can afford to. I gotta figure out where I went wrong there. I know I usually have berries. The last run I had berries and it was a lot easier to stack up the berries. This thing does not. The mushrooms don't seem to put out. No, it's the same. It's 100. Yeah, that's about what I had the last time. And then this one was about 100, 146, but that's because we ran it really low. Yeah, I don't know. But we'll get a little bit of grain from this. Yeah, hopefully it's enough food to survive the winter, and then we can even expand our population a tiny bit. And then we can get back to expanding. and doing all the other stuff we got to get done. All right, relocating our stables back here. I'm also going to continue producing more, or we'll call more oxen, because I want to get farming ramped up pretty quickly here. So we'll do this one by hand. Actually, we could probably get another field over here. It's still May. I mean, we'll get a little bit out of it. Like I said, it's not going to be much, but it doesn't need to be too much. So let's grab another wheat. I am going to assign one of the livestock here. Yeah, we don't need to pull logs, I don't think. Not right now anyways. We're out of rubble stone, so we need to grab some from here. We'll probably try to run this dry over the winter time, but we need a little bit to be able to construct our, what do you call it, the bakery? Communal oven. Yeah, we need 10 rubble. So we'll try and build that over here, and then also just temporarily, let's not allow any of the wheat products or any of the grain or flour. And then we'll just do that. We'll daisy chain it right here, bread, and then they can just pick up the final product instead of taking it back and forth to the granary. There we go. So we've got like 35, almost 40. That'll turn into 80 food. That's actually a huge amount of food compared to what we've got. Yeah, it'll be more than double than what we currently are sitting on. Okay, the fish is done. We can pull some people back. Let's actually get as many people over here as we can. This is still growing though, so we'll keep pulling the mushrooms. Okay, we've got enough stone here. We can make our communal oven, and then in a couple months, let's see, July, August, yeah, 2 months, we'll be able to harvest everything out of the ground. So you can see here, it'd be like 50, close to 50, I think. That's actually not bad. 50 turns into 100 in terms of bread, and that should be plenty of food. Of course, we had a drought. Why wouldn't we have a drought? The 1 month we needed to survive, and we get hit by a drought. Okay, well, let's see what we're left with. We're just about ready for harvesting season. Let's pull everybody off of whatever they're doing. If it's not critical, we don't have that much labor. This is rough. These people are still getting mushrooms. Yeah, we need to leave them because they need to get as much as they can. So we'll put everybody on here. Let's get both animals and see if we can get it. We need to get all this in. Look at, dude, it got cut in like half. That's so bad. That is so bad. We can't do anything about it though. These things happen with the droughts and you can't do anything about it. And look at it, it actually hurts the fish as well. That got cut down to 35. So, but anyways, let's just get as much as we can. And then we need this to relax for a little bit. So why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and set this up on a crop rotation. The next harvest should be rye, and then we'll go to fallow so that it can heal up. There we go. And then the year after that, we'll probably just delete everything and then redo it and make the proper field sizes. All right, here we go. We are getting some food from this, so that's good. All right, we got everything off the ground, and that gives us 31 wheat, 62 bread, basically. We're at 43 right now with 5 months, so I think if we convert all that to bread, we'll basically have 10 months. We should be fine. Wow. They stole our freaking wheat, man. They stole 6, which is basically 12 food. Damn, man. We are just getting hammered in this one. So there's 2 bandit camps we need to take out. So as soon as we're done planting the fields and everything, which looks like we're pretty close. Once we're done with that, then we'll switch gears. So we'll get a decent harvest next year. So 33, and this is 1-to-1. Rye is always 1-to-1, whereas wheat is 2-to-1. So what you see, this number is what you'll end up making in food. But that's still pretty good. All right, harvest is done. Let's go ahead and leave one person here, get rid of the livestock. We need to convert all that over. And then we need to have 1 windmill, 1 communal oven. More importantly, we need to go absolutely destroy these idiot bandits that keep taking all our stuff. There we go. Let's head north. Here we go. We're getting close. Let's make sure we stay cohesive. Get in our shield wall. I think we're just going to do single file line. Right, there we go. We'll push in on that. I wish these guys on the flank would get in there, but they're just not. We might actually lose somebody from this. Yep. So single file, not really a good idea when they bunch up. Okay, lesson learned. I usually don't, but that one time we did it, it worked out really well, but that's only when they spread out instead of bunching up. Here we go. We're up to 394 and 800 influence. So I'm pretty sure we can take one more territory once we take this last one. So this is all the way in the top corner of the map. And then I guess it doesn't matter which one we take next. Either of these would be fine. All right, here they come. We'll go 2 ranks deep, and they actually did charge on that one. I think the charge helps because we have charge reflection. The stat's called Impale, and that probably helps deal quite a bit of damage back to them at no cost to us. So there we go. No losses on that one. There we go. It's finally wintertime. Let's get back there. Get back home. Right back to our treasury. And now the map is clear of bandits for now. So let's get back home. Oh, also, while we're here, let's go ahead and collect. Let's take this one over here. I don't mind fighting up here. That one was pretty reasonable. So we'll claim Nasvais. All right, looks like we converted all of the food here. 23. Do we have? No, we don't have any more. And then that turned into 38 bread. That math doesn't add up. And these people should be collecting bread. Why are they not getting the bread yet? Oh, you know, I think because all the men are away. The only one that's left is the woman, and she's stuck in the stall. So we can't actually collect things when we have our army out. There we go. Region claimed. Right, there's 2 stone left here. So we'll try and clean out the rest of this. Oh boy. Oh, we're getting raided. What the heck? I didn't even see the raid. I must have missed the chat. Good thing it's coming right to us. So we'll form up our shield wall again. Okay, there we go. And they're not charging into us this time for some reason. But that's fine. All right, here we go. Oh, wow, we already lost somebody. Oh, no, we didn't. He didn't come out yet. Nice. Yeah, we got that without losing anybody. There's another... We're up to 520, so that's pretty good. We do need to get another corpse pit here. Also, we need to start producing tools. We ran out. So let's switch this production from spears, which we don't need anymore for now, over to tools. So you can see we're short on our maintenance. Let's also build a bunch of plots. We've got access to 8 here with the backyard extension. I think I'm good with that. We'll get a nice, healthy workforce right here. And what I'll probably end up doing is removing these. So the marketplace, the granary, storehouse, all this stuff will probably move out and just leave this as like a residential block. Yeah, that's really inefficient. Probably need to move this logging camp somewhere else at some point because I need to connect these two. It's really a pain to go all the way up here and then all the way back around. So anyways, yeah, I need to reorganize this. I should have just built over this. I don't know, it's not that big of a deal, but we're almost ready to collect some food again for the next season. Let's get some people. We need some free laborers. We have a little bit of tools. Yeah, we have tools going. Let's cut these guys loose, build some houses, and we'll get ready for next year. It's another bandit camp that showed up, so I'm going to take care of it before we get stuck in this this season. We're just finishing February, so I'd rather take it out now than let them steal stuff over the year, and then we'll get back. Yeah, we'll get back. We need to really fix our food situation. We're not really in danger, but we just built a massive amount of houses, so as these people start to move in, they're going to need more food, and we will need to fix our food situation pretty quickly. All right, here we go. They're not charging for some reason. Maybe they know better. So hopefully we don't lose anybody this time. We're doing pretty good here. Yep, no losses yet. Got it. Perfect. We'll clear the camp. We'll get back. Get ready to harvest. All right, that adds 99. So we're up to 608 treasury. We could definitely get some retinue. So let's get back home. You know, maybe we'll hold off on that. I don't know. Maybe we will go for all 6 militia first. As soon as we hire our retinue, it takes up a slot that we could use for militia, so not really that critical for this specific playthrough, but maybe it'll be a little side challenge not to use the retinue until we can really get this going. And because the drought, our fish are really suffering here. They're just barely back up to 97. They were down to 35. So I don't think we can really afford to collect too many of these, unfortunately. So we're going to have to survive off mushrooms and then bread once we get that out of the ground. Still need some time before that though. May, June. Yeah, dude, we are just really struggling with food here for some reason. All right, we got fish coming in once more, and that means that we are going to actually be getting our approval up to the point where we'll get some passive monthly migration. Now, another thing we should probably do is upgrade some of these plots, and we need to start producing some meat. We have 186 regional wealth, so we have a little bit. We could definitely do it. What are we looking like here in terms of pannage? Pannage is 48%. It's not bad. Meadow is definitely higher here, though. So the consideration here, chicken coops don't require anything. They just work wherever. panage require, it doesn't require it, but it performs better if you have a decent amount of forests and woods. So these are pretty good. I think they're a little bit more expensive. I think it's 25 versus 20. And then 2 more planks. I mean, that's not really that big of a deal, but do we want to go chicken coops? Because we're going to be cutting down a lot of forests here for sure, but we'll probably still have a decent amount. So I wouldn't mind having the pigs. Yeah, let's just go animal pen. 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be 150, I believe. So why don't we get 6? That'll be 6 meat per month that we get. Might even be a little bit more because the panage is so high, but we'll have to see. But that's going to make a big difference. That'll help keep our approval high. There we go. We got our first family moving in after a long time. So it's been like, what, a year? 2 years almost since we had a new family move in. All right, this one's ready to go. And yeah, let's just go pigs. I don't really want to deal with goats. Yeah, we'll do the same for all, what was it, 6? I think we did 6 of them. We'll just do all 6. There we go. We have 6 new plots, and this is going to be all pigs. Now, we don't have people living in here yet, but these should still produce food. I don't think those are related. I think they can do it whether there's people living there or not. So that should help a little bit with our food. Couple months we need to pull labor and get ready. Yeah, 1 more month. So next month we need to get ready to harvest. And there we go. Another family just moved in. Perfect. Also, let's go ahead and get a charcoal kiln here. I'm going to pull this guy off, and then we'll have him convert all of this firewood into charcoal, and that should preserve some of the trees around us a little bit longer. Oh, another bandit camp. We're not going to be able to do anything about it. Oh, nice. It's closer. Yeah, we've got 6 days before harvest. There's no way we get away with that. We're just going to let them steal something, and then we'll take care of them after. All right, we've got 6 families here, 2 oxen. See if we can get all this done. They're making very good progress. I think 6 is way too much for this small of a field, but we can't really afford to take any chances here. We've only got 5 months worth supply of food. I'm not seeing any pigs coming out of this yet either. See, let's take a look at the one that's empty. No, it's still producing food. Nobody's picked it up yet. And of course, our stocks are getting damaged in the field. It always rains during harvesting season, man. When you put the difficulty maxed out, it literally always does that every single time. That's so brutal. Yeah, that's a lot of food we're losing. Wow. That sucks, man. Go pick it up. Look at that. It's going down. It's going down so fast. I know some of those were people picking them up, but yeah, we did lose quite a bit. So we had planted well over 100, I think like 120, 150, something like that. We only have 84 left. That is so brutal. All that rain. But there's nothing we could do about it. Yeah, you just have to put up with it because you can't collect it faster than that. We had 2 oxen. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we can have more oxen. But anyways, let's get all this taken care of. We need to convert this over from rye to the rye flour, and then we'll communal oven it and actually get some decent population growth here. Yeah, so we're still getting people moving in, so that's good. I think we need to redo some of the farmland right here, and I think what we'll probably do is maybe make some inroads as well so that we can actually travel through this area, and then also make it a little easier when it comes time to harvest. So if sometimes the AI does some funky pathfinding if you don't have enough roads nearby. All right, so the idea is to get this whole area done. Ideally, yeah, 1 Morgan. Well, we want to do half Morgan strips. So I think what we'll probably end up doing is cutting this in half, something like this. And then we can also do a bisecting line like this. So that way we've got little sectors that we can use. All right, half Morgan strips. I know they're going to be a little jacked up because we just harvested a bunch of stuff. Let me go through this. This is going to take a while. Okay, that took a little bit, but we've got everything set up. It's not the perfect setup, but we'll expand on it later. We probably have too much here for us to handle in one go. So what I did to make sure that we don't just like half do a field and then, you know, essentially you want to complete a chunk and then move on. So what I did is I had the priority, field priority. So we have highest, very high, high, medium, and low. So they should be going like this to complete all their tasks. We've got 5 people here. Let's actually pull everybody out and put as many people onto this as we can. Is there anybody else we can suck out? We could also pull the charcoal kiln. Let's do that. So it'll be a full 8. get as many people out on the field as we can because I really don't want to run out of food. So we got 2 months to do both of these. Well, not both, but all these fields. There's 14 of them. So hopefully we can get a bunch of that done. And then, yep, there you go. They just stole some more stuff. But I knew that was going to happen. So yeah, we'll try and get as much of that done as we can. And then wintertime, we'll cut everybody loose. We'll go take this brigand out. It's just the one camp. And then we'll come back and start working on some other stuff for next year. Why, dude? Why, Raiders? Please be on the other end of the map. Where are they? Nope, they are literally right next to us. That sucks, man. I don't even see them. Where are they? It says they're in here somewhere. I don't see them. But anyways, yeah, we'll have to... Man, we're going to have to stop. We're going to miss half of our fields. So let's let them get a little closer and then we'll... Yep, there they are. I just saw them. There's 2 groups there. And we have a group of 26. So we're just going to have to pull... We'll have to pull them out now. Otherwise, we're not going to get there in time. So let's get everybody out. We'll go 2 ranks deep. Oh, they're already here. Why are they already there? Oh my god, I didn't see them. Yeah, we're going to get sandwiched. We'll lose some people here for sure. We're getting hit from 2 sides. These guys are going to die. Yep, there's 1 dead. 2 dead. Come on, game. And these guys are fighting to the last man. They have no morale. They just keep going. What the heck, man? Alright, there they go. They broke. That is very odd. Yeah, I don't think they're supposed to hold on that long, but I guess it's not a big deal. We need to get more people because these raids are getting bigger. We need a second group of spear militia. I think 2 or 3 we should be able to hold even the late game raids. But yeah, this is not good. Let's get somebody working the church so we can bury our buddies. And then please finish the fields. November 8th, we still have a little bit of time left. We've got half at least. Half done, so that's good. We're not going to get a ton of food next year. But the other stuff will get a decent amount, the flax and barley. All right, we might actually get it done. We still have 15 days, and we've got a little bit left. All right, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get 2 fields fully plowed, but we got everything else done. So almost a full harvest. We're just short 2. This is, yeah, these are both 0.5. So 1 full Morgan that we'll be short, but that's not a big deal. All right, now we need to switch into winter mode, so let's go ahead and do that. We need to get our food going. We have 2 months of food, but we have 57 bread that's going to be distributed. So that should be enough to get us through to next year. I hope. I think so. Let's get people back on the charcoal kiln. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can really do here. Let's build some of these buildings. Yep, that's fine. We need to get our industry back running again. Right, how are we doing on tools? 10 tools still. Let's continue to produce more weapons. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we need to take those guys out. Those thief bastards. We are getting pigs at least, so that's helping a little bit with the food. And then these, yep, there they go. They're starting to work. We're getting bread from them. Okay, so we're doing okay. Let's go take out that bandit camp. I forgot. Ooh, we're up to 30 troops now. That's quite good. All right, here they come. Go shield wall, absorb the charge, and then push. Shouldn't be losing anybody, and we didn't. Perfect. So we'll get another couple hundred. We actually have enough to take another region, and I think we should definitely do that. So I'm going to take this one over here, Hangstrasse. Yeah, I don't really want to have to go that far away. Yeah, same thing with this one though, Nederwand. So we'll take that one next. All right, how much cash we get? 105. So we're up to 713. Not too bad. All right, I'm going to continue getting our wintertime industry done. We go region claimed. So we've got everything on this left side of the map. We just need these 2. And then we'll probably take them all. I don't really want to keep dealing with bandits. Although we could if we want to farm them for resources and stuff. I'm also going to spend some of the cash. We've been stocking up. We got 130 regional wealth. So let's spend it on some pig upgrades. Oh, you know what? Also, we need to get... Oh, you know what? Maybe that's a better idea. We also need to get honey. And that's going to help increase the yield of all of our farms. So we need up to 5 of them. We need a lot of cash for that though. Let me just convert all these to pigs first. I think that's probably the better choice. We're more hurting for food than we're hurting for anything else. So there we go. 6 more upgrades. Got another bandit camp sighting. And it's literally at the top of the map. I'm going to leave it for now. We need to get these last 2 fields. They need to get sown, and then we'll figure the rest out later. Right, that's the last of the pig upgrades. So everything here is producing pigs. These will leave for now. I might delete them and convert them into pigs, and I kind of want to move these shops somewhere else. This will probably be more of a farming community slash whatever else we're going to make here. Maybe wood production, a couple other things. All right, let's go ahead and get our other food industries going. So we have mushrooms and fish. We've got a few people that need to go out and finish the fields. So let's put 3 people out there, maybe 2, and then 1 we need to continue to build some stuff. So food will be coming in nicely here. We've got quite a bit of wheat actually coming in. Did I do this wrong? No, I just did it in a different order, but it's the correct number. So anyways, we'll get these 2 done. I did build another farmhouse over here. Let's upgrade it, and then we'll have some people over here as well with some oxen. We don't have a ton of cash left, so yeah, we need to wait another turn or 2. We should probably start selling some things. It's not that big of a deal. We're not as pressed as we were in the previous run. So we've got the difficulty turned up all the way to the max on this one, other than the cheating, what's his name? Duke Baronruth, whatever. Hildebolt Baronruth. I'm thinking EU4 or EU5 right now. All right, so once this hitching post is done, we do have regional wealth. We'll order another ox. Actually, let's do it right now. And then we need these guys to start working. We'll build some more farm fields over here as well, but we need to get another community done, I think, over in this area. And then we need to relocate all of this. Probably down here is my guess. This would probably be the best area for it because there's no good farmland in this little square. All right, they're stealing again. They got the fish. And then we need to increase our tools. I think our previous was at 10. That's just not enough. So let's get this up to 30, and then we don't have to worry about producing it quite as often and micromanaging it. What else can we do here? Let's get a logging camp somewhere else, preferably where we're not going to have farm fields. So like this area would be pretty good for another logging camp. So we'll put one right down here. He can pick off a lot of these trees, and then also supply logs for when we do the mass expansion right here. All right, let's go over some of the changes. So I mapped out a little bit more farmland right here in the center. This is where a nice healthy 3+ green of barley is. So we'll set up some more farmlands over here. Flax is not very good here. Emmer's pretty good though. So it'll be mostly barley and emmer, and then we'll get just a little bit of flax so we can rotate. You know what we could also do if we don't want to rotate those two? We could do barley, rye, and emmer. And then in the flax area, it can be flax. Like if barley really sucks in that area, we could just do emmer, barley, and rye, and then flax, barley, and rye. Could do something like that. That's not a bad idea. I don't know, not a big deal, but if you look in this area right here, flax and barley, like I said, it doesn't really have a good spot right here. So what I'm going to do is relocate our granary and our storehouse. We'll put them down here. We're going to get multiples so that we can get specialized. So like I want to have 1 granary per major food source. So that way they can really just focus on 1 or 2 things at a time. So maybe we'll have 1 granary for all the breads, so rye and wheat. Have 1 granary for all the fruits, 1 for all the vegetables, 1 for all the meats. And then it'll be easier, I think it'll be easier to staff depending on which one they're going to collect. So like if we're having trouble collecting one specific food type and they're only allowed to collect that one food type, then we just boost up the workers in that one. So I'm thinking that's probably the right call, but I guess we'll figure it out. So let's get this mapped out. I think this whole area is not very good, so we can just take it over. There's a little bit of barley on this. There's like a little lip right here. So let me go ahead and do a road right here and make sure we don't mess with that. All right, I'm gonna do a road outlining. I don't want to build, I know it looks kind of cool if you do like a little boardwalk. I don't want to spend any resources though. So there we go. So we've got this whole area. This is all going to be infrastructure and production. We don't have a good source of stone though, do we? We do have 100 rubble stone, which is probably enough to at least get started. But what I'm thinking we can do is some kind of cool looking like this. We can maybe get a central square market and see how many we can fit in there. I have a feeling this might be a bit too much. Yeah, we don't need 88 stalls. Or maybe we do. Probably not though. I think we don't need that much. I actually don't know how many we need in this new patch. It is 20 storage and 40. So 40 for food, 20 for generic. That includes both clothing and firewood. And then this is 40. And at the higher end, you need more food types. You need 4 here. I haven't built tier 3, so I don't know how many they need. Then houses. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure actually. Currently we have 17 plots. So 17 plots fills it up to 39, probably 40. It says right now we're at 94 capacity. All right, here's what we're going with. 49 stalls. We've got room for 4 granaries and 2 storehouses on the sides. And then if we need to fit more, we could fit more on this side right here. I'm trying to keep these open just in case we want to build more roads or do something else. But this should be kind of an interesting little market square. So we'll have a lot of industry down here. We'll probably have some housing, well, kind of on the outskirts, and then have a lot of production in this area, I think. Probably what we'll end up doing, but we'll see. But for sure, we need to move our granary down there, and we need to move the storehouse down there. Also, since we're having our central area right here, I'm also building the trading post down here. So it'll be at this T intersection. I'm going to build a set of 5 houses down here that can do the apiaries. They'll be right next to the trading post, so the trade goods can go straight into here. That'll be our first item that we'll trade, and then we need to start processing this other stuff. All right, we're getting rated again. It looks like it's going to be 3 groups instead of just the 2. We have 36 out of 36. If we add a second group, no, it's the same. We might as well just keep 36. Okay, this might be rough. Yeah, we need to get more people ASAP because this may not be enough. Come on, there we go. All right, they're coming. And what I'd like to do is force them to fight in the water, maybe. I don't know if that gives them a debuff or something, but that'd be kind of nice for us if we could do it. So let's fight like this, them to charge straight into us, and then let's preemptively get a corpse pit over here. We're definitely going to need it. All right, here they come. One of them splitting off. No, they're rushing in. All right, perfect. Now they should be getting a debuff, I think, for going in the water, or that's my hope anyways. All right, there we go. They crashed into us, and we should be fighting a 1v1 for a little bit at least. If we can take them out quickly. All right, it's a 2v1 now. That one is almost dead though, so it's kind of a 2v2. Yeah, that's fine. We're doing okay. Actually doing pretty well considering we don't have armor. 30, we're down 5, 6. We're taking losses. Yeah, we're taking a lot of losses. Oh man, we took a lot of losses. We took 10. So we need a second group as soon as we can. Let's go ahead and get these guys out of here. Get that corpse pit up, and we'll bury our allies in the wooden church. And the rest can go in the corpse pit. All right, now with that, we did go up to 1.6k on the influence. So why don't we go ahead and hire, or why don't we take over another piece of land? Let's do Hadervand. So we'll claim this one. We'll do Mandalak next, and then we'll just have to worry about Frost check. There we go. That one's in our control. We got 2 more to go, and then we won't have to worry about bandits. Or we keep one region and farm the bandits. We'll see. All right, another bandit camp. So we've got some issues here. Let's get everything harvested in the ground first. We'll spend the winter time taking that out. It looks like all the bodies have been cleaned up, so let's go ahead and delete this corpse pit. We'll pull our worker out of the church. Yeah, look at that. So many dead allies. We've lost quite a few people actually to these raids, but in the near future they'll kind of be a non-issue because they max out at 4 parties, so it's not usually that big of a deal. All right, let's start upgrading these so that we can get better farmlands. So we're going to go apiary. Now this one increases the output by 10%, I think. It increases something by 10%. I don't think it translates exactly to this being 10% more, but it will give us an uplift. So we're at plus 0.14 right now, and we'll see what that goes up to when we get all 5 apiaries up. I started sectioning out another chunk of farmland that I'd like to do. This is a really nice looking chunk of flax. We're going to miss out on this, but that's fine because there's a lot of flax in this area. So we'll continue the farms over here. I also put another farmhouse here to help out. So we'll hopefully get 3 farmhouses to get this, and then we'll probably put a few in here. And then we'll just continue increasing our footprint here for crops. And we're not quite, yeah, we need more time. But why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and pull everybody out of our industry. We need to get ready to harvest. Let's get everybody ready. There we go. So we've got 6 and 6. So we got 12 people, 2 oxen, and we still have 2 available to move stuff around if we need to. But I do want to continue getting these buildings going. There we go. Harvest season is starting up. So we should see a pretty healthy harvest this year. And there's a lot of people working at it, man. Look at that. Wow. They're already a quarter done, and we're only on day 5. So that's a good start. But we do have a lot of oxen that should be able to clean this up. I really, really hope it doesn't rain. Please don't rain. It looks like it's going to start raining. Yeah, that usually kills the harvest by a significant amount. Oh, you know what? Shoot. I need to also start changing some stuff. Why don't we do this? No, you know what? We'll keep it the same. I don't want to mess around. I was going to start having everything come down here, but we're not ready yet. We're not ready yet. Let's just deal with it. We'll slowly phase these out and move stuff down here gradually. I think if we do it all at once, it's going to be too much of a shock to the system. This one's shrinking. We can pull another laborer off. Yeah, see, it's starting to rain. Come on, guys. Come on. We're gonna lose a bunch of crops. So let's watch and see how much we lose. So like this one is 49. No, they're picking some up. 29. Nobody's picking it up. They're not getting damaged by the rain yet. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Okay, they just picked them all up. Okay, sweet. So we didn't actually get any of our crops damaged. It was definitely raining. I don't know why sometimes it happens that way and sometimes it doesn't. That was really odd. But anyways, our harvest is looking pretty good. So we got everything off the ground and we have 5 days left. That was definitely overkill, but I don't think it would have gone a whole lot faster if we had more oxen. We definitely need more. We still need a lot of people. So I'm thinking maybe 4 on each. And then maybe another 2 to 4 down here with a couple extra farm fields down here, I think would be decent. We could probably get rid of the priorities. So I'm going to switch these all back to medium. So as of right now, it looks like we have 200 flax, 221 barley, and 110 wheat. That's not bad. Right, it's time for the next year's harvest. I'm just going to leave all these people to do it. See, I think in the planting season, it's better to have more oxen, and in the harvesting season, it's better to have more people. So I feel like the bottleneck is probably the harvesting season. So we do need to still keep a lot of people on these fields, unfortunately, but that's okay. But you know, the more oxen we have, the sooner we can get it off the field. So that is kind of a bonus. Right, anyways, let me start working on this. We'll get all these planted and then we'll reorganize our labor depending on what we need for the winter time. And they just stole a bunch of our food. You pieces of garbage. Yeah, we have 4 months of food left, but I don't think that includes all the wheat we just collected. So we should be fine for food for a while. Actually, because of that, it's probably not a bad idea to start working on increasing our food. Obviously, we're doing it through farming, but we need to get veggies, probably fruit first and then veggies. Kind of like what I did last time. Where do we want to put those though? I don't want them to be in a central area where it takes up a lot of space. So flax and barley, this actually looks like a pretty good area right in here. There's not a lot. There's a little bit right here. We can section this off though. There's some down here too though. Well, you know, let me look around. I'm going to look around, see if we can find a good spot. I guess I should probably explain what a good spot is. So kind of like the other stuff, we don't want to cover up our barley. We don't want to cover up our flax. And I also don't want it to be too far from our central area because these guys are going to need to go out and collect it when it gets harvested. So if they're too far out, it's going to be kind of a pain. Although that's not really that big of a deal because we are going to have dedicated storage just for that specific thing. So that's probably less of a concern, I feel like. There's good flax here, barley. Yeah, see, this is still a really good spot right here. This whole area. Even if we give up a little bit, or I guess we could just make sure that this doesn't get covered. There, and then we can just put it down here. So flax and barley. Barley is the one we got to worry about. So let's put it somewhere over here, kind of curving like this. And then it goes all the way up until this river, it looks like. So this whole area we can turn into our like a secondary food source. There we go. And then I'll wall this in and then we'll come back. Okay, here we go. I've got 4 quadrants. We'll fill these up one at a time. And the reason I'm doing it like this is because I feel like it's easy for them to collect if we just have like a centralized area. So to collect, for example, if we do a bunch of duplexes right here, like this, 2, 3, 4 duplexes. Oh, it's a little funky, but that's all right. If we do it like this, they would have to travel down this road over here, down, and then just, it's all right here. Same thing on this section. Not too far, and then to get down here it's not much farther. So even though a lot of the veggies and fruits are pretty far away, the collection zone is close to this entrance. So I think this is probably the right way to do it. We could also do it like this, but I think this is a mistake. I think this is not a good way to do it. You have a bunch of little ones. I'd rather have really big backyards. Yeah, kind of like this. 330. Okay, that looks much better. It was bothering me. So now we have some even looking plots. We can get 6 duplexes, plus 220, which is not too bad. Yeah, plus 220 average planning cost. I usually try to be around the 200 to 300 range for these, and it seems to work out pretty well. Now, there's going to be a decent amount of labor here that they're not going to be doing anything in this area specifically for, well, you know what we could do is they could work somewhere over here. I guess they could work, it's really not that far of a commute to get across the river. So I think this is probably okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. Now, food-wise, we only have 4 months of supply. We still have room for people to move in here, and we need to start selling some stuff so we can get our regional wealth up. We need people, though. We really do need people. Timber, yeah, you know what? I'm going to hold off on this. At least we have them ready. And then when it comes time to doing this one, what does this look like? Because this one's funky. Okay, this is only plus 210 average. So it's a little less than I would have liked, but it's still not bad. And then we've still got these other 2 quadrants. So we have a lot of potential here for vegetables and fruit. So I think we'll be all right. Also, I hadn't even considered, but we need more more water support. Should probably get one down here as well. Ooh, that's not good. There's not a lot of good spots for it, unfortunately. And this is right in the middle of a field, so I don't particularly want to do that. I guess we can put one down here, and then they can just cross the river to get it. Yeah, we'll have to put it down there. And oh, game crashed. All right, we didn't really lose much progress from that. We've got everything in the ground. All of our industries are sorted. We have 1 unassigned family. That's fine. We'll just leave them for now. And let's go ahead and get our army out there again. This one's close. There we go. Reflected the charge. We've got a full stack too, 36. So I'd say they should fall pretty quickly. Right, that's one down. We got to head all the way north, take that one out, and then we're pretty much good to go. We do have a 1K, so I'm going to use influence to claim this last region up here in the north, and then now we're just stuck down here. I'll probably leave this one open for a little bit so we can farm it up. All right, region claimed, and I don't know how we got our troops all fatigued, but we need to chill for a little bit. All right, here we go. Final group. Wipe these guys out. They do charge, so that gives us reflection. Yeah, seems like when they charge, they do a lot worse. So good on them. Claim that, and then we're good to go. That's going to give us 105. So we're up to just shy of 1,000. So anyways, back to work. Here we go. We've got 109 regional wealth. I think we've been selling a couple things. Yeah, we sold some honey and some wax. So that put us up. We can make 2 more extensions, and that's just going to increase our revenue as well from this. We'll keep going till we have all 5. And let's see, 115. So it went up by 0.01. And I imagine it'll go up a little bit more once we get these other 2. So that's cool. All right, I'm going to start working on getting these things cleared out. So the charcoal kiln, the woodcutter's lodge, we're going to get both of these moved down somewhere in this area, I feel like. Maybe even just temporarily, but we need to get them out of this area. Especially the charcoal kiln, it can be closer to here, I think. All right, we're just about done with winter time. I'm moving the woodcutter's lodge and charcoal kiln down here just temporarily. We'll try and clear out some of these woods. So we'll probably want to build some flax farms back here. So we'll try and get some of these trees out. Yeah, there's like a long, slender, nice chunk of farmland that we'll do here. But yeah, I'd rather not just kill the trees outright. So we'll do that. And then I do want to start getting everybody to use these storage houses down here. But I feel like we might need a few more people. Yeah, maybe a little bit more population. Let's get another ox as well. And then we've got 4 out of the 5 of these apiaries. And looks like we're at 0.15 still. So I think the last one, it might go up to 0.16 or something. And then as we clear out the trees, that should increase the yield as well on these. It's also going to increase the yield on our vegetables and our fruits. So sooner we can get that last one up, the better. It's just we're kind of broke. Anyways, let's go take care of these brigands before growing season pops up. Here we go. They got a nice charge off on us. Perfect. And then we'll clean them up. Here we go. That only adds another 80, but we are over 1,000. So we got, I don't know, 2 or 3 years worth of payments before we have to start collecting taxes to pay for stuff. All right, I added 4 more fields as well, so 2 Morgans worth, just so we can get a little bit of work for these guys. They're not doing anything. I did a little bit of rearranging here. So we're going with 4 granaries in the center, 2 large storehouses. One is going to be for firewood only, one's going to be for clothing only, And then these are going to be the different food groups. So we have bread, meat, veggie, and fruit. So they're responsible for only one thing at a time. I'm going to get some Weaver Workshop up here in the corner. I can fit 4 of these and a duplex in the center. And then I'll probably put at some point, a large storehouse right around here or right here. I haven't quite figured that out yet. See, if stuff like this is just almost wasted space. I gotta find something better to put in places like this. It's a bit too small to fit one of these logging camps. So I gotta figure out what I can fit in this little square. I guess we could put maybe 4, yeah, probably 4 of these. Just have like a spot for all of our oxen so that they're not taking up space over there. I don't know, not 100% sure. But anyways, we'll have like a weaving area. Probably have a spot maybe over here where we do all the malt houses and convert the barley. And then we'll have a brewer in there. Yeah, we'll have him directly in there so he's close to everything, with a granary dedicated to just the barley, malt, and the ale. So we'll do that. I probably want to sell some of this stuff off so that we can make a little bit of money first. We don't really necessarily need to use it yet. Yeah, I'd rather get some of these up and running as soon as we can. Yeah, this will probably be our next task, actually. We are kind of low on timber, though. So let's get a few people working. All right, let's get our last apiary. So that's all 5. And let's see if it changes this. Yep, 0.16. Sweet. So we gain an extra, what, 2%? Probably more than that. It says 10% increase, but the actual bottom line increase to efficiency is about 2%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're doing hundreds, or soon we'll be doing thousands. So an extra 2% when you're doing 1,000 is, 20. It's not 0, it does add up. Right now I'm going to start filtering stuff out. So I'm going to not allow linen here. I am going to turn off market stall setup, and I'm going to allow probably one thing at a time. Well, yeah, let's allow linen. Let's just make sure we get all the linen converted over here. And that'll be just that one worker. Yep, that's perfect. There we go. We've got plenty of room to fit a duplex in here. Actually, we could make it smaller and then fit a road. There's no real reason to have it as big as possible. So what we can do is we can make it just big enough to make it a duplex. I think we're going to have to stick to at least one side. So if we go like this, something like that. And let's see if we can fit a road in between just to give us a little extra mobility. So something like that. Perfect. So we got a duplex. We've got our weaver's workshops here, the extra ones. We've got spare timber. We might as well just build it. So let's get that going. This burgage plot is going to upgrade to a tailor. We'll start producing armor, and we'll probably just sell it right away because I don't think our troops can really use it. We need to upgrade more burgage plots to be able to do that, but we could make very good money selling it. So if we look down here, Gambison sell for 10. Why is that so high? Jesus. Something's a little off there, unless, yeah, I don't quite understand why that's worth so much. I mean, we'll take it. It's definitely good money. We'll need to save up a little bit of money to be able to open the trade route, but that should go pretty fast, seeing as how we've got 5 apiaries and quite a few burgage plots that are paying us some money. So let's speed it up. Okay, we're getting raided. It's coming from the north, so we've got a little bit of time to react. We should have a little bit of wiggle room here. Yeah, 23 and 23, that's probably plenty. I'd rather have this than one group of 36. So let's let them get closer. They're all the way up here. Ooh, man, that's the big party. All right, let's get this place upgraded to a burgage plot level 2. I'm not going to duplex it yet. We'll save that for later when we need more manufacturing power. So right now, we'll be spitting out a decent amount of gambesons, but definitely not enough to justify 2 burgage plots worth. All right, let's go ahead and get our troops ready. All right, hopefully we can hold this, and preferably without taking too many losses. So let's go 2 lines deep. There we go. And here they come. So we're outnumbered by a little bit, but if they charge us, we should be in decent shape. Here we go. All right, here they come. They didn't charge there, but... Oh, they did charge there. All right, let's go ahead and push. We'll start pushing with both. Yep, they're all here now. All right, we're getting some pretty good kills there. We're starting to lose people. Oh, we're taking heavy losses on that one. Yeah, this one's only got 2... There we go. One's wiped out. Oh, man, down to 17. Dude, we're taking so many losses. Holy crap. Yeah, this one's going to get wiped out almost completely. Okay, they broke, but we took some heavy losses. We need to get more people. We could use some armor as well. All right, let's go ahead and have our wooden church, get some work in, and then we need a corpse pit right here. Damn, that sucks. All right, this one's ready to go. Let's go tailor workshop, and then we'll start converting this. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and enable gambesons, and we'll disallow gambesons up here. Perfect. So this is a self-contained loop at this point. They should be in good shape. And we got 3 families. We get 2 families cleaning up bodies. We need 1 family to be able to move supplies around. And we had another drought. I think last time was a couple years ago. So not every year, but wow, that hurts. Yeah, we're gonna feel that one. Our food is okay. That's the one I'm most concerned about. Right, we've got another bandit camp. Thankfully it's not a raid, but we're just about to hit our harvesting season, so we're not gonna mess with it till winter time maybe. Right, these guys are pretty much done cleaning up the bodies. Let's dump it. We're almost done with the flax, so we'll have all that converted. And then we'll do the same thing. We need to do some barley production down here. So malt houses. I also turned on a trade here, so we can't go below 50 on a rubble stone. We'll at least keep a decent stockpile of that at all times. And then are we getting gambeson? We are, and I'm sure some of them are going to our troops because we do have a couple tier 2. But yeah, not that many of them. All right, we can open up the trade route. So let's go ahead and do that because that's a very good one. Export, and why don't we keep 10? I think that's fine. We'll stockpile 10 and then sell the rest. And this is 2 linen for 1 gambeson. We have 130 or 160 linen, and we still have some flax to get through anyways. We'll make some pretty good money here. All right, we are ready for the harvest, even though we're getting screwed here with the drought. But we've got 10 people and 6 oxen. So we shouldn't have any problems, I think. But let's see what happens. So there we go, harvest season. Hopefully that's it with the drought and we can actually collect this stuff. Yeah, it looks like we're good. All right, what are you guys doing? Are you out there? Yeah, they're already out there, so that's good. And all the assigned oxen should be cleaning up, picking up all this material. Yep, there they go. I have a feeling we're overstaffed. 10 days in, we're already about halfway done. It doesn't really matter too much if we're overstaffed or not, just because we're not automating this, and you know, when we start working on our second region, then we'll need to have this set in stone where we don't have to worry about it. But right now we can throw extra labor on it and then deal with micromanaging it later. So this looks like it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, we're at day 17. We're just about done. Okay, there we go. Let's see what our harvest looks like. So we collected 63 wheat. That's terrible. Wow. Why is that so low, dude? I mean, the drought should have hit everything equally, but it feels like 250 flax, 294 barley. You know, the barley is some of it's left over from last year, though, I think. So, and maybe a little bit of the flax too, but it still feels way off. Something ain't right. Okay, well, anyways, we still have to plant. We got to get everything in the ground here. All right, there we go. We just hit November, and we're already done. Everything's in the ground and plowed. So let's start pulling these people back. Yep, all that's converted. This one's not converted. Where did all my grain go? We had 70 something. I only see between the wheat and the wheat grain and wheat sheaf. That's only 57. We had like 70 something. Where is the rest of my grain? Yeah, we've got barely 5 months left. Well, we can put somebody on here in the charcoal kiln. That'll help. But yeah, something's odd. It's all just like disappearing. I wonder if it's in transit and it doesn't count. What the hell, dude? Is it eating my grain? No, there's 72 right there. What is going on with the grain? That is really bizarre. Yeah, I'll have to do some research and find out if it's bugged, because that looked like it just chewed through a bunch of our grain without giving us any bread in return. So I think we just got screwed there. Okay, here we go. How much? We produced 115. No, it looks like it's okay. So we 365. So that could have included some of last year's, though. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. 116 in the last 30 days. That actually does seem reasonable. So I don't know. I'm wondering if it only counts if it's actually in a farmhouse or a storage, but once they take it out and they transport it, maybe it doesn't count. The in-transit stuff doesn't count. I'm not sure. But either way, I think we're good with that. We're just about good. No, we are good with that. We don't have any more wheat or sheaves. Why don't we go ahead and spam the Weaver's Workshop? We'll get a lot of that converted over. Well, on the bright side, we're up to 524 regional wealth, so that's more than enough. We can start some production over here for food. I think we'll probably start with the fruit, and I know those are super expensive. Do we do this now, or do we wait until summertime so that we can actually get some more food? We do have 8 months, and it's December. I think we're probably okay. I doubt all these people are going to move in all at once. So let's go ahead and get these to be duplexes. 6. Perfect. Average planning cost only plus 220. That's not very much. All right, can we extend this a little further, or is that where flax and barley? Yeah, we were trying not to go into that area, I think, so that we can stay away from the barley. So I think we'll just run with this. This is fine. If we need to make more, we'll just make more. And this is going to be 6 duplex worth. So it should be fine. Here we go. These houses are starting to come in, and we'll start putting the veggies down. So 279, that's reasonable. I usually try to get it around 3 to 350. So these are a little smaller than what I'm used to, but we do have 6 of them, so it should be all right. It's almost, let's see, February, March. Yeah, it's almost time. I think let's pull one of these armies out, one of these regiments, and let's go take care. There's 2 bandit camps there now. Let's go clear these out real quick. There we go. There we go. And that gives us 2k. We could shut this region down if we wanted to, or we could just keep it up and continue to make money. That one was good for 113. Let's clean the other one out. Let's also start planting these, or planting. 2. We can get a 3rd one down. All right, there we go. Second group should be pretty easy. They did get a charge. Oh, we lost somebody. What the heck, man? It looked like they fled and then we lost somebody. That was kind of weird. And that one is worth 96. So we're up to 1200 now. Here we go. Our first taste of the royal tax. It's only 148. Well, that's not too bad. Here we go. We can do one more. So 297. This is a big one. So we've got 4 sets of pairs. 2 more to go. We'll try to max them out as soon as we can. So 297. We need about another 120, and then another 270 for that next one. We've got some barley and malt going up over here, and then we need another duplex. Let's see where we can fit this thing in. Right, there we go. So granary, 3 malt houses, and a duplex burgage plot. Also was able to squeeze in a saw pit here. I'll just fit them in where we can. Oh, we're getting raided again. We do have more people this time though, 27 and 27. They're coming in from the far west, so we got plenty of time. All right, here they come. Looks like this one guy is going to go off on his own, and these guys might try and raid. I noticed they do that and then they come in from a weird angle. Come up here and start pushing. That's 3, oh, there's 4. All right, there we go. We're fully engaged. All right, we're losing people. Another loss. We're getting good kills though. There we go. 1 down. Much better than the last one, although we still have 1 group to deal with. Damn, dude, we still took a lot of losses. Look at that. We lost 7 and 1, so we lost 8 in total. All right, we've got a little more time before our harvest, and I think we should probably start working on getting some of these things up and running. So this granary, we're only going to allow barley and malt, and I think, did we disallow? So we're not allowing barley or malt up here, and we've got somebody working. 500 should be okay for now. We need to upgrade this fairly soon though. So let's go ahead and start converting all this malt over. This is a level 1 plot. We still need to get a family in here, and then we can upgrade it to a brewery, and then we need to get a tavern. Where are we going to put the tavern? There we go. I moved some of this around a little bit. We probably used up a little farmland down here that we could use, but that's fine. So this is self-contained. We've got small tavern. The brewery will go right here. Auxiliary saw pit just to fill this space that's not really going to be used by anything. And then our 3 malt houses. We've got a granary down here. We can get more malt houses on this side if we need to. So I'll try to leave maybe this area open, and then same thing right here in case we need another tailor. And then other manufacturing we'll do down here. I think we'll probably do some iron working. I think iron would be good down here, because we could do like an armor section. We could do a weapon section and have multiples, and then have a bunch of these guys. The bloomeries. Yeah, it's too big. How many can we, if we can fit like 3 on a wall, 3, that should be good. And then we can get some blacksmiths behind them maybe. And then we'll need at least one warehouse that's only dedicated to that stuff. Yeah, that should be good. Anyways, let's get this converted. We have August, we got like 1.5 months. So let's try and get as much malt made as we can. I'm also going to start setting up the granaries down here. So let's not allow anything except for the fruit. So this one in the bottom left corner is going to be fruit only. What am I missing? We got quince, pear, and apple. Here's the apple. So we'll do that. And what I'm going to do for this one is I'm not going to allow them to set up market stalls just yet, but I will put somebody in to help collect. Or you know what, we'll do that after. Let's also turn off apple collection. We'll turn off all the fruit here. Yeah, apple, pear, and quince. So we'll turn that off so that they don't end up in this one. And then we'll just start collecting down here. And eventually we'll turn on allow market stalls once we get rid of this one and move all this down here. There's really not that much in here, to be honest. This can go pretty soon. So that's not that big of a deal. Also, this is new. So I'm watching what they're doing. They're actually grabbing stuff from the warehouse. So you don't even need to just delete it and grab it off the floor. You can just do it manually, or you could do it, let it happen automatically. So if you disallow an item from this warehouse and you allow it from here, it allows them to grab it. They never used to do that. That is definitely new and much, much, much needed. That's a huge change. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's huge because now it makes it easier to do stuff like this where you have like a temporary town just to hold you over and build up until you can actually get your final, because sometimes you don't get a good spawn area and you really do need to move. So, but anyways, yeah, I'm happy about that. Got another bandit camp. We'll wait till winter time. Yeah, we've got a harvest coming up in 15 days, so we'll wait for a little bit on that. All right, we moved our labor around. We are ready for the harvest season, and it's a couple days before, so they should be able to go home and get ready. So we need to collect as much of this as we can because we are going to explode our population over the winter time, I think. So we'll probably get these all upgraded to duplexes. We're still waiting for this one to come in. Yeah, there they go. Okay, sweet. So we can actually convert this. We'll upgrade this to a level 2 burgage plot. We'll let them start to produce some ale. Actually, and how are these guys doing? So we're producing 4. Is that because we ran out? No, it's not because we ran out of supplies. Why are we only producing 4 per month? Because that's really slow. I'll have to watch these guys and see what they're doing. So they go in, they grab one at a time, and then they come back out. So if we move, yeah, that's kind of what I thought would happen. So if we move our large storehouse directly across the street from here, they'll go quite a bit faster. I don't think that's the reason why they're going so slow. I think maybe they just had a bad month or something. Yeah, it's up to 6 now. But anyways, I'm debating if we need to expand this and get a second family in here to help increase the production. And I don't know, probably should, because we have 174 linden sitting in there doing nothing. So if we upgrade that, we'll have a few more families. But anyways, let's get through the harvest first before we do anything else. Yeah, we're chewing through everything, look like locusts. And then we upgraded another plot to have pears. We need 1 more, and then we'll have all 6. We should be getting some fruit from here. It's September, so it's definitely harvesting season. What are they doing? They're all doing other stuff. All right, well, what's up with that? So it looks like this one did plant some trees. The other one's not so much. Yeah, there's 7. Yeah, so they're collecting. These other ones, I think these people just moved in. That's probably why they didn't collect anything. And then looking back here, they're producing a handful, not very much. Anyways, how are we doing on the harvest? All right, harvest is looking pretty good. Yeah, we're just about done. Oh, it's the end of the month. Yeah, no, we got everything off. Look like we got everything off. We just need to pick everything off the fields, and then we'll be ready for next year. So what are we looking at this time? So we're at 1,200. 1,200 total. Well, that also includes metalwork. I wish they would separate this. I'd like to know how many crops we were getting each year. Yeah, it'd be nice to have that separate. So 371 flax. That's definitely more than we were getting last year. 304 barley, although some of that's just not converted yet from our storage back here previously. So that's not entirely accurate. Okay, so now we need to process all of the flax, process the malt, and then we'll probably start selling some more stuff here. What we should also probably do is maybe we'll get some horses so that these trading post people can they can trade more efficiently. Yeah, we'll probably do that soon. Let's get through this. We also need to take out the bandits. We got a long laundry list of chores here. So let's get through replanting and then we'll talk about how we're going to handle the winter. Also, let's upgrade the brewery. We have 2 laborers, so we do that. It takes away 1. We're still doing all right. So that should be good. And then we need somebody to work the tavern. All right, the harvest is going to be ready for next year. Everything's planted. Except for this 1% here on this flax. What's going on here? There it goes. All right, so what do we have? We still have some wheat sheaves that need to be converted. That one's good. We can take everybody off. And then this one, same thing. We'll leave 1 on. Okay, so the goal now, I think, well, first we need to take this guy out. Let's also gather... who took the pears from here? We had pears. Oh, no. That first one we didn't have pears. Yep, this one we do. Let's get some pears into this granary. So we'll put somebody in there. We've got 371 and 289 flax and barley. So we definitely need to get through all that. We also need to make sure we have somebody to process the wheat and stuff. Oh my God, we're so low on food. 72, it's gonna be 140 food. It's okay, it's not great. What I might do is convert some of these fields away from flax and barley and into rye so that we can get a little bit more food. We're getting a bit too much flax and barley and not enough food. So maybe we'll convert what would be the one that makes the most sense. So I think this is mostly flax. Yeah, the barley's not great here. Well, actually down here it is. Or we could just do more farm fields because we got through that really fast. It's like the 1st of November and we already have the fields already done. So we could probably add a few more. This would be flax. Yeah. So why don't we do that? So if we look at this, it'll be rye, wheat, and flax. So then we'll do wheat, rye, flax. Oh, that's not right. Yeah, we want to make sure that the flax is not on the same one. So there we go. Flax, rye, and wheat. So we'll get 2 food and 1 produce out of this. I probably should have done that from the beginning. That would have been a much smarter choice. This is a little bit greedy in terms of, what we can do, because this is basically producing high tier stuff at the expense of our low tier. And we're still in the low tier. We still need plenty of food. We need to mass produce food to utilize all this. Why don't we throw a few people back on here to make sure that we can get that processed, planted and all that as soon as we can. And then we'll do a couple people over here. Right, it's definitely winter time, and I'm going to send some people up here to take out the brigands. We've got people on processing food. This field's planted and ready to go, so we'll get... Oh, crap. Of course we get raided right when I send a unit out. Of course. Let's send them back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's deliberate. Cheeky little game. Let's get this group out. Right, how close are they? They disappeared in the woods, so let's... Yeah, we got to be careful here. They're there. Oh, they are right on us. Yeah, we might be in trouble here. Okay, well, we're not far, but yeah, our guys are definitely not next to each other, unfortunately. Crap. Okay, here they go. They're attacking different... What the heck, dude? How come they can just go around us? That doesn't even make sense. I have units right here. Okay, let's go shield wall with these guys, and then these guys, I don't know, we have to chase them. Like, what are they doing? Okay, these look like they're attacking us. So let's go shield wall. Alright, they hit. Now we're fighting. Let's push. Try and deal with these guys, and then we'll... Well, I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, they're coming after us. So it's... These guys need some help. We're gonna have to rush over there once we deal with this brigand group. That one's pretty much dealt with without any losses, but we're gonna take some losses here for sure. Oh, these guys are stuck figuring out which way to go. Alright, let's very quickly... Oh, nice. These guys are coming back. So they're splitting up for us nice and evenly. Okay, shield wall. There we go. Stand ground, and I missed... But I think we still got the impale. We only lost 1 person there. That's really good. Alright, get out of shield wall and just charge these guys. Use all your stamina. Oh, they're gone. Alright, that's taken care of. Let's go at least deal with these guys. We're gonna need to put some labor into a corpse pit here, because that's a lot of bodies. We'll put one right here, and probably just put one across the river. Here we go. They actually charged us. That was good. So they should break easy. Yep, no losses. So we'll clear the camp, and we'll head back. There we go. Everybody's dealt with. the bodies. Let's get a tavern keeper here so we can supply some ale to these higher tier. Because you can see our approval is getting pretty low, a little dangerous. But I think we're satisfying most of the needs. Yeah, one thing, so beverage will be cured, and then fruit should be cured, although maybe not this year. Did we get any of those? I don't know. I can't tell if we actually got pears inside the food stalls. We might have, and we just ate it too fast. I can't really tell. All right, winter is done. We cleared one more bandit camp that popped up. I'm gonna do the final pair, or at least for this chunk. So we've got plenty of potential here. I don't know, it might take a while before these things come up. This usually says 4 years before they're fully producing. This year was very, very poor. Yeah, 7, nothing, 4. So yeah, we didn't really get too much there. I would like to get our population up a little higher, so let's go ahead and get these turned into duplexes, at least half of them. That'll give us 3 more families. We've got a lot of stuff to process still. We didn't even get everything done that I was hoping to get done. We also haven't taken care of this clay pit. I want to knock that out and get it out. Start converting some of those materials so we can upgrade the church. We'll have to import some things. Actually, while we're on that topic, let's do that before I forget. So we need dressed stone, but the easiest way to do it is to import rough stone. 20 of that, and then we'll be good. We also need to produce our own mortar. What do they call it? No, lime. The lime kiln to produce mortar, yeah. So we need 10, yeah, 20, 10, and 10. So obviously we need to get the clay as well. We just need more people. That's just the biggest bottleneck right now is people. So let's go ahead and upgrade all these. And we just paid taxes again, 186. We're down to 1250. That's still plenty. All right, we've got some infrastructure here set up for clay tiles, our lime kiln for the mortar, and then stonemason still being built. But once we get all those supplies, we'll get our church upgraded, and that should help. That'll help satisfy the need for some of our tier 2 units, or burgage plots. Let's also get some veggie plots, and the reason being, I'm still concerned about food. I think unless we get rid of some of this non-food fields, then I still feel like we're going to be struggling a bit. So, all right, these are starting to come in. Let's go ahead and get our veggies prepped and ready. I don't think we're going to need too many veggies to support this. We'll probably end up having to make more, I think, fruit farms right here, and these two. But we'll see. We have to give it a little bit of time and see how well they're doing. So there we go. These are all pretty much ready to go. We just need people to move in so they can start planning some stuff. We have 770 regional wealth, so we've got money to put them in. Maybe not all 5, but we can get a decent amount of them going as soon as we get somebody moving in. All right, let's start producing this stuff to upgrade the church. I want to get rid of this, and then we need to start moving this stuff out. It's been way too long. So we'll delete the granary, the marketplace, and the large storehouse, and we'll start having people occupy these permanently. And we need to relocate our mining operations, not relocate the mining, but the processing down here for metal. And I'm not 100% sure how we'll do it, but we'll do it somewhere in this area. And look at our repairs, it's starting to come in. I'm a little confused here. We don't have any trees back here. That seems not good. There's no trees right here, and there's no trees back here. I'm wondering if that's just a visual bug, or if we got completely screwed here in our setup. I usually don't do like this. I usually make them a bit wider, but this time I decided to try and do it like this, and I think I can see why I don't usually do it like this, because this is most likely bugged. They're not even using the full thing. Like we could have had maybe 2 or 3 duplexes here instead of the 6, and that this whole thing would be filled, especially if we do different shapes and stuff. This looks really good. So the vegetables, no problem. The orchards, I feel like you need them wide, not skinny, because it kind of screws you over. I don't know. It could also just be this specific map. Maybe the way I know there's some weird things with the way they propagate, depending on what angle you are relative to the map. So like these kind of angle up just a little bit relative to the edge of the map. So I think that might have something to do with it. Hopefully it's just visual though, and we're still collecting a bunch of fruit from these. But we'll see. We got all of our processing going on here. Yeah, I mean, all over the place. We did get through the barley. We got through the flax, so we can pull these all off. Let's get these guys out. What are we doing now? So we still have barley, or we still have malt. So the brewer is still doing their thing. 22 in the last 30 days is not a lot, but I guess if you project that out by 12 months, it's 200. We should be able to process all that, no problem. Yeah, that should be no problem. And that might even be a little bit low. This guy, are you doing more than... Yeah, he's doing 13 in 30 days, so that for sure we need to upgrade. Let's get a second family in there in the tailor shop so that they can process this a little faster, because that's just way too slow. We're starting to get a backlog of linen, and we don't want that. So that is fine. We're still ordering oxen. We need a lot because we're going to have a lot more farms coming up soon. Actually, no, we don't want to get that set up yet. You know, there's some decent barley right here. We could do another farm setup right here. We have to relocate our communal oven and our windmill, which we were going to do anyways. So that was coming up soon. I'm going to start selling some of the barley, or not the barley, the ale. Let's sell some ale, because that is also going to start piling up. And this is actually a resource that does go bad. So let's keep maybe 100 in stock. We have to establish the trade route. We'll keep 100 in stock, and we'll sell anything above and beyond that. I don't know, is 100 enough? It probably is. We just need to make sure we need to have enough supply to cover from one harvest until the next, right? So like if we're using 10 a month, we need to make sure we have at least a full year supply. So that would be what, 120? I don't know how much we're using. Can we look at the records? So resources, ale, 12 months. 30 days, 12 months, 65. Yeah, so we're using 65. It's going to shoot up though. That number is going to shoot up. 100 is okay for now. We'll move it up later, but that'll at least allow us to get a little bit of revenue in, because we're going to have a huge spend here once we convert these, right? How much are these? 139. That's actually not that bad. That's not that bad. We've got three more duplexes that need to get filled in, and then we'll start getting families in here. I just realized I don't have a good spot for processing all this wheat. So I'm going to delete the windmill, get rid of the communal oven, and we're going to relocate it down here with, instead this time we're going to use a bakery. Because I know you used to have to, well, hold on. So if we look right here, enables production of wheat and rye. You used to be able to have a perk that would double the amount of production from wheat. I believe they just made it standard with the bakery. So I'll have to test that out. I'm pretty sure. So maybe that's why our communal oven was not performing as, or why our food production was struggling as much as it was, because we didn't have an actual bakery. We just had a communal oven. So I think that's going to solve some of our food issues. And if that's the case, we can switch this back to like a normal, instead of having rye, we'll have, what do you call it? Barley. So we'll see. I need to test it out and see what actually happens there. But either way, we need to do this anyways. And it's a good time to get rid of that. We could also add some more farmlands down here. So if we look, there's some barley. This would be a decent area for some barley fields. Farmhouse. I don't really want to move that. I do want to move some of these things, so we'll make this look a little bit nicer. We need to relocate the fisherman hut somewhere. Probably just put it on this side of the river maybe, and then have this farmland. We need it out of the way. Flax. Yeah, so like right here would be good. We'll see. Well, let's get this stuff off the ground. Yeah, we'll get this off the ground. We'll figure out where to put all this stuff. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's right. That's a bloomery. So that needs to get relocated as well. Let's just demolish. And then what we can do is we can extend this road right here. Delete these houses, delete all these, and then we could probably get a second row of houses right here. So we'll put another row right here, get this corner filled with a house, and then a couple houses right here. Where are you getting your oxen from though? This guy. Okay, yeah, they're back here behind the church. That's fine, because I can't put anything back there anyway, so that's a good spot. Do we want to get rid of the logging camp? I don't think so. I think it's fine right there. We could definitely squeeze some more housing in there, but I don't think that's really necessary. So yeah, we'll clean this up. We'll get this built out. July, August, September. We have a few more months. Yep. And what we could do if we delete these, actually, how are we doing on supplies? So we have 46 spears, 50 shields. That's fine. 51 tools. So we'll be fine until we can get this rebuilt. So if we just delete these now, these residents will have to move in. They'll be forced moved down here, which is good because I kind of want those to be filled in right now anyways. So let's go ahead and do that. You are getting relocated. Go find a new home. And then our joiners workshop will rebuild. Okay, asking somebody to leave inside. All right, let's get this person out. There we go. All right, so that should have moved the families down here. Yep, there we go. You can see all the duplexes are filled. I don't see, yeah, I see actually one family right here. Let's go ahead and get them producing cabbage. This saw pit doesn't necessarily need to be here either because we have a saw pit right here we can use. And it still uses the same reserve. Yeah, 50 planks. Let's increase that to 100. 50 is not enough. So we'll delete that, get rid of this road, and the stone well needs to stay, but that's fine because we already have it built into this backyard. I think that's reasonable. And then we need to delete this stuff. We'll probably do this towards the end of the year. I don't think right now is a good time to move all this stuff. So we'll leave it for now. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get this cleaned up. We'll clean it up. We'll get some more burgage plots set up there. And then we should be good. Get another veggie farm set up over here. I'm not going to upgrade these to duplexes just yet because we have some burgage plots that are going to need priority housing. There we go. Yeah, like this one. This one needs to get filled ASAP so that we can actually make some food once the harvest season comes in. And this granary is going to be set up specifically for grain. So we don't want to take wheat sheaves or rye sheaves, so they need to get converted. We will take the grain, we'll take the flour, both kinds of flour, and then obviously both kinds of bread and nothing else. So we'll leave this just like this, I think. Double check. Yeah, there's nothing else that needs to come here. Also, we don't want to set up market stalls. Oh, you know what though? No, we don't. Yeah, we don't want to set up market stalls, and we don't want to take the bread. We want the bread to go down here. We'll take all the other products though, the intermediate, because we want the bread to go down here so that it's faster to restock. So we'll set up one of these. This one is, if I remember, this is fruits. This one will probably be bread, and then maybe we can also do some of the secondary stuff that we're producing, like the fish and the mushrooms. That's fine, because it's kind of on this side anyways. All right, that looks pretty good. July, August, September. So we got about a month and a half before harvesting season. Let me get some of this stuff built and organized, and then we'll come back for the harvest. We are getting raided. This one's from the top of the map, so we have a little bit of time. July, August. Yeah, we should be fine. Let's prep for it though. Let's get some corpse pits set up. We'll try and take the fight right up here. Also, I think our brewer's not going to be able to keep up. Actually, 40 in the last 30 days is a lot. For some reason, we still have a lot of malt though. We'll give him another year, see if he can get caught up on that backlog. But otherwise, we'll upgrade and then get another level 2 family. Yeah, these guys are coming in hot. I guess we should probably just deal with that. Okay, here we go. Let's get these guys angled a little bit actually and overlapping, because I know they're going to try to flank. So we'll just form a nice little V. They'll try to charge in, and then we'll be ready. What are these guys doing? What are they doing? Okay, they're attacking. I don't know what these guys are doing though. Okay, they've never done that before. So we're just gonna have to deal with it. Are they coming back now? Yeah, they came back. Okay, so they're flanking us. Interesting. We dealt with one already. That's good. 2, there's another one broken. We haven't lost anybody yet. Nobody lost. And wow, we didn't lose anybody. So that worked out pretty well. Did somebody, I'm kind of curious if one of our villagers, one of the women, if they got slaughtered while they were running. I don't think so. Okay, so yeah, I don't think we lost anybody for that raid. That was really good. Okay, let's clean up the bodies. Here we go, another cabbage. We got 2 more, and then we'll be fully stocked with that. And then we need to upgrade these houses. Still need this one to fill in as well, though. Yeah, we probably need that one sooner, because that food is going to be ready. It's going to be convertible sooner. Yeah, we need to get our farming group ready. So about 8 days. Okay, labor's distributed. We're just going to go with 12 again. That seemed to work out pretty well last year, and we had plenty of time. So I think an extra 3 fields shouldn't make that big of a difference. Here we go, harvest season. And more families are moving in, so let's keep getting our seeds planted. 1 more to go. All right, here we go. We should start seeing some harvest here, some yield. And of course, it's raining on our crops. Lovely. So we're going to lose a bunch. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, anyways, we'll deal with that later. What about pears? So pears are coming in nice, 83, 85. We don't have anybody here to collect, but we'll do that as soon as the harvesting season's done, because, well, actually, no, we can put somebody in there right now. That's fine. What about now? 102? That's not bad. And we're still like 2 to 3 years out from being fully grown on all of them. So not bad at all. And then the harvest itself, let's see, we've got about 10 days left. We still got a little bit here to collect. There they come. Yeah, we should be fine. Nope. Yeah, it's going to be close. I don't know why they neglected these fields. 4 days left. Yeah, we should be fine. So that's just about the perfect amount. We could probably fit one more field on here. Yeah, look at that. It's all done. We got basically 1 day left, 1 or 2 days left. And then we'll have an early start on the planting for next year as well. So there we go. That's all collected. New family came in. Let's get our final cabbage. That's done. Now we need this one to fill. Let's also upgrade. No, we're waiting on the brewery, so we don't need to do that yet. Let's make sure this gets upgraded as soon as they can so we can actually process the wheat. How much did we collect? 55 wheat sheaths. That's terrible. Do we still have stuff on the fields? No, we don't. What happened to our harvest? Damn, dude, did the rain kill all of that? Wow. We got 55 wheat out of that. That's terrible. Okay, we might have food problems then. I mean, it's good that we got our pears coming in. That's going to help for sure. But wow, okay. I don't know how to counter that. Like, what are we supposed to do? I don't know. We also need some medicine. Let's get some herbs. Yeah, we can allow those to go in here. I haven't even set these up yet. We have to set these up soon. Okay, how do we fix that then, man? That was a massive, massive difference. We didn't get any rye either. What happened to our rye? It's definitely not in transit. We just flat out didn't get it. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see anything else. All right, well, I got to think about that because that could be a pretty big problem. It's not like we can construct anything to cover our fields like once we finish picking them. Yeah, it's just luck. And we have it on the highest difficulty setting, so it's going to rain on our stuff a lot. We're going to get droughts and it's going to rain on our stuff a lot. So we just got to deal with it, I guess. Okay, we got a family that moved in here. Let's get the burgage plot up to 2 and then convert that over. We've got 5 months of food supply, which is not a lot, but if we can convert 1 wheat sheath into 4 bread, that would be the ideal situation because that would give us another 200 food. It would probably hold us over until next year, but it's going to be cutting it close. So let's see what they do. So we're collecting wheat grain. These guys should be converting. Not yet. All right, that one's ready to go. Let's get that turned into a bakery, and we got to keep an eye on it and see. So we have 40. We have 48. So we should see about a little shy of 200 bread by the end of the year if the numbers are accurate. So hopefully it gives us a 365. Ooh, mining pit is exhausted. Okay, good. Yeah, that's perfect. So we can pull the labor back for the clay. Clay is done. Are these guys done? Yes, we have rough stone collected. Let's turn that trade off. So we don't want that anymore. No trade. And let's go ahead and convert that over. Try and finish off all that clay so we can delete this. We can get this land back, upgrade our wooden church, and then we should be good to go. So are we getting anything here? Yep. We're starting to get wheat flour. What are these guys doing? Yep, they are starting to collect stuff. There you go. Come back with the carts. Perfect. So that's starting to work properly. The bakery. Come on. Yeah, I don't know what else we could be focusing on here. Well, I mean, for sure we need to process everything because we just got a boatload of stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's at least put 1 full malt house, 1 full weaver's workshop, and then see how that goes. Are we getting our numbers down here? 150 linen. How much are you producing now? 19. Actually, we should probably check the records. So if you come down here, Gambison, 160. That's not bad. And then a lot of that is getting sold. So that's where a lot of our money's coming from. 1,400 in the bank. Doing pretty good. Okay, I think next year will be a little bit better for food. We've got, I think the apples, our pears should be coming in at least on 2 or 3 of these. Our veggies should start coming in soon. You see they've got most of this planted already. So we'll get a decent harvest from that. Here we go. Oh, that sucks, man. You have to micromanage between the two. But I can see immediately resource needed for crafting. So 1 wheat provides 4 wheat bread. So that is actually the case. I see why they reduced the amount that you would get because you're probably going to want to get your bakery up as soon as possible. So I should have done this a lot sooner. This would have solved a decent amount of our food issues. And I'm not going to produce rye anymore because I don't want to micromanage back and forth between the two. So let's go ahead and turn rye off after this year. Yeah, I'm going to flip this to barley, even though it's not a good barley area. That's fine though. Yeah, no rye. We don't want to deal with rye. We'll just focus on wheat. So after this year, I'll try to remember to flip that. Gee, we didn't even get any rye anyways. Yeah, it all died off or disappeared in the rain or something. Okay, so we should start to see some bread here. And then we'll start putting it in here. Right, is this the one we want to have? Let's turn everything off. So this specific one, I think we'll take the herbs. We'll take the 2 kinds of bread, even though we're only going to focus on one, but just in case we accidentally produce them, we'll grab that. The fish, because that's what's producing here, and then also the mushrooms. Why don't we go mushrooms and herbs? And I'm going to get the fish with another one of our granaries, this one down here. They can work on that because they're only going to be collecting resources once a year, once harvest is done. So they can at least do that in the meantime. So that'll work. So this looks like it's pretty good. Yeah, I think we'll leave that alone. Throw a person in there. All right, there's a lot going on. I'm trying to remember everything, but I know I'm going to forget a few things. We don't really need metal for a while. We're still good on that, but we do need to get that working at some point in the near future because that could be another source of revenue. What else? There's a bandit camp we need to deal with at some point, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Yeah, looking at the harvest right here, or just the fields, so there's over 100 right here. So the fact that we got less than 50 means we got completely shafted, just completely shafted by the rain. So what I'm going to do is increase the amount of farmhouses and the amount of oxen that are working, and then I'm going to keep the same amount of workers. Let's get another ox. Yeah, I think that's the best course of action, because if we get more farmhouses with oxen, they can pull the stuff off the fields as soon as it's collected, so we can get stuff off the fields faster. So it should be a 1-to-1. So for every one family, there should be a 1 associated ox with it. So 2 families, 2 oxen per farmhouse, and we were doing 12, so we need 6, right? We had 12 families, we need 6 farmhouses. 1, 2, 3, we need to double, essentially. So why don't we get, I know we were planning on using this for farmlands, but may not be able to do that. That may not be a good idea. Yeah, I don't know exactly what this is going to look like. I don't really want to put a farmhouse right here. I guess we'll probably put it down here, or we could put it up here. What is this? Is this good farmland? This is, oh no, flax and barley. Yeah, this is all decent farmland. Not great, but decent. Okay, there we go. So I'm just going to double up on where they're at. So farmhouse, and another one down here. So that should be good for this area. We'll start to fill in more of these, and then we could just put farmhouses over here. And we have plenty of oxen, so I'm not too concerned about that. We've got 9 free. We've got more space to recruit some more. So we should be good. Also, we need to get these upgraded to duplexes so we have enough labor. So that'll be 5 more families coming in, 5 more laborers. We also need to replace these houses up here and move all this stuff down. So I'm going to try to do that this winter. I don't know if we can, though. We still have a lot of stuff going on. So let's get these done. Make sure this is working properly. 180 in 30 days. Wow, this thing is flying. That's crazy. That's really good. All right, I should definitely have made that sooner. It's very efficient. And that's just one family. Okay, sweet. So let's go ahead and pull this windmill worker back. We'll start processing a lot of this other stuff. So we've got 291 flax to get through. So we definitely need to work on that. And then we need to finish building all these. So these are all upgraded to duplexes. That's good. Farmhouses are good. We need to upgrade them so that they can have oxen. So those 3. And then we need to keep buying more oxen. All right, I'm going to start moving these guys down. So let's move all this food. Oh man, it's on the floor. Yep, that's going to happen. Okay, let me go through all these and make sure we have everything covered. So we have bread and mushrooms here and herbs. We've got fruits and fish. This one is meat, and then we don't have one. What are we missing? Oh, veggies. Yep, this one's going to be veggies. So turn everything off, and then we turn back on veggies. But we need to have 1 person in each at least. There we go. So that'll be 4 stalls down here that we should have. We should see 4 stalls. You should have a stall. So let's allow him to turn that on. Yeah, there we go. 4 stalls. These guys also need to allow for stalls, so there's more. So we need to permanently occupy these to be able to handle all that. Now, what are we missing then? We're missing stuff that we're not producing, so I think that's okay. How do we get smoked fish? And Lebkuchen? I don't know how to produce these things. Is there something in here? No, It's just bread. Maybe it's not added to the game yet. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think we need to account for that right now. I think we're okay with what we have. So this should cover everything. I turned everything on for this one just because we'll organize it later. We need to get everything off the floor. So I'm gonna allow these guys to kind of do their thing. We definitely can't afford to lose that food, so hopefully they go up there and grab it. We've got 5 months of supply, and oh, it's snowing. Here come the carts. Yeah, here come the carts. They're gonna grab all that. Yep, it's getting damaged, so we're gonna lose a bunch of food. But what can you do? All right, so let's make the migration. Once these are emptied, I will clear everything out. We'll delete these buildings, and then we'll start building some more burgage plots up here. And looking at consumption, I don't know if consumption includes sales. Does that include sales? Okay, production, consumption, balance. Yeah, the problem is I don't know what that means. Does that mean only stuff that was drank, or does that also include things that are sold? Oh boy. And if we go to our trade records, we can go the last 365 days. It shows 132 sold. And if we go to our resources, yeah, definitely not. This definitely does not include that. We need to increase our reserve. So we're gonna lose. Yeah, we're gonna run out here. So let's go to like 150. We'll hang on to that. We've got plenty of money in the bank, so I'm not too concerned about that. I'm much more concerned about losing our approval because people don't have ale. We got another bandit camp. That's 2 now. So we need to clear those out soon. But I don't want to pull people away when we're right in the middle of migrating this is like the biggest, most important move here. All right, there we go. Those are separated. There's still some stuff on the floor. There's still some food in the granary here. And then there's still supplies here, but we'll get that taken care of soon. Also, we should probably work on upgrading a lot of these. Let's get our granaries maxed out here. Also, I just realized we have enough to upgrade our church. Let's go and do that while we have all this free labor. So that should take care of that. It also clears out some of these odd items. So 20 dressed stone, 10 mortar, those will go away. Okay, these are all upgraded. Yeah, it's coming together nicely, actually. I'm happy with the way things are working out here. So we need 2 more families. Right, yeah, 2 more families and we'll have this done. I want to get these upgraded to tier 2 burgage plots soon, but we need to make sure that we're not going to completely tank our approval, so we got to be careful with that. Also, we probably need to build up some supply of timber and planks before we do that because it takes a lot of those. Why don't we let's increase our production limit up to 150 on planks, and then let's get another person to help with the logging camp. Get all this random stuff out of here. Yeah, so limited work area. We'll have him clean up all these stray trees. It's messing with our windmill efficiency. What else? Okay, so these guys are collecting, it looks like. Yep, we're getting cabbage. Perfect. Okay, really nice. We have our cabbage collector down here. Please tell me you guys are grabbing cabbage. They should start working their way down there. Yep, here he comes with the cart. And then what's the medium spoilage? So it will go, oh boy, and if it rains, these things are going to get destroyed. So that's a problem. We might need to staff that one a little bit more. Oh boy, that's a lot of cabbage. The other thing we can do is increase the burgage plot level because that'll increase the pantry storage. So we'll probably end up doing that soon. I think maybe we'll upgrade these first because that's much more important than up here. These guys don't ever run into that issue. All right, please tell me we're not going to get rained on. It looks like it's going to rain, and there it goes. And it's destroying our food. All right, can't do anything about it this time, but yeah, there it goes. So weather just destroyed a bunch of stuff. And damaged by... wait, but the food stall shouldn't be damaged. That's all covered. Strange. Okay, I don't know. It's not a big deal. I think we have plenty of food. So especially with this coming in, we should be getting another couple hundred food a year, right? That was 50 this year alone by 1, and that's... so 250 food from that. Yeah, 125 already in storage. That's not bad. Okay, let me finish the migration here. We probably need to expand... well, what do we need to expand first? I don't want to expand the farmlands just yet because I feel like they're in a very comfortable equilibrium right now. Oh, you know what? We have a lot of labor in here. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Are we done? We're pretty much done with the flax. So let's free these guys up. We are done with the barley as well, if I'm not mistaken. We are. What we should probably do is switch this off of gambesons. We have enough money for now. I do want to start to produce clothing. I'm just concerned that it's going to disappear as soon as we produce it. Let's flip it over and see if it does. So this is 1 linen for 1 clothing. I'll set a limit here. No, it's not going to matter. If it's disappearing, it's going to disappear instantaneously anyways. One thing I did here is you can turn off accepting clothing in the place that's distributing it. And then you can build a separate warehouse just for it. And we should probably do that anyways because it's going to speed up. It's going to speed up the efficiency here. So if we put a storehouse directly across the street, let's get this thing dialed in here. So we'll put one right there. We have plenty of room to build more stuff over here if we need it. I don't know exactly what we'll put over here, but we'll have a dedicated storehouse just for flax, linen, and then whatever products are being done there. And then we're not going to allow food, the market stall setups. And what I'm hoping is the warehouse that has access to the market stalls are the ones that are destroying them when they collect. So maybe they'll go to this storehouse to get the clothing and put it in the marketplace. Maybe that'll keep them from destroying it. I don't know. Yeah, wishful thinking. I'm hoping that's actually the case, but it may not be. Also, I forgot to disallow everything here. So we're going to take everything out. We don't allow anything in these storage. And hopefully that allows them to come up here and take everything. We still got bread here. So we'll get these out. Let's put burgage plots in here. Church is pretty much done. Yep, there it goes. There we go. So the church is ready. That should satisfy this need right here. Perfect. Yeah, look at that. We're getting everything except for garments, which I'm hoping we can fix right now. Let's see. Are they producing them? They're producing and they're just stuck here. That's good. Are they ending up in here? They're not. Are they ending up here? They're not. Crap, man. So we've produced 11. Only 6 are showing up in storage. So that's not a good sign. Let's keep an eye on it. Okay, actually this is done. So we're going to turn everything off. The only thing we want produced here are going to be, or stored here, gambeson, clothes, flax, and linen. Everything else can go somewhere else. And let's put somebody to work here. See if we can get that running. And then we need to turn all that stuff off here. So no more flax, no more linen. Yeah, no clothing and no gambeson. I think that looks good. Yeah, that's fine. So let's see how that works. Please tell me you're not just going to eat the clothing. And are we still piling up clothing here? Yeah, we're still piling clothing up. It says 16 produced. There's 11 in storage. I don't know what happened to that other 5, but whatever. So it looks like our workers are slowly taking the linen out and moving it over here. They haven't quite touched the clothing yet, and I'm concerned we're going to hit our limit. So let's upgrade this. And I hate that it resets your market stall setup. Do we still have storage? Yeah, we're going to run out of storage here pretty soon. So we got to speed this up. Okay, perfect. This ledge granary is finally empty. Holy smokes. And we get some rubble stone back for that, so that'll help. This place still has a bunch of stuff, so that's going to take a while to empty this out. But I think we can get this burgage plot in. We can get a few in right here without having to destroy that anyways. Let's go ahead and complete our road, and then we'll start building some burgage plots here. Are these? No, we still have one more. We have one more person to move in right here, and then we can do that. Yeah, unfortunately we're getting rained on and our stuff's going to deteriorate because we don't have enough storage. These guys are not quite done upgrading. It's okay. We have a lot of linen, so if we lose some clothing over it, it's not the end of the world. Okay, there we go. There are clothing articles in storage now. It's not getting deleted. That's a good sign. We're still cleaning this storage out, so linen will be gone. Gambesons are gone. There's still nothing in terms of clothing and... Oh, no, I take it back. It's there. Yeah, they're putting clothing in. Perfect. Okay, so that's going to basically take care of the last issue that we were having. Now we're having issues with fruit. We ran out of fruit. Yeah, that sucks. These aren't fully matured trees, so we still have... It's still possible that this would be enough to satisfy what we have, but as I said before, we'll probably end up putting fruit in both of these anyways. So, yeah, I think we have to. But maybe not yet. Let's make sure we get all this stuff cleaned up. Okay, no, actually we did. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Why don't we pull these laborers back out? We can keep probably 1 or 2 in there. I think 1's probably fine for now, and then we'll adjust it later. What do we want to do here? This one, did we disallow? No, we allowed fuel. Let's not allow fuel here, and we'll allow fuel over on this side. There we go. Charcoal, firewood. Actually, not firewood, only charcoal, because I don't want any firewood ending up back here. It should pretty much all be here. And then for every 1 wood we cut down, we get 2 charcoal. I don't want the firewood to come over here and end up in the marketplace. So that should be good. Their only job is to collect charcoal and distribute it. Probably don't need 2 families, but we'll do 2 families for now just so we can get it out. Okay, everything is looking good. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this. We still need to get everything out of here. Why are you not taking the shields and stuff? What's going on? Are you allowed to? You are allowed to. They must be a little bit busy then. Transporting iron slab. Okay, no, they are doing it. Okay, so yeah, they just need time. They need time and then they'll get everything out. You know what we could do is start to set up our iron production. That would probably speed it up. So the bloomeries, we could fit some bloomeries down the middle. We also need a smithy. I know you can produce tools with your burgage plots, with your blacksmith, but I feel like I want to have somebody dedicated just to tools, and then we'll probably increase the efficiency of these buildings. So if you look at like our woodcutter, you can increase this and you'll chew up more tools per year, but you'll get a lot more efficiency out of it. And if we have an infinite supply of iron anyways, then it probably doesn't matter too much, and we'll just have somebody dedicated to it. So that's what I'm thinking we can do here. So we'll probably have like 1 smithy, maybe I don't know, 2 or 3 bloomeries. We need more than that, I think. All right, this is what we're gonna do. I've widened the streets here a little bit, so it's not gonna line up perfectly. Oh, and I deleted the internal ones. Let's rebuild that. I lined these up so that there's exactly enough room to get the burgage plots with extension, the backyard extensions. So I'm going to build 1 industry right here, 1 industry right here, and we'll have the final production processing on this side. So what I mean by that is we'll have a duplex right here, just enough room for a duplex. This will be some kind of smithy. We'll do another smithy. Maybe we'll do like maybe 2 smithies. I can tighten that up a little bit. But anyways, we'll do smelting right here. We can have storage that is specifically for that. So we'll get a storage like right here. Yeah, let me get this laid out and we'll come back. So there we have it. That is going to be 2 duplexes facing this way. Well, these will be both for smithing. Actually, you know what? Shoot. Maybe a duplex is not a good idea because that implies we have to do all the production in that one of one specific good. If we were to do, so say for example, if we have a single, we can choose whatever product we want. If we have 2 singles, we can choose 2 different products. If we have a duplex, we double up on 1 product, but we can't produce multiple types. So maybe it's actually better just to do that. Yeah, see, like this. But then the problem is we can actually fit more families in here. So yeah, let me do the duplexes. I'll just keep it to what the original plan was. I spent way more time than I was hoping to spend on this, but I deleted this road that was kind of outlining the river. Not really that big of a deal. So here's what we've got. We've got 2 burgage plots for tier 2 that we're going to take up to tier 2. They're both duplexes. We've got a storehouse and 4 bloomeries and 1 smithy. So the smithy is just going to be dedicated to making tools. Yeah, I don't think we need a full burgage plot just for that. So we'll just have somebody running the smithy to produce tools full time. And then from here, we're going to produce... Oh, actually, yeah, no, I think this is fine. So we could produce some kind of weapon that we can sell. We also need to mass produce weapon parts or the iron parts if we want to produce the, what do you call it? The bowyer. So if we want to produce crossbow bolts. Actually, if we want to do that, we definitely need to get another duplex then. Let me make another one real quick. There we go. There's a 3rd one, and yeah, so they're going to be producing crossbows, and then we'll keep this one open to produce something else. I don't know what we'll produce, but we'll leave it open for now because I think we'll probably have the burgage plot face this way and then have this as another center of production. So that should be good. Let's get all this stuff built. We still have quite a bit of time before harvesting season. All right, there we have it. And we're starting to get people moving in. Let's get these upgraded right away. And we're not going to do the duplex just yet. We'll save that until we absolutely need it. Same thing. I haven't checked this in a while, but I think we're okay. Yeah, it's producing a lot. We actually don't have any more barley. Yep, we're out of barley. So we processed everything. We've got 22 workers available. And obviously we're going to need to move them back and forth from the farming. We should probably get some more fields up. I think that would make the most sense. And also, we should probably do regional farming. So we should limit these guys. I don't want them to have unlimited work area. They should be working the fields right in front of them. with a little bit of overlap maybe. Because I think that might have been why they're just not performing as they're supposed to. Yeah, I think maybe we loaded up on one side a bit too much, and then I don't know. We'll try it. I'm not going to do it yet, but when we automate this and we leave it and start working on the other regions, then we'll probably start doing that. I mean, we could do it anytime. I'm mostly just stalling for no particular reason, but yeah. And as we're expanding, let's go ahead and put another well out down here. We've got one way up here, and anybody that lives over here is going to need a more efficient source to get to. So, and the water's a little weird, the water table. There's nothing in this center area, so we have to come down here. Or we could put it in the middle of our farms, but I don't really want to do that. All right, now we need to organize our storehouse here. So anything that has to do with producing weapons and metal, we'll allow. I think the planks, should we allow planks here? Shoot. That's one thing I didn't think about, because planks are used pretty much everywhere. I don't really want this large storehouse to be doing all that. So I think I'm going to allow planks, but the fuel, I mean, it's just a short trip up here to get fuel anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, so yeah, iron slabs, iron ore, iron parts, and then all the weapons and armor minus the gambeson. That's what we'll allow here. And then planks. So let's get some people in here. We got storehouse, market stalls turned off. Let's get as many people in there as we can, and then we need to turn off all that stuff from here. So turn off planks. Oh, you know what? Tools. Yeah. I messed up. I should have done it before I did that. Okay, turn all this stuff off. Turn all this stuff off. So what are we even collecting here anymore then? We're not really anything. Yeah, I'll probably have to turn back on the fuel, and then clothes. I don't know if it's going to chew up our clothing or not. We'll see. It seems to be doing okay now, so that's okay. We are 100% covered on clothes and food. Yeah, just about. Let's take a look. Common goods stall. There's the clothing. Okay, so it is, yeah, it's coming in okay. So we're doing all right. What are these guys missing though? Fruits, and that's just going to be a constant theme here, I think, for a while. Can't do much about it. Oh, crap. I think I shorted myself one. I think I need another burgage plot here, a smithy. So one's going to be weapons, one's going to be metal parts, one's going to be crossbows, and then we need another one for armor. We don't have any armor. Weapon parts. Yeah. You know what? Let's not sell crossbows. I can just micro that. That's not a big deal. So if we look at here, crossbows sell for 5. I mean, that's decent, but I'd rather sell the armor. So helmets sell for 6, mail for 8, but the gambeson 10, that doesn't make any sense why this sells for 10. That's like probably the best thing in the game to sell. And then in terms of weapons, the sidearm's probably the best one. And then we don't have to fiddle with a bowyer going back and forth for that. That's not a big deal. And then what do the weapon parts sell for? The iron parts sell for 3. Yeah, that's not worth it. Okay, yeah, I'm convinced. Let's just do another one. Or, you know, we could do 2 individuals. That's not a bad idea. And all facing this way, I think that's okay. Let me think about that for a bit, how I'm going to organize this. I'm not 100% sure what we'll put into each of these. All right, here we go. We're getting raided right before harvest, and they're pretty close by. We got, yeah, a little less than a month, so we might be able to clear them out in time. All right, here they come. And we do want to fight right on top of our corpse pits to make it easier for the cleanup afterwards. And they're doing that same thing again. It looks like they're going to try to split up. What if I move off? Try to avoid getting flanked here. So there they go. Yeah, they're still kind of just meandering in. That's fine. Yeah, these guys are going to get crushed pretty quickly, and then we can go over there and flank. Oh, they actually decided to attack them. We lost. Oh, we're losing people now. We have more troops than we did last time, and we're still losing people. All right, yeah, we lost 4 people. The combat in this game is really odd. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of RNG. But anyways, let's get these bodies cleaned up. We'll occupy the church and the corpse pit. We got 12 days. Hopefully that's enough, because we need to get everybody ready to harvest. All right, there we go. We've got all our livestock assigned. So we have, how many left? All right, we've got 8 oxen assigned. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Should be 12. What happened? Is my math wrong? Or is the game just not caught up yet? As I hit pause, let's see if that updates. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, yeah, 12. Perfect. Let's get everybody to their positions. So we're going to have 2 families. Yeah, 2 in each of these farmhouses, and let's see what happens. So harvest happens in 2 days. We're ready to go. All right, here we go. So they should be out in force. What are they doing? Oh, no, they did. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any fields with priority set, so it should be fairly even. Yeah, that's looking good. And the oxen should be picking everything up. As soon as it touches, they should be grabbing it. And there's 8 of them, so there's a lot. And if I recall, they collect 40 each, 30 to 40 each. That's looking pretty good. It's raining again. God, man, why are you always raining? Every time it's harvest season, it rains. Maybe it's not going to damage? Nope, there it goes. Yep, we just freaking lost half of our... Dude, this is so annoying. Every single year. Yep, it damaged burgage plot stuff too, so it messed up our cabbages. But like I said, we can't really do anything about it. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and get somebody to start handling all the grain. Okay, they're done. I think... No, they're not done harvesting. Why are they not doing this stuff? Okay, let me slow down here and see what's actually going on. So these are all done. These are not done yet. We have only two days left. So likely they're not going to get to this one. Yeah, there they go. They're getting that one. They didn't even touch this field. Why did they not touch that field? We might need to put more labor then if they're not able to get to stuff in time. I really don't know what is going on with these people. We got the majority of everything, but yeah, that was not... And look at that again, 65 wheat. Holy crap, man. It said that we were going to collect like 150. We lost more than half of our harvest. All because of that stupid rain. Damn, man, that's crazy. And it's every year. It's a drought and it's rain every year. So we basically collect half of what we harvest. That's pretty wild. I mean, we're doing okay on food, so it's not that big of a deal, but it's just kind of annoying that we have to deal with that much of a loss. Anyways, let me get some stuff organized here. We got to get through... where did our wheat go? Yeah, we need to convert that wheat over. Oh boy, is it over here already? It's not out on the field, so I don't know where is our wheat. Yeah, it is. It's out on the field. Please pick it up so you don't lose it all. Yeah, for some reason, our oxen are prioritizing plowing rather than getting it up off the floor. I really thought they would do better than that, but they didn't. So back to the drawing board. We'll see. Maybe I need to do zones so that they can all get the stuff closest to them. And these guys are really pissing me off. Yeah, they just stole another chunk of stuff. They stole our pears, which is really bad because we don't really get that many pears. We got 155 this year. That's better than last year. But yeah, still some room to improve there. And then what about cabbages? 286 cabbages. So we're doing quite well in cabbages. All right, I'm going to give it one more year before we add more people. So what I want to do this time is change the work area. So instead of unlimited, we'll make it just in this area right here. So there's 4 Morgans. Yeah, 4 Morgans in there. Same thing here, 4 Morgans. If we have a little bit of overlap, I think that's okay. Now, the big question is, can these 2 handle all these fields by themselves? And I don't know if that's the case. They might be able to. We're going to have a little bit of overlap, unfortunately. Okay, and what I should probably do... Yeah, I can't really do anything about it. Okay, so these guys are responsible for the north, the middle section, and then the east down here. We'll see if that helps. It may not, but yeah, I don't... What is going on? Yeah, hopefully that does help. All right, now we need to get back to our regular economy because we've got food to process. This stuff's all broken down. That's good. Nope, this one's still going. And this one is done. So we need our bread maker. We need to get some of that barley done. Weaver, and probably back to some of the stuff down here. And why don't we add some more housing down here? We'll do... see what we can do with this. There, so 6 burgage plots. This will be from... Oh, that's small though. 160% average planning cost. That's not very big. You do 5 or 4, and that takes it up to 300. That might actually be better. I think this is fine. We'll just go for smaller fields, more families. I think that's probably the better call. So there we go. We're adding, was that 6 more? 6 more burgage plots. Those will be duplexes, so 12 more families to work. I noticed we were burning through a lot of the bread because it's sitting outside. So this thing produces so fast that we can't keep up with it. So I'm going to throw another worker on the bread granary and see if that helps. Because with the amount of stuff we're losing in the fields, we definitely can't afford to have that happen. So let's get rid of that possibility. And everything else is looking like it's in pretty good shape. So I think we'll just leave everything the way it is for now. We could probably start producing some stuff here. This storehouse is finally done as well. Let's get rid of it. Once that's cleared out, we'll have room to build these houses back. And then I think we need to get more pigs going, because I would imagine with the amount of people we're adding, we're probably going to run out of that soon. So pork is at 29. Yeah, that seemed to have helped. So we're still producing a little bit of bread. We're getting about 150 a month. So they need to be able to drain at least 150 a month. So 2 people, that's 4 families with carts. So 40 per trip. I think that's probably fine. They could probably make 2 to 3 trips per month. So I think that's fine. Okay, what else are we short on? Let's go ahead and get our pigs going. This is clear. Let's get more burgage plots up here. Let's go clear out those bandits as well while we're at it. And then we need to upgrade these to level 2 burgage plots so that we can have stronger troops. And then also we'll have more storage so that we shouldn't be hitting that issue. We might need another family to work the granary that's pulling in the veggies. Here we go. Should be able to take these guys out pretty quickly. There's one down. I'm going to clean both of these up, and then I'll start organizing this stuff again. Actually, can we... Yeah, these are all ready to go. Try and get them set up for next year, and hopefully we can start planting the trees, because they do take a while. There we go. Ooh, another bandit camp spawned on us right as we were about to clear. This one's already cleared. We just need to get the money out of it. And then they literally spawned right on top of us. I've never seen that before. But good timing. We don't have to come out here again. So we'll deal with this. No losses still. Yeah, perfect. We didn't lose anybody. We killed 3 bandit camps with 0 losses. And let's see. We're not quite into double territory, but soon we're going to have to pay double royal tax. And that's going to get very costly. But we're holding on. We've got 4 years. Well, no, it's going to double. Yeah, it's going to double again soon. So we do have to worry about that soon. Let's start getting... Well, shoot. Let's do the pigs first, because that's the cheaper one. Let's make sure we can get these going. And they start working immediately as well. So there we go. So all these are converted to pigs. And then we need to start adding the pairs. So 1, 2, and 3. Still need these 3 families to move in. But you know what? Let's just do it right now, because they're going to move in soon anyways. So 6 more pair burgage plots. And hopefully that helps. Well, you know what? We have, I think, too many people and not enough service for the tavern. So let's go ahead and upgrade the tavern. Yep, I noticed these guys are not getting it, but everybody else is. And we're going to expand very quickly. We probably need a second tavern. So it's good that we have some room here to grow. We'll get a second tavern right over here. Let's go ahead and get these upgraded. So blacksmith, I know why my math was off. I forgot to include the joiner's workshop. So we are still producing shields. Yep, so that is going to throw that off a little bit. What I think we could do, maybe these singles, we can do the bowyer's workshop and another blacksmith that's just dedicated to making iron parts. No. Oh, yeah. This one's going to be a armor. So armor... Oh boy, is it worth it to have a dedicated iron parts maker? Probably not. Because I don't think we're really needing to make the crossbows, and we don't need to spam them. We're just going to use those, and then we'll sell something else. I mean, they do sell for a decent amount relative to their cost. But still, it's probably easier just to spam sidearms to sell, because they sell for 6. So, we'll figure it out. I'll leave that one open for now. So let's get up to 50 crossbows in total. We need to sort this other stuff out. So this one's nothing. This one's the armor's workshop. Let's get 50 helmets, and then we'll leave that alone. These ones aren't done yet, but we need to get them sorted as well. There you go, blacksmith. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we still have that. That's fine. We do need to produce iron parts. Actually, let's go ahead and make iron parts. We'll get up to 50, and then once we hit the 50 and have our 50 crossbows ready, then we'll switch it back to something else. All right, joiner's workshop. Okay, yeah, he can just continue to do that. That was what we already had set up. So this looks good. How much iron do we have? We have 300 slabs, so we're good. We are definitely good for a while. Weavers are done, so we can pull them back. How are we doing? I switched back to producing gambeson. Yeah, we're starting to sell some gambeson again. That's perfect. We have a lot of clothing saved up, 371, so we'll be good for many, many years, even as we increase our population levels. 10 months of food supply is fine. Fuel is down. It was up at 24. Now it's down to 21. So we need to keep an eye on that and see if that's actually an issue. But I think for now we're okay. We got another person back here planting their pears. So 2 more families and then we're good. Now these look like they might actually be mature fully. I wish they put a counter on here telling you how long they've been planted for. That would be kind of nice because I can't remember. And this one's been around for a while though. This one produced 46. That's not bad at all. So if each one's producing around 50, we'll get around 300. And then these are 175 for one. That is so insane how much food they produce. It's all low tier. You can only use it for the first lot, but I think that's fine. One thing I also noticed, when you get up to 80% approval, you move into the, what is that, the second green tier, I guess? So passive income is +1 for level 2 and level 3 burgage plots. That makes a big difference because we're already getting a +2 from them, +1 for it being a level 2 and +1 from the perk. So now we're getting +3. So we're making a lot of passive income from these. And then you get a little bit of influence and then potentially 2 monthly migration. So 2 families per month. That's pretty good. What I do want to do is expand some of these. So I want to get the crossbows though. I want to build these before we get our militia, or sorry, before we get our retinue out. So what else can we do here? Dude, I definitely... Okay, yeah, why are they... No, we didn't produce any bows, that's fine. No, we did. We produced 4 war bows. It is what it is. Yeah, I decided I am going to turn this into a blacksmith. I don't want to have to micromanage the weapons and the weapon parts. So we'll have a second blacksmith. This small one is only going to be handling tools and also iron parts. I mean, right now they're helping just till we get up. We get that up to speed. Let's get rid of our smithy down here and we can put another bloomery if we need to. So that'll be 5 bloomeries. Probably too much. We have this many right now and we probably are outproducing our ore production. But that's fine. My pantry is full. Yeah, it's always going to be full on these things. So let's get these upgraded to tier 2 so they can have more storage. And it'll also allow us to make a little bit more money. We go 1 more family to go and we'll have all our pears. Hopefully they're planting the trees. So by upgrading this, our pantry goes up to 75 instead of the 37. Yeah, so basically doubles. That should help quite a bit. And there we go. Final family is in the burgage plot for the pears. Now we just need to get our pigs, these burgage plots filled, although they are still producing pork. Doesn't matter if there's people in them or not. That'll be good. But we are out of pork. We may not be able to keep up with that actually, so we might need to import some animals. Yeah, we might have to. It's not that big of a deal. We can always do that and then get a butcher, and then that will help supplement as well. Yeah, because right now we're relying on fish and pigs, but we're really expanding our population down here, and we're not really expanding the meat. So I'm thinking we might need to do that. There's nothing else that can satisfy that, right? It's just meat and fish. Yeah. Okay, well that does take a while, so I might do that soon. I think what else we need to do here. I accidentally started producing sidearms, which we were going to sell anyways. Let's go ahead and start exporting those down to 0. We have to open up a trade route for that. And then I switch this guy back to producing tools. And we'll make sure we stay capped out at 100. And then same thing with the iron parts. How are we looking on that? Iron parts 45, so just about where we need to be. And then crossbows 21, so we still need to produce those. Planks are okay. Yeah, everything's okay. The biggest issue right now is getting our food, the correct proportions of food ordered. So like we have way more veggies than we need. We have a little bit of a shortage on pears, but that's not going to be the case once we get this one rocking and rolling. I think the bread is probably going to be a little short, but that's, yeah, no, it might be a little bit. Because if you look here, we're down to 69. So I'm also going to move up our ale target up to 200. I'm a little concerned that we're going to run out. I mean, we're okay right now, but even if we convert this malt over, we wouldn't have enough to hit our target of 150. So I have a feeling we were selling some of them. Actually, we can just look. So records, trade. Let's look at the last 365. Yeah, we sold only 5. Okay, so we barely hit that. Yeah, that needs to be moved up. Yeah, I decided let's go ahead and build one of these. So we'll get a livestock trader, and then I'm going to have him set up back here. We will get a, where are you? Pasture. We need a sheep farm. So we'll get a sheep farmer right here. Technically, we don't need to. technically we don't need the sheep farm because essentially all he's doing is gathering wool. We don't need wool. We're just using the sheep to breed and get to that point where we can start chopping them up. So we don't technically need the sheep farm. That's interesting. But if we do the sheep farm, what we can do is have 2 tailor shops. We can have one that mass produces gambeson, and we can have one that produces clothes from wool. It's actually not a bad idea separating the two. So what we need to do is get the wool, get the yarn, and we're already getting close, so it's not really that big of a change from what we're already doing. So yeah, I think we'll do that. So we've got a sheep farm. We need to get a bunch of pastures. This whole area can be used, but I think what we'll do is try and keep it somewhat localized. So 24, if we make it wider, 27. Yeah, if you make it wider, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. So you're almost better off just making these real skinny ones. Let's try to get like 20. Oh man, yeah. The amount of space that you need to get just a small fractional increase doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, that's definitely bugged, but that's all right. Let's go ahead and put a bunch of these down. I'll be right back. There we go. We've got quite a bit of pasture land. And what does that go up to? 343. That's perfect. Probably way more than we need, but that's fine. So what we need to do is get this livestock trader up. We'll start importing lambs. And as they get older, they're cheaper to import, and then they'll grow old in a year. Or not old, but they'll mature. And then we can start chopping them up at some point. So we'll probably get a butcher's shop somewhere in this area. But we could probably do it right here. I don't see why not. Or maybe right here. It's loosely related to what we're going to do here. Actually, we also need another one. We need another duplex right in here. Yep, so we'll build one right there. That will be for... So one will be for gambeson, one will be for clothing. And then we can get another one right here, a butcher. I couldn't fit it in over here. You can't get the backyard extension for some reason, no matter what angle I did on a duplex anyways. I can get a single and then another one with just a burgage plot with no backyard. So anyways, we'll put it right here. This will be really close to the one that's going to be storing all the meat. So we don't need it yet. We'll just prepare it, get it ready. Same thing here. We already have a lot of processing power in terms of turning yarn or the wool into yarn. So we're good on that. Yeah, we just need to get our animals in here and give them a couple years to start maturing and reproducing. So we'll work on that. So these things are pretty expensive. 23, and that's just for one lamb. So we'll import, I think 20. So 20 would be 460. Something like that. That's fine. Are we getting raided? This is opposite end of the map, so we're good for a little bit. Also, do we have any crossbows? We do. So let's get one crossbow group. Oh, nice. We have just enough. And we've got helmets and gambeson for them as well. Not that we want them in melee. Actually, I wish the gambeson would go to these guys, but that's all right. So when they get closer, we'll get set up for that. And I'm going to use the crossbows to hopefully whittle down some of their numbers so that we don't have to lose any troops or equipment. Okay, here we go. Here's our crossbowmen. Yep, they're looking pretty good. A lot of them got helmets too. Same thing with their spears. Yep. So they've got some kind of armor now. We shouldn't really be taking casualties here. And let's get our crossbows nice and tucked away behind these. The problem is going to happen is if they ignore us and they start going like for a flank, and then these guys are already engaged, we'll have to run them away. Where are they? They're probably in the woods here. Yep, they're there. All right, crossbows. They're going to start shooting. All right, there's a good volley. Hits, but no kills. Interesting. All right, there's another volley. Hits and kills. Perfect. We're going to get another volley off. All right, no kills on that one. All right, here we go. Everybody's ready. That's 2 groups. Where are the other one? Yeah, see, this one's over there. Let's go ahead and turn them. These guys need to go into aggressive, and then we'll start shooting them. Where's the 4th one? There's the 4th one. All right, so they're going to be loading up on this side. It's fine. Let's get a volley on them. Here we go. They're broken. Let's get them up there. That's a good volley. They're broken. Perfect. Let's get these guys up. Oh yeah, they're still getting shots in. Oh man. Oh, we lost somebody. More troops, more armor, and we're still losing people. That's kind of frustrating. No, I do remember it. We had 36. No, we had, yeah, 36 out of 36 last time. We didn't lose anybody. And we didn't have our crossbowmen, so I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. That's all right. That's only one person. So let's get corpse pit filled up. We've got one person that needs to go in the church, and then we need to get ready for our harvest in about a month. All right, royal tax increase. This is not the big one. No. Okay, so 358. That's fine. Next year. No. I think it's at year 11. So we have 2 more years. So we're okay. 2 more years of this, and then we need to make sure that we have enough troops. We'll need 3 more regiments, and then we can build. We got a crossbow. A brigand camp. We'll deal with in a minute. All right, we are a couple days out. I've moved everybody back to their farming house, and hopefully this time it goes smoother. So we did set up our limited work areas, and that should help keep them tighter, the focus a little bit tighter, and I'm hoping that's what the problem was. So we have, what, 8 families? Yep, here we go, harvesting season. We have 8 families for 10 and a half Morgans. They should be able to handle that without any issues at all. That's a very small ask. But let's see what they're actually doing. It takes them a couple days to get out there. That's part of the problem. I think maybe we need to build more housing near the farmhouses. That might be one of the big problems that we're having. And of course it's raining on our harvest again. All right, we're halfway through. These guys haven't even touched anything. What are you guys doing? They're over there. All right, did it even... Limited work area, unlimited work area. That's partially to blame. All right, let's go ahead and set that up. These are already done, so they should be going over here now. Nope. 10 days left. This was done pretty efficiently. This, not so much. All right, we got 5 days left. This area is pretty much done. They're starting to work on this now. It does look a little bit more efficient. It does look a little bit better. No, it does not look better, actually. It looks worse. Yeah, it's worse. Yeah, man. Okay, so we just need more people then. Yeah, we're going to waste. Unfortunately, we're going to waste. So what I'm going to do next year is 3 in each. So 3 times 6, so 18 instead of 12. And we'll see if that's enough. I don't think the oxen are the bottleneck at this point. I feel like it's the people. So, well, that's a bummer. But that's all right. We'll get it done. We're starting to get some lambs in here. That's good. So we'll go up to 20 and then we'll call it. Also, it's probably time to increase these burgage plots to level 3. Let's see what that looks like. I haven't done a level 3 burgage plot yet on this patch. Even though I've done, what, 3 runs now? Because I kept having all my clothes eaten instantly instead of this. So this setup seems to work pretty well. So we'll keep doing that. What are we looking like? 200 barley. That's really good. So we should be able to get up to that limit, I think. And then we can start selling some of that excess off. But this will help. We'll get more families here. But let's make sure we can handle it because I don't know what extra requirements there are. So garments, more food types, more animal or fruit produce. That's probably not a big deal though, because it doesn't look like not having it is affecting them. As long as we have what we already have for level 2, it seems like it's not a big deal. So everyone we upgraded this is going to add 2 more. So why don't we do 6, 8, 10. Yeah, let's get a few more people here. That's also going to increase our pantry. So 225, yeah, there's no reason to have anything sitting out in the open here. We'll have enough to pretty much carry the whole harvest. And then those extra workers we can use to put in the farmhouse. So like I said, we're definitely going to need more laborers. Also, I did see that our fuel was going down. It was down to 17, so I put an extra 1 worker on woodcutter and 1 on charcoal. It's crazy to think that a single woodcutter and a single charcoal kiln worker was able to sustain this big of a town. That feels like it might need to be adjusted because that feels kind of weak. Like you can mostly ignore it. I'm definitely not complaining because we have enough to worry about, but yeah, in terms of balance, that's probably not the right balance. What else? Oxen, we still have room for more. We could also have our trading post worker go grab some more for us in the future if we want to speed that up, but this seems okay for now. What else? We need to start thinking about getting another tavern, but I think for right now we're fine. Okay, let's make sure all the crops are in. Yeah, they're in. Yeah, we're already done. November. Oh, it's definitely winter time. So we got that all done. Let's pull the laborers. We have everybody we need all over the map, so that's good. I'm gonna start leaving people in instead of micromanaging them, because I want to get away from micromanaging and try to transition into actually a sustainable number. So for example, we'll leave a couple people here in the malt house, a couple people in the weavers. We don't want to convert everything instantly. It should finish up right before the next harvest. And then when the harvest comes in, we'll have more for that batch. Because what I don't want to have these guys do is just idle. Like we convert everything in 2 months and then they just go idle. So that'll allow me to focus my attention on maybe a new region or something else. Let's also turn off the limited work area. I feel like I would need to do testing to see exactly what they can handle. It definitely did better before when we just let them do whatever was closest to them. So regular work area, we'll do that for the next harvest. I think we should probably expand our farm a little bit as well. Maybe we'll put one more farmhouse up here, and then we'll need to put some plots over here. There we go. That's all set up. We need to get another farmhouse, get that upgraded, and then we'll have another helper over here. And then we can continue this line like this. There's plenty of good fertile land over here. Not so much for barley, but definitely for flax. We might need to expand into a barley section soon, particularly right here. Actually, this wouldn't be too bad. We could just fill up this space. What kind of field can we get right here? Right, there's a 0.5, another 0.5, and then I think we'll just leave that. That's fine. Now this one was off by 2. Yeah, so this one continues. Barley and flax first. All right, sweet. So we're even across the board. But you know what? I just realized because we're doing the sheep, I think that means we can get leather, and that'll be a second garment that we can use. What about animal produce and fruits? We need we need animal produce. These things don't produce milk. So what can we use to satisfy that? And then for here, grains, vegetables. Maybe we're supposed to have another type of food here. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it though, because like I said, these guys are all happy. They're not pissed off that we're missing a couple things. So one more thing I forgot. So this is going to be a butcher. The butcher is also going to be producing hides. Is that what they call it? Yeah, hides. So hides need to go to the tannery. Tannery turns into leather, and then the leather can be turned into shoes. So what I'm going to do is disallow. Yeah, we're not going to take hides or leather, and I'm hoping that there's no backlog. We will allow the shoes to come in though. So we have clothing going here, so why don't we just allow the shoes to go here as well? I don't think we're going to produce enough to stuff this thing full. So my hope is that the byproduct can just sit here, and then the tannery will be able to process that fast enough, and then the shoemaker, what do they call him? The cobbler. So the cobbler should be able to go through that stuff pretty quickly. And then what can we fit back here? There's this little divot. Maybe we can fit an ox. Yeah, we can. Can we fit 2? No, definitely not 2. We can fit 1. Or we could do a pack station, would fit nicely here. Or we could fit another saw pit, I think. Yeah, sideways the saw pit will fit. The only problem there is that we don't have access to the road. Probably not that big of a deal. We have one up here, and he seems to be keeping up just fine, so maybe we don't need a second saw pit. So let's go something else. And I don't really want to do the pack station right here. I kind of want to have a dedicated area for pack stations. Or we just do the pack station at the sending area, at the minor settlement, not the major one. We can keep everything nice and clean here, and then they'll send it from wherever they are. Because you don't need a pack station in both provinces or both territories, you just need it in one out of the 2 to be able to send it. So yeah, I think it's probably best if we just keep putting hitching posts back here. So let's go hide one. We've already got a bunch of them already built up, so let's go ahead and sneak this thing back here. There we go. So now we still have a nice chunk right here. I'll put a road for now, but I probably will delete it. We don't need it necessarily, but we'll see what we fit in here. At least temporarily we'll have a faster route. A second bandit camp. Jeez Louise. Let's go deal with it. Here we go. Get charged. We got the reflection, and they're gonna get stomped. Here we go. We got helmets on all these guys as well. We've got some Gambison. Not a lot though. We need to get more. Here we go. Second group. I'm doing 3 ranks deep. Oh, where are they going? Okay, we're gonna have to charge them then. Okay, there we go. Second one down. We'll clean this up. Oh, perfect timing. We're getting raided. This is other end of the map, so we have time. We'll adjust. Do we have enough for another crossbow group? Not quite. We're short on people, it looks like. Right? Yeah, we need a few more people to move in. We do have 7 openings still, so we will get people moving in. And you know what I noticed is they're equipping the newest groups first. So let me just delete these. Let's get 2. No, it's saving their order. Yeah, the crossbows are getting the gambesons before the spearmen, which is not what I want, but that's all right. All right, anyways, we got 2 crossbows to deal with these guys this time, so we'll see if that helps. So here we go. Everybody's on the field. Get some decently long lines. Shield wall, defensive. These guys can hunker down behind them. And then maybe we'll have them flank or something. Yep, they're going to send that guy up north. So why don't we angle this one. Get this guy back here. Perfect. All right, let's see if we get some decent damage in. All right, there's... Oh, yeah, there's a death. Oh, man, 2 good volleys. Yeah, they're already down to 14. Oh, man, they're hitting hard. Look at that, down to 12. Down to 5. Oh, they already broke. Yeah, these crossbowmen are brutal, man, when they get hits in. Okay, here comes the second. Yeah, there's another one broken. Let's keep these guys in line. Yeah, they peppered them pretty good as well. All right, another group coming in from the back. Let's get these guys moved. Wow, look at that. I think the extra morale damage from being shot at is making a big difference. Yep, oh, they took a volley from point blank almost. So that did a lot of damage. Yep, no losses this time. That was much smoother. Well done, boys. All right, send everybody back home. So it looks like these are producing 64 each, so more than 50. I had estimated it at 50, but 64 looks like it's going to be the final number. I think that's a pretty reasonable amount. So we'll have that times whatever this is. So 12, I think. All right, we do need duplexes down here. Let's go ahead and upgrade these. There we go, so that'll be 6 more. Right, I added some fields on both flanks that we haven't quite planted yet, so let's get both of those done. Yeah, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. So yeah, that should keep things even. And I think if we can get each of these staffed with 3 people, or 3 families, I think that'll be enough to take all these fields. And then that should give us an increased yield this year, or at least I hope so. Okay, there we go. This looks like the final. Yeah, this looks actually like the final. The other ones are not. So these are very big trees. So that's the mature version. So these are still actually gaining their production. So that's good news. That means we'll have a pretty healthy harvest when it's time. And mining pit has been exhausted. We need to upgrade these to the deep mine. Let's just do one at a time. I think that's probably plenty. We got all 20 lambs, so we don't need to order anymore. I think that's what our cutoff was. Yeah, so we'll stop buying them. And then they should be able to produce their own offspring at this point. So I'll pull the worker off of that. We'll keep a sheep farm on there because I know I'll forget. So we'll just have it preemptively on there. Let's also, we've got enough helmets for now. Let's also produce some mail armor. We'll go up to 50. These are a little bit more expensive. And we are starting to get some tier 3 burgage plots in. So we can take advantage of it. The only issue is if we run out of iron slabs. But I don't think we're really in danger of that. We're still well above 250. So I think we'll be alright. Alright, we need to start getting all of these up to tier 3, or sorry, tier 2. So let's do maybe 1 row now and then another row later next year. This is going to take up a lot of resources. Do that. That should boost our income by a decent amount. And also our soldiers can equip better gear. Alright, let's go ahead and order our last 2 militia. Do we want 2 crossbows or 1 and 1? I kind of like the idea of having more crossbows. It's a lot less likely that we're going to lose somebody because they're just getting so many shots off. And also if we build a castle, they'll be able to get shots from there. Now we need to have another spear. Yeah, let's do it like that. And then now that these 6 are all out, we can switch over here and get our retinue. So let's build our manor. Now where the heck are we building this? So we do get attacked from this, so from here and from here. Now if we see, if we're gonna build farms, where are we not gonna build farms? It looks like right here, this little pocket. It's like right in here. So we could build one right here, right around the road. Yeah, why don't we do that? Here we go. Manor and the extra little, whatever they call it. The garrison tower. No, the one that gives you another plus 12 of the retinue. Let's also delete this corpse pit. That's too far back. If we're going to fight, it'll be up here now. So we'll build another one up here somewhere. Right, another bandit camp. I'm also going to get rid of this. I don't want to keep fighting these bandit camps. We don't need the aggravation. So let's just destroy them by August, September. Yeah, we should be fine. Royal tax is increasing. No, not yet. Year 11 will start paying double. So it's going to go up to about 900. We should be fine. We do have a decent income. So I think we can afford all that. All right, here we go. These will be the last bandits that we fight outside. We'll still get raided, but we won't have to fight these ones. Here we go. All right, so we've got our retinue. We can't afford to spend all our money on them just yet, though. And then we got a claim. Let that go through. There we go. We got all the... We own the whole map now. Let's go and start taxing, maybe at a low rate, like 2%. That'll give us a -3. Now, we got to be careful. If we go below this 84... I think it's 80. If we go below 80%, we're going to lose that +1 passive income from almost everybody, because we're upgrading most of our... most of these guys. So we have 21 tier 2, 20 tier 3, and 37 tier 1. We need to get those tier 1s leveled up, and that'll convert into some cash. So like, yeah, let me back that off. Actually, let's just do 1 tax, 1%. We don't need a ton of money, and especially if we can get this regional wealth built up. Oh yeah, look at that. We just sold 400. So that was a big sale. What do we got? Yeah, we're making very good money off of these, the Gambison. Here we go. Harvest season. I got 3 workers in each of these farmhouses, and it should be enough, but let's keep a close eye on it. Also, you'll notice down here, a lot of these fruit-bearing trees are coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we still have these 2 that need it, and then obviously this whole bottom. But yeah, food should be coming in much stronger now. Pears, we're starting to pile up the cabbage quite a bit. We can sell some of that off, I think. Right, anyway, oh, dude, the rain again. Why does it always rain on us? Look at all this damage. All of that's damaged. It's 2/3 of the month done, just about. And whoa, wow, this is way faster. Yeah, so I think the bottleneck was just manual labor, not the ox labor. So this is looking a lot stronger. Oh, we still have some fields over here that need some love. What are these guys doing? All right, they got to all of these. That's perfect. Now, if they could just get these, then we'll be in good shape. We got 3 or 4 more days. Yeah, here they come. Okay, so I think this is it. We don't need to bounce any much more than this. I don't think we can add too much more because we literally just finished it right in time. Now we have to make sure we can plant it all. Yep, everything was down in time. So we have 68 wheat. What the hell, man? How do we add like 30 or 40% more fields and we make less? That's so cheap, man. The rain just completely destroys the whole harvest. Sucks, man. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a little bit brutal that it rains every single time and takes out like more than half of our harvest. That's probably more than half. So crazy. Anyways, let's figure out what we're gonna do next. All right, we need to upgrade these pears. Let's get these up to tier 2 and then maybe tier 3 if we need more people. Now looking at our pears, we've got 380 now. That's a lot. So we're in pretty good shape. Now it's not all here. We need to collect it, it looks like. Yeah, some of it, a lot of it's still sitting in storage in these burgage plots. So we do need to be able to get those out. What about cabbages? 400 out of 721. So yeah, we need to collect all that as well. But having the extra storage space in the pantry is really nice. How much did we collect here? 77. This one was 87. Holy crap. So we're going to make way more pears than we need, I think. But that's fine. Our lambs are starting to turn into sheep now. So by the end of this year, they'll all convert and then they'll start having babies and then it'll exponentially grow. So I think 3 to 4 years from now, we'll have a very large flock. Or is it a flock or a herd? I guess probably a herd. Flock is more for birds. We've got plenty of money, our personal money. So why don't we spend it to upgrade all these guys? And then I think, what do we have? 1,000. We need to pay 496. But at the end of the year, it's going to go up. So let's just wait a little bit and kind of see. And how much are we getting from our tax anyways? 53. So that's 600 a year. You're ever going to have to tax more than that, unfortunately, just to keep up. And then when we hit year 16, it's going to double. It's not going to double again, but it's going to double from whatever the first amount was. So it's going to go up by another 500. So we'll be paying 1,500 a year. That is going to get pricey. Another raid. This one is coming from the west again. So we'll be able to fight over here next to our corpse pit. We've got a lot of troops now, though. All right, here's our formation. Yeah, keep it tight. We've got a little bit of cover on the flanks. And then these guys should be getting some good volleys off. See, they're coming through the woods now. Oh, that guy's gonna get blasted. Look at that. Oh, man. Are they running? No, they're just reforming. They're gonna get destroyed. Wow, they actually survived that volley. There's another solid volley. Yeah, they're broken. All right, so they didn't make it to our line. This group will. They're not gonna do much about it, looks like. Yep, they're broken already as well. All right, 2 more groups coming. Let's go ahead and shift. Here we go. Let's rotate over here a little bit. All right, we're getting shots off. Yep, they're getting blasted. They're pretty good, but these guys do have shields, and I have a feeling that's stopping a lot of the damage. Yeah, they're broken already. Where did that other group go? Pretty sure there's one more group. Yeah, they're there. All right, let's take a look at what they're dealing with here. Some of them don't have shields, though. All right, yeah. Oh, there's a death. Wow, man, they are getting chopped down. And because their unit count is so low, every single one makes a big difference. So they got cut in half before they reached our line. So there you go. That's it. No losses. Our melee troops barely even got any action. It was mostly the crossbowmen. So good. Let's clean up the bodies. So we built up a decent stockpile of weapons and armor. We don't have everybody outfitted because we still are missing a few people. But we have enough to equip everybody as they come in, I think. So we'll leave it like this. Oh, there we go. We just had our first... Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Our royal taxes just went up by double. We're going to pay about 1,000. So we need to kick our money into gear pretty quickly here. What I was going to say is we just got our first babies. So we have 20 sheep and 2 lambs. So all the initial lambs have turned into sheep and they're starting to have babies. So that should start to exponentially grow here. Let's also upgrade this tailor workshop and then we'll set him to produce clothing because we are starting to get yarn. So that's perfect timing. There we go. They're upgraded. They'll produce 1 cloth from 1 yarn. So that's perfect. We'll be able to maintain our clothing. Right now, we're down to 200. We were up to 311, I think, last year or 2 years ago, something like that. So we are using a decent amount of our clothing. We do need to make sure that we're replacing it. So that's going to make a big difference. Go ahead and upgrade the rest of these to level 2. All right, there we go. That's 9. It says we have 12 now, actually. So where are the other 12 level 1s? I think these are also level 1s. They are, so we can upgrade these. Make sure everybody's level 2 at least, so we can maybe break even? I don't know. So every family that we have, we're paying 4 per year. 4 per person per year. Does that sound right? I think so. No, that's not right. So it's 1 treasury per person per year. So 3 per family. Because the difficulty is doubled, it's 6. And because we're in the second stage, right? Second stage, we're paying 12 per family per year. So per family, I don't care about total occupancy, just the total families. So 86 times 12. That's probably what the 992 is, I think. And then, like I said, that'll go up next year. Yeah, 248 times 4. And then it'll be 248 times 6 once we hit year 16. But this says we get a +1 passive income for Burgage Plot level 2 and level 3. So we get 1 at level 2, 1 for the perk, 1 for that. So we're making 3 at level 2 and 4 at level 3. It's 36 per year or 48 per year per Burgage Plot. Yeah, we would actually be making a profit just by keeping this without selling anything. Right, I'm pretty sure. Now we have to convert that over to actual treasury. I'm talking about regional wealth. So every, maybe that didn't make sense. I'm trying to do a bunch of mental math. So for every tier 3 Burgage Plot that has a family, so each one of these people pays 1 regional wealth per person per year, doubled because of the difficulty. So technically it's, 3 per year, it's 6 on the hardest difficulty. By the next year, it doubles to 12 and then 18 by the end. So 18 per year for this one family is what we're paying. Now we're earning 4 per month. Yeah, if we keep our approval above 80, we make 4. So 4 times 12 is 48. So we're paying out 18. Yeah, so if my math is correct, we're making about 30, 30 regional wealth. Well, let's just assume treasury equals regional wealth. So for every tier 3 family that we have, we pay out 18, but we make 48 back in return because of perks, levels, all that stuff, and approval. So we net 30 regional wealth positive for every tier 3 family that we have. For every tier 2, it's 12 less. Oh, it's actually not 12 less. I think it's, yeah, it is 12 less. It's the same. It's just one level. Okay, so instead of 30, we would be plus 18. So we need to get everybody up to tier 3 is what I'm trying to say, if we can afford to. And I think we should at least try to afford that, because that's going to be just easy money. Extra labor means we can provide more supplies, all that stuff. It's going to cost us more for this, for the royal tax, but like I said, they're covering themselves, essentially. So we just need to get our tax basis up high enough to where, oh yeah, see, look at that, we just dropped below. That is not good. What are we missing that's causing us to have problems? Missing amenities, market goods. Is that because this is not enough? We need another tavern. That's probably what's going on here. Let's get a second tavern up, and we're just going to have them right next to each other. I don't see any reason to move it anywhere else. All right, what else are we missing? Food variety and amenities. Yeah, we should not be missing amenities. I think it's probably... and amenities. No. Church access. Church access and beverage. There's no limit to how many people can go to church. You just need one. There, change our bell. Okay, what else is there that we need to consider? I don't think there is anything, actually. So we'll get these leveled up. We'll start making money from everybody. We have no more level 1 families. We only have level 2. Yeah, so that's why we need another tavern, because they all need ale. Oh boy, that might put us a strain on our ale supply. We might need to increase our harvesting, which is fine because we're going to have excess labor once these people come in. So yeah, this is going to very quickly spiral out of control if we don't manage it right. Anyways, these guys are all going to tier 2, so we'll make extra money from that. Here we go. And I know it's not technically working, but we did hit medium town. We're almost to large town. We just need a couple more level 3. So once we upgrade these bottom ones to level 3, we'll pretty much have it. Not that it matters. Wow, we're getting raided again. I thought we just did one. Right, and they're spawning to the north now, so we need to get out there right away. Yeah, let's just go. All right, here we go. They're coming again. They're trying to flank. Yeah, they're all over the place. Make sure these guys don't get a charge off. Ooh, crap, they have a second one behind us. So I'm going to move these guys back, and I'm going to move these guys into position to intercept. Really don't want to lose any of our crossbows here. Perfect, so they did a good job. Let's go shield wall. Here we go. That's what, 2 or 3 down? I don't see any other ones. That might have been all of them except for this last one. All right, let's push in. Oh, they already broke. Is that all of them? I thought maybe we missed one. Crossbows aren't shooting, so I think that is everybody. So anyways, let's clean it up. All right, just looking at some basic numbers here. We've got the tavern pretty much fully supplied. We have nothing left. No ale left. We're going to run out. So we need to have a really good harvest here, which we're about to have, so that'll probably save us. It's raining now, so I hope that means it's not going to rain when it's time to harvest. Because, like I said, we need a good one, but all these new people that are coming in need to get funneled into, I think, more farming. Yeah, I don't think there's a downside to having more people farming right now. Harvest. Let's see how well this one goes. We're about halfway through, and it looks like we've gone through more than half. Wait, what happened here? They like started harvest. No, dude, don't rain again. You just rained. It literally just rained. Like not even a month ago. Less than a month ago it rained. Holy crap, this game freaking hates people, man. It's like, no, we're not going to let you have fun. Let's rain on you again. Although it doesn't seem to be doing damage. Maybe it's just a visual. Yeah, I think it was a visual. It wasn't an actual rain. Yeah. Anyways, I was going to say we really needed a good harvest here because we're getting super low. Yeah, we're completely out of beer or ale. They still have some in the brewery, actually. They need to pick it up. But our tavern is going to run dry here if we don't start getting it. There we go. So pretty much everything got off the field. All right, looking at our animals, we've got 20 sheep, 24 lambs. So like I said, it's going to grow exponentially. That was fast. Okay, so this is the first time in a very long time where we actually got a decent wheat harvest. So we've got 241 wheat already. Looks like we're going to have over 300 barley and close to 500 flax. That's actually a very good harvest. Thankfully, it did not rain on us. I think that's probably the only reason all that stuff survived. So yeah, you can see we're pretty much out of ale. So we need to start producing that. So just in time for that. And I think we still want to, as a precaution, we should produce a little bit more than that. So let's start putting some more, maybe some more farms over here. So I added a couple more spots up here. This is very good barley region, and then this is good flax. So we get a little bit of both. And then we've got our farmhouse down here in the corner. There was a little bit of yellow on both barley and flax, so figured I didn't want to use up the good area right here. We can put another farmhouse over here when we add more on this side, and then that should be good. Now we have so much bread that we're pretty much hitting the pantry cap every time. So I'm going to increase, we could upgrade this to level 3. It's going to increase the amount of bakers that we have, which we don't need, but the pantry storage would be nice. But anyways, I just added another granary worker, and hopefully that's enough. Yeah, they're just zooming across the water, picking it up and going right back. That's kind of nice. We've got a real healthy supply of wheat for the year. Oh, and we're getting raided. And we're getting taxed. Yeah, we're about 400, and we have another 40 or 50? No, 16 in here. And then 40 waiting right here, so that's another 40 times 4, so 160, something like that. So we'll have plenty of bread for the year. And then looking at our other supplies, 440 cabbage, that's more than we need. Almost 200 pears, that might be short a little bit, but that's really, really good compared to what we were getting before. And then 41 pork. I think pork will always kind of just barely be enough. But once we start slaughtering the other animals, the sheep, which you can see here, we're already up to 40 lambs. So that's going to grow really fast. But once these are getting up to a decent number, we'll start cutting them up. Anyways, where is this raid coming from? Pretty close, so we'll have to get out there. Let's just do it right now. All right, here they come. We should be getting some good volleys off on these guys. Let's go ahead and rotate this unit up. This one can kind of come out a little bit. I think these guys are probably going to wrap before they even get to us. We're very close to it. And then we're going to get hit from the top. Yep, they're coming up from here. Yeah, there he goes. He's gone. Slide these guys over a little bit more. Right, yep, it broke right as they got to us. So they can't really do anything to us at this point, so I'm probably going to edit these raids out. Yep, there's another one down. What I might do is I kind of want to build a castle and see how we can defend it. I know it's not going to be all that interesting, but you can't really get the Baron to attack your castle anyways. It's really hard because they choose territory that's not even close to where you're building, unfortunately. Yeah, so they didn't even reach our lines, so just a complete slaughter. Anyways, that's another one down. And we just paid 1,124 in taxes, so that was basically like 2/3 of our bank account. So we need to step up our game, and then in a few years this is going to go up to about 1,600. Yeah, something like that. So we got to be ready for that. I'm gonna set up another set of crops because we have a decent amount of people, and we don't have very good jobs for them. So we'll put another 6 down here, I think. 6, that'll still give us 8 to play around with. And we'll probably increase our population anyways. We need to keep growing. So let me get these set up. Okay, got them all set up. Now we just need to build these over here. We still have everybody employed in the other places, so they're going to rush over here to finish these fields off. But we'll have 2 new farmhouses when the actual harvest happens. So they should be in this area and be able to take care of that. And because it is a huge pain in the butt to remember to do all this stuff, I'm going to just import the oxen. So let's take another 10. I think we have room for at least 10 more. Yeah, we have room for at least 10 more. So I'm just going to have the family bring it in over time instead of me having to remember every single month on the dot to order a new one. And yeah, you can see almost our entire farming labor force is here trying to get it done. As fast as possible. This is going to be a waste for this year, but at least we'll have it set up and we can see how it runs. If we need to adjust, we can adjust. So June, July, August, September. So yeah, we have a few more months and then we'll see how well it does. So 3 in each of these. That's 6 total. 6 should be more than enough to handle these fields, plus 4 oxen. And I think it's finally time to upgrade because this guy's not able to keep up. I don't think it's not that bad. We have 124 to go and we're producing about 45 a month. So there's still going to be some leftover. I'd rather get it all the way down to 0. So let's go ahead and upgrade this. Do we do the duplex or the burgage plot level 3? We have everything we need, so I think burgage plot 3 is the right call. That'll still double the occupancy, but it'll also give us more money. All right, here we go. Harvest season. Let's see how well they do. All right, yeah, the nice thing is these people, well, shoot, they're picking pears. So they're not going to be doing a whole lot of harvesting. What about these guys? Yeah, same. I had a feeling that might happen, but nobody's really harvesting this stuff. This is all getting harvested. They'll get out there when they're done, but they do need to collect all the pears. So maybe halfway through the month. Because these are duplexes at level 3. Oh, dude, again with the freaking rain, man. It just rained too. I was paying attention. It rained right last month, like in the middle of last month. Well, there goes half of our stuff. Looks like the harvest is still pretty strong though. 174 wheat so far. We still have a lot to go. All right, 10 days. Can we knock all this out? I think part of the problem here is we just have so many people that are doing both. So they're trying to get the pears. Oh, wow. We're getting 120 pears. 97, 120, 83. And this one on the end is a little lower. 43. Yeah, I think we need to throw more labor at this one. Just because we have a lot of people down here that they're trying to harvest 2 things at once. It's just not going to work. So if we put more labor, I think it'll be good. Or we just build extra housing over here. Extra housing that won't do any job other than farming. So we could have some more meat. Maybe some more meat production. Yeah, we lost a lot of the crops right there. But it doesn't matter. We have more than enough. Look at that. 300, almost 400 barley, 700 flax, and over 200 wheat. So we're going to be sitting pretty nice. And our sheep are coming in pretty fast. So we're at 43 sheep and 46 lambs. So like I said, in maybe 1 or 2 more years, we'll be, I don't want to say we'll be maxed out, but a lot of these pastures will be full. I think once we get, oh, what happened? We have too many animals. Too many animals. Let's build another hitching post here. So I think we'll set it. I don't know what the limit is on the region, but maybe around like 100, 150, and then anything above that we'll slaughter. Not as lambs, but as sheep. So we'll let the lambs grow up, and then we'll cut the sheep when they get to that limit. So that means I don't know how much our butcher is going to get to do, but it's going to be a lot. And that'll also qualify for another food source. So right now, meats, we have pork, but we'll also get another meat, which is going to be the lamb. So that'll be 2 for that. Grains, vegetables, foraged goods. I don't think we're going to get another one of those. And I'm not redoing the fruits, so we're just going to leave that. We can get shoes, though. We can get another set of shoes. That'll make these people happy. Getting rated again. Oh yeah, we're not showing these because it's way too easy. But what I do want to figure out is how we're going to fix our labor issues. So we do have a lot of labor. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of it we can't really use during specific seasons. So I do want to put up housing that's specific for the farmhouses. If we have 6 families here, that would be 3 single family homes taken up to tier 3. So why don't we do that? We can start replacing these. Is there something that we're supposed to put in here? Yeah, flax. We could build it right here. That would take up some of the bakery area. I don't think we need much more for the bakery though. This thing can handle a massive, massive amount. The only thing we might want to have another one of is the windmill, but even then I really don't think that's necessary. I think this thing can pretty much handle anything we throw at it. So yeah, we probably don't need this area. We just need a very small area to process the flour. Worst case scenario, if we need another one, we could just build this exact thing duplicated down here or something. I don't know. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's get single families. We'll get 3 of them. And then they'll also produce pork. So what I'm going to do is go around and replace these workers at all of the farmhouses. So anytime we see a farmhouse, like these are probably okay. I'm assuming these people live right here. So if we check these out, where are you working? Yeah, farmer, farmer, farmer. A lot of these are farmers. So these are probably okay. We need some housing over here, a little bit right here, and right here. And so that'll increase our population a little bit, but I think it's probably okay. We have plenty of supplies to deal with it. Speaking of which, yeah, 337 pairs. That's more than enough to deal with what we need to deal with. The only thing we're short on right now, I think, is meat. But like I said, that's not going to be an issue because we're about to chop up these sheep soon. Yeah, we've got 100, between the sheep and lambs, we have 105. It's insane how fast that goes. Anyways, I'm going to deal with this raid, and then we'll start building some houses. Yeah, let me get a few more up here. Making sure we're not covering up good farming area. I don't think most of this stuff is, though, so we should be good. Yeah, another one broken. They barely reached our line. They basically died before they got there, so... Right, clean this up. You know, I did have a thought. What if we were to convert some of these veggies into some other kind of veggies? If that would help. So, foraged goods, vegetables, grains. I guess we'd have to produce 2 types of bread here to satisfy that. I don't really want to do that, although I guess we could. where I'll have 2 types of meats. So two types of meats, 2 types of veggies, 2 types of garments. That'll make a pretty big difference. We're not going to have everything perfect. We'll be missing, well, animal produce. Interesting. No, we're not going to be able to get that in here. There's no way. I was going to say we could change some of these backyard extensions to goats. That's a milk, chivon, and hides. We don't really need that though. We could also do the chickens, eggs, and another type of meat. So that would actually be meat and animal produce. This grain thing is brutal though. Why would you need 2 types of breads? I guess they want variety. Okay, well, let me think through that, because we could just build an area where all we do is farm up that type of bread. Maybe? Maybe not. I really don't know. It could be like 2 years rye, 1 year fallow, so that it can recover fast. Because these recover without going fallow. As long as you leave it alone for 2 years, it kind of regenerates on its own. So I wonder if that's a thing. Maybe we'll try that. Maybe we'll do an area over here, just in the middle of nowhere. We'll do some fallow and rye only, and then we'll have a small bakery, and then just ship it back here to the middle. Yeah, we could try to satisfy everything. I already know for sure this is way too much cabbage, so that we could probably change. We could probably get away with doing that. So do we want to do that? We could switch it to the next highest, which I believe is carrots. Yeah, let's do it. Whatever. I don't really care. So back to vegetable garden. We'll do this outer one. Vegetable garden, and then we'll have them plant some carrots, and just to see if it helps. I don't know if it makes a difference or not. And these guys are still collecting. Yeah, they're collecting carrots and any of the veggies, so they'll collect all those. And then the next set of trees that we get, we might have to do another kind. I'm not deleting these for sure, because these took forever to grow. So yeah, we'll have to make a new area. We could, yeah, we'll maybe use this right here as another type. That looks really small though. Right, these are all upgraded to tier 3, and that actually puts us at a large town, so we're maxed out for a settlement. Not that that does anything now, but pretty cool that we made it. Only took us 13 years. I'm pretty sure you could do that in like 5 years or 6 years, something like that. But obviously we weren't really pushing tier 3. So yeah, we'll get these upgraded with the pigs so that we can produce more meat. And then I'm hoping all of these laborers got swapped out, because I really don't want the apple orchards to be doing farm duty. They can do just about literally anything else. There we go. So 3 pigs. We need a couple more families, but those are pretty much done. These are getting there. While we're waiting for them, let's go ahead and do the pig upgrades. Still need people to move in there. We should have only 1 migration per month. What are we negative? Food variety and taxation. Can't do anything about taxation. Food variety we shouldn't be having issues with. Let me see. We're getting kind of close to our limit here, so why don't we upgrade? We'll put 1 more worker here in the large granary. Also, let me clear... no, let's wait till we have all the people. We'll make sure that we assign these people. I'm pretty sure they're farmers. No, they're not actually. Granary. Yeah, we don't want that. And gravedigger, so we don't want that either. So we'll have to manually do these, but that's not that big of a deal. And then let's double check how many of these people are farming. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, pretty much everybody here is farmer, except for a handful of these people. Tavern keeper, that's fine. And then these guys are miners, farmers, forager, and miner. Okay, so that's fine. We definitely need some more right here as well, though. And then these guys need to get occupation. We'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. So I don't want to just keep throwing labor at it, because I don't feel like labor was the problem. It was the timing. And if we have more of these people that shouldn't be doing that, going there to help, I think it's just gonna, it's not gonna work. I think it's gonna make it worse. Or it's gonna be a very huge increase in labor for a very marginal increase in efficiency. Whereas if we do it like this, it's a very small increase in labor force, but it's a huge increase in efficiency, I feel like, hopefully. So we need these 2 to have people move in. We'll deal with this one as well when it's done. It looks like most of our pairs have come in as well. So these look like they're pretty... Oh, that's what we're getting issues. So loss of approval because we don't have enough meat or fish. So yeah, we need to get on that quick. But anyways, the pairs have come in. Looks like they're all pretty big size. These are basically the same as this. So hopefully that is all of our pear or all of our fruit issues for a very long time. We need to get another source of fruit, but we'll deal with that another time. I think we'll save this area for more veggies, because we did take away some of our cabbage. So we might need to add some more. I don't know if the carrots, if this is going to be enough carrots either. So we'll add a few down here. This is a very small area too. Maybe we'll do another veggie like in this little corridor right here. It's not too far from our central area. So I think as long as we keep doing everything concentrically around this area, not too far from our city center, I think we'll be all right. All right, so it looks like these are both fully occupied. So 2, 2, and 2, that's perfect. We're gonna kick these people out, and then we are going to come in here and reassign. You're working there, you're working there. Grenade worker, you're working there. Weaver, yeah. Herder, yeah, we'll have to redo that. That's fine. We'll get more people working. So farmer. So these guys are good. We shouldn't have to change them at all. That took away some of our labor here at the sheep farm. That's fine. And then also, which granary did it take away from? It took the pear. Yeah, we had a pear farmer. Or yeah, we had 2 in here. So let's get a second one back. And then 2 more of these guys. And we might have to do it again once we get these, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. So let's get these upgraded. And that's 6 more pigs as well. So that should help with the meat. I added 6 more people to the tailor. Well, not the tailor, but basically anything that has to do with fabric. So linen and yarn. We're starting to get a bit of a backlog here. We probably need to upgrade the tailor shop as well. I don't think he can keep up. It's just too fast. It's too much material to deal with because we have July, August. Yeah, we have 2 more months and we're going to have another harvest. And we still have 174 and 27 to deal with. And then these guys aren't really processing it. So let's go ahead and upgrade this. This should double our output here. Also, I think this guy needs to go up. But let's just upgrade both of these. And we're getting raided again 5 days or, yeah, 8 days before we have to harvest, unfortunately. But it's all right. Deal with it. And then these houses are all level 3 now. So we're just waiting for one more person to come in and then we can reassign these 2 farmhouses. And then we'll build another 2 houses here, or 3 houses. Get that sorted. Go, let's deal with these idiots. We're almost maxed out. You can see everybody's short just by a single troop. So we're pretty much there. All right, it's going to be close. We might actually be able to finish these guys off before harvesting season. We have 3 days and they're pretty much here. Yep, here they come. So I'm hoping for a very, very quick battle. There we go. Big volleys. They're getting shredded. And then, of course, we'll go ahead and extend our line here. Make sure we don't get flanked. All right, how much time? 2 days. There we go. They broke. Where's that other one? These guys are trying to flank wide. They're going to instantly break, I bet. Yep, they broke. All right, one more. Yep, that's it. Sweet. Go back and do some farming. Hell yeah. We got 1.5 days to spare. And we do have spare labor we can throw at the... Oh, you know what? Do we have all 6? We are short by 1. Okay, let me do this now so that we don't have to worry about it later. Weaver, Gravedigger. Yeah, we're going to have to reassign that. Gravedigger, Gravedigger, Gravedigger. All right, that's easy. At least we know where they are. Okay, here we go. It is harvesting. And did we get another person? No, I think he went to our tailor workshop. It's all right. We'll get him later. Okay, we still need to pick up corpses, so let's get those guys back on there. And of course, right on cue, right during our harvest, it's raining again. Love it. On the bright side, we don't have everything off the field yet, so it's only getting rained on for a part of our harvest, so that is helping. All right, let's see. How are these guys doing? What are they doing? Yeah, I should probably assign them to come down here. It's just, last time I did that, it didn't work very well. Yeah, they're really not doing the fields that I want them to do. We'll have to wait and see at the end. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near everything. So yeah, this is not good. We're going to have a good harvest, but we're not getting everything, I think. All right. Yeah, we have 4 days left. We're just barely starting it right now. So we'll get some of this. Nowhere near what it should have been. I don't know what these guys were doing all the way up there. So I think maybe these specific ones need to be down here. We need to assign them. Yeah, look at that. We wasted so much of that time. So I'm going to go ahead and limit their work area. Let's have them focus on just this area and see if that helps. I don't think we need to do that in the other area because everything's kind of close to each other. I don't know. Maybe we do need to still do it. This guy's ready to go. Unassigned. You'll be a farmer. So these are perfectly assigned. I'm going to do the same thing right here. Let's just do it because we didn't get everything from this area either. There we go. So these should be handled by themselves. All these other ones can handle everything in the center, I guess. We'll see if that helps. It also should help because we're going to add some more housing right here. Let's do that right now. There we go. We'll get 3 houses for these 2 farmhouses. That should be good for there. Oh, nice. Stock damage by the weather again. Beautiful. So we got hit twice this time. How much did we get off the field though? 162 wheat, so we're light on the wheat this year. Barley seems okay and flax seems okay. Yeah, the wheat was a little light compared to last year. Or maybe it wasn't. No, I think wheat usually comes in lighter than the other 2 anyways, because you can get 4 bread for each one. And how much bread do we still have? We have 224 bread in stock, so that's not really that big of a concern. That doesn't even consider that we have all these sheep just waiting to get slaughtered soon. I think what I need to do is just go through and fix all of our labor. I'm going to kick everybody out of all these granaries and storehouses, and I'm going to make sure that everybody down here is only assigned to that type of job, because this caught a decent amount of these people as farmers. So weaver, gravedigger, tavern keeper, those are fine. Fire cutter, no big deal. But if you look up here, I had like 3 farmers. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 farmers. These guys, not as big of a deal, but they're still, I'd rather them not be farmers. Weaver. See, this is good. Malt house worker, that's good. Those can be delayed a little bit while they harvest. But the absolute worst case scenario is these guys doing double duty. They have to get their fruit off the trees because they only have 1 month to do it. And then you only have 1 month to get all the harvest. So they spend half the month here and the other half running, and then maybe like 2 or 3 days picking off the field. It's just not efficient at all. So what we'll probably do is just clear everybody out. We'll make sure we upgrade these. So like these houses can feed to these farms pretty easily. So there's a farmhouse here, 2 here. So we need at least 9 families. That's fine though. We probably already have enough for that anyways. What else? Yeah, these will be taken care of by this. We can get another couple houses over here if we need to, but I don't think we need it. I could probably feed these some farmers from here to over here. That would probably work. But yeah, I think that's going to give us pretty much what we're looking for in terms of like getting everything off the field in time. Because the problem right now is it's not just that they're harvesting half the time here and then coming up here, but they also, if let's say if they work a field over here and they're living down here, they come and work and then they have to walk all the way over there. And by the time they get there, half the month's already gone. So their commute time is 15 days apparently. So that's just not going to work. And holy crap, this sheep farm is collecting 620 per year with 3 employees. That's really good. Very, very good. Sheep are almost above 100. I think we'll probably start chopping them up when we get above 100. I think that's what we'll end up doing. 100, and then maybe we'll move it back a little bit each time. Or you know what, we could let it go over maybe to like 150 and then we'll start cutting them. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and convert these guys over. Let's create a butcher shop and then also cobbler. We'll get them set up, and then we need 1 person in the tannery. So that's going to use up a little bit of our labor, but not a big deal because we do have a lot of people coming in. I also upgraded some of these. They're starting to come in. So let's do this. Make sure these guys are doing the right thing. So fisherman, we'll have to reassign him. So we'll get 2 from here, 1 from right here. Farmer. Yeah, you're going to be a farmer over here. Where did we lose 1? Yeah, we lost 1 right here. That's fine though, because I'm going to reassign these guys anyways once these come in properly. Okay, so that looks good. These are still being upgraded, but they should be ready soon. And then, yeah, we'll get these guys set up properly. So the butcher shop. This guy can either produce mutton or sausages. I don't want him cutting up lambs, so we're going to keep the reserve and we're going to make it really, really high. Like, higher than we can possibly have. So I don't want him touching lambs. So I'm going to bring this up to 500. We can only hold 300, so that's never going to happen. Sheep, let's take up to maybe 150, and then he'll start cutting them up. We don't really need a production limit for meat. I don't care what that goes up to, so we'll just let that go. And then for this one, I don't really see a need to hold leather at all. So as soon as it's available, we'll turn it into a shoe. And then same thing here, there's no need to hold the hides. We'll just produce as much leather as we can. So these should be pretty much self-sufficient. We don't need to touch that anymore. And then we'll see some shoes start to pop up here. Right, we allowed shoes and leather. No, we didn't allow leather because we want it to go from one to the other right next door. So we don't need the intermediate. So just the final product, shoes, and we have 2 people working there. We might need another person in this large storehouse, but we'll see. So that looks good. We're almost there. 101 sheep with 68 lambs. So maybe 1 year, I think another year, and we'll have enough to start cutting them up. Now we did pick up some carrots. Let's see if we're actually getting them to market though. Yeah, we did, and it does count as a second source here. That's perfect. Okay, so that's how you solve that. So this is solved. Meats are solved, but not quite yet. We just need a little bit more time for the actual meat to come in. And then animal produce or fruits, we can definitely fix this. We just need to get some more burgage plots over here. And you know, I used to love doing the duplexes for these things, but now I feel like having just the singles is better because there's so many workers you have to worry about in here. I'd rather have to just worry about 2, make them a little smaller, have 2 people, and they can all go out and you know, work there, whatever. I was doing it before when you had the burgage plot that was like, let me see if I can actually get it to go. So like if you have a burgage plot like this where you just have one giant duplex and the backyard was like 500 to 1,000 average planning cost, then it kind of makes sense to have a bunch of people working there. But it doesn't seem like that's really necessary. Like you can have a whole neighborhood right here where there's supposed to be support staff. And so you can assign them to granary workers and they'll still get all this stuff harvested on time. So I think in the future, I will not do duplexes anymore. It is good to have duplexes in the sense that you're not going to need as many people here in the marketplace. But that's not that big of a deal because like I said, we have a lot of spare labor. We have +8 right now and we have a lot more coming. And we have a lot of our industries maxed out. Like if you look at this, we have almost 9 people working in the weaver. We just pulled somebody off because we had to reassign them. But yeah, we blew through all the barley. We don't need that many. We've already gone through and processed it all. That's overkill. This is probably not overkill just because of the sheer volume that we're producing here. But I think, all right, do we have 4 tailors now? We do have 4 tailors. So we should be producing a lot. Why are we only producing 20? Right, I got to keep an eye on this and see what's actually going on because that's disappointing. We have essentially functionally an infinite supply of linen and it's directly across the street. These guys should not need to do much. Yeah, as of right now, there's only 2 people crafting. Everybody else is goofing off. So labor, transport, and waiting. I mean, that's a pretty fair split. It looks like they're being fairly efficient, but for some reason, not everybody, yeah, these guys are waiting. I wonder, are the duplexes broken for tier 3? That might actually be the case. Maybe this is not a good idea. No, see, even right now, they're all waiting. Like, what the hell are you waiting for? There's so much materials you could work with. And it's right across the street. I don't know. That's weird. I think I'm going to get away from doing duplexes. And then we'll just increase the size of our central marketplace or the amount of storehouses. Even if this is too much, we could always add some to the back right here. Like there's room we could add more if we need more. So I'm not too worried about it. Anyways, that was a nice little tangent. Let's get back to work. All right, these guys are ready. Let's go ahead and reassign everybody here. So what are you doing? Farmer unassigned, and farmer malt house. Okay, we'll reassign him. Let's kick everybody out here. Just paid taxes, 1,400. We are making more than enough to cover that. Actually, I think we're making enough to cover the next tier as well. So right now, 1,400, that means we'd add another 7, so 2,100, and we're making 170 a month. So that's 1,700 plus another 3, so 2,000. It's basically break even. But I think as our regional wealth increases more and more, that 1% is going to add up to more. Like I said, we can't tax more because it's going to kill our income passive, the +1. And we're getting, how many families do we have? 70, 100. It would cost us like 100 and something a month, 150 a month, or not quite 150. Yeah, like 120. It would cost us 120 regional wealth per month if we lose that positive passive income. So definitely don't want to lose that. All right, we're getting raided again. Luckily this time, no harvest. Everything's good to go. So we'll deal with it. So I'm going to start working on rye up here. I know this year is not going to be a good harvest, but we'll at least get it going. All right, we've got a few more burgage plots up to level 3 and assigned to these new farming houses. We've got our oxen right next to them. These guys are only going to be farming in this area. I'll probably put a few more out. I just didn't want to overwhelm these guys for their first year. So we're heading into harvesting season in about 2 days. And then also sheep are pretty much there. We're at 141 sheep. So as soon as the next batch matures, then we'll start chopping them up, getting leather and shoes and all that stuff. Here we go, harvesting season. Let's see how well these guys do. So they're working on this area. They're working on this area. That's good. So everybody's assigned to a certain area where they should be. Yep, limited work area. These guys are coming down here. Perfect. What about up here? Everything's damaged, of course. I would expect nothing less. Now this guy needs to work up here. So let's make sure they're limited. There we go. So that should help some because now they're not going to have any overlap. These guys in the center can deal with all of this. I don't have anything planned for them, but let's at least get them some kind of direction. I think we got everything this year. Look at that. We still have, oh wow. We still have 10 days. Basically, we did everything. We harvested everything in like 2/3. So we could probably take on a few more fields, or we just leave it. And then I guess now we'll probably expand it later. Okay, let's take a quick look at what we got. So 293 wheat, 469 barley, and 697 flax. 118 rye even, so we got some decent rye. Now, I have these on a 2-year rotation, so I'm kind of curious to see how well they're going to hold up. Still at 99%, so rye does not really drain that much. Maybe we can do it year-round. This one's down 3%. Yeah, so probably not year-round, but 1 year of fallow should be plenty. So I'm going to put some more up here once we clear some of these trees out, I think. All right, we're starting to get a little bit too much material here. So we've got 487 linen still to go. About 200 and something worth of yarn. We have 600 clothing, so we definitely need to sell some stuff off. Let's go ahead and have somebody work in the trade here. So close. Let's go and export. We'll open up the trade route for 120, and let's save up about 250. We'll sell down to that amount, hopefully. Gambeson is still doing okay. We're still selling down there. And then same thing, sidearms. So selling that. We're not really producing too much else. These are kind of on hold. We could try to sell some of these raw materials. So like the wool, maybe some of these other ones, linen and yarn. We're just getting way too much. I don't know. We'll see if we can keep it under control. Because what's going to happen is this thing's going to fill up. And then we're going to have a traffic jam in here. And then we won't be able to hold all the materials we need. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. So this is rye grain. Looking down here, wheat grain mostly. Wheat grain. We haven't quite got the rye grain in. Did we not allow that? No, we allow it. They just haven't gotten around to it. I think they collect all of one type first, and then they'll get the next one. Got rye grain, wheat grain, rye grain. Where did all our rye grain go? Rye sheaves. So they haven't quite been converted yet. No, that's wheat. Where in the heck are... where's all our rye? There's a little bit right here. Yeah, there's some in here. It's just kind of spread out. That's really odd. So it looks like these guys came over here to help, but I have them set on a limited work area, so I don't know how they got out of that limited work area to go help. I'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, here we go. We're getting some meat now. So 10 in the last 30 days, and it looks like it's 2 to 1. So every 2 meat, we get 1 hide, and that hide is getting turned into leather, hopefully. Yep, leather. And that means this guy's producing shoes. Yep, we got shoes coming out. And the shoes should be ending up here, although that might be kind of tricky. I don't know if we're going to have enough space here because we have... Yeah, the shoes should be going here, but we have so much stock here. Where did these shoes go? I don't see them unless... Did they just get picked up? No, it's all wool. Where the hell are my shoes? Alright, it's still showing... It's showing 0. Oh, come on, game. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. Let's keep an eye on them, see if they're just disappearing. Oh, we're getting raided. And they are directly on the map. Yeah, they're like directly on our region. So let's... we'll pause, immediately get these guys out. Alright, they're coming down our main road. I don't know if they're killing people that are in the alleyways. They're getting shot at pretty bad though. So we should be able to blast them right here. There we go. Yeah, they're getting funneled. Where's the other ones? Yeah, they're getting funneled again. And they broke in the... Yep, they broke before they even got there. So that should be it. Nope, there's another one over here. And these guys also are going to get shot up pretty bad. Oh yeah, they broke before they even got here. Now, there is a group up here that for some reason they're stuck. After I saved the game to get my kids to bed, and when I came back and reloaded, they were stuck. So I'm going to go clear them out. We've got our army here already, might as well just take advantage of it. I'm worried that they're going to get unstuck at some point and then they'll come bounding through. All right, there you go. They decided to come off the line, so they're going to get shot up. Perfect. It's 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, and 4 down. No losses. So let's sprint back. All right, this is going to be very tedious, but I feel like I need to do it. So I'm going to pull everybody off. Everybody's coming off of everything. So I'm going to go through and get rid of all the workers, and then we're going to reassign them manually. This includes granary, storehouse workers. Everybody's coming out. So let me go through here and pick everybody off, and then I'm going to assign them manually. I want to make sure that I have the right number of people here, and then also making sure they're doing the right job. So like these guys all need to take any of the warehouse and some of the production stuff. So let me handle that real quick. There we go. So everybody's off. We've got 70 unassigned workers, and now we got to go back and replace them properly. So first priority is going to get all the granaries and storehouses occupied, and specifically with these burgage plots. So why don't we work our way north, and is this guy able to do it? I feel like we had 2 in here, and I feel like that was probably enough, because it looks like it's barely January and they got everything out. So the amount of rye grain and wheat grain we have matches what's in this storage. So that means everything we own is in here. So that's good. And then same thing here. I think we had 1 or 2 families. These I kind of have an idea, but we can always add more because we have like 14 extra workers. So it's probably not a bad idea to just overstock some of these. But anyways, I'm going to go through and get these guys sorted, kind of show you. I know I've done this already, but see, everybody here is unassigned. So we're going to go through and just assign people. So you can take the granary, 2 granaries, and then maybe we'll just go kind of up and over. Well, no, we need to go one by one. Let's do 1 industry at a time. So we'll do 2 to the granary, 2 there, 2 there. And then now we need to get these. All right, I'm going to go through this. It's going to take a while, so I'll be back. All right, there we go. I went through every single one of these guys down here and assigned them. We've got 15 laborers or 15 families available still. What did we not put families in? I did not really put a family in too many of the logging camps. I didn't put maxed out malt house and weaver's workshops. I don't think we need it. And I also didn't put anything back in this farmhouse because I do want to redo this. I'm also tempted to upgrade these and just shove more people in these warehouses. Just get a little bit more efficiency going. I mean, they're pretty efficient now. There's a little bit of barley that hasn't quite made it to this granary, and it's only January, so there's still time. But yeah, we'll want to make sure we do that at some point. And then also, my God, this thing is, we have so much yarn. Wait, why do we have, oh, that's where it all went. All right, we need to not allow yarn here. Yeah, I was wondering where it says we have 600 or 800. We have 804 yarn, 252 wool, and it's clogging up this warehouse. So we'll try and get rid of it. Yeah, we need to convert it into a finished material and then sell it. Same thing with the clothing. We probably need to increase our production here. So if we can get some burgage plots. I remember doing it last time and it didn't let us. We weren't able to get, what do you call it? The back house, the extension. Yeah, we can get 1 with an extension. That's not really good. If we go here like this, we can get a duplex. This is a funky looking one, but I guess it's better than nothing. The other option, could do one facing this way. Yeah, we can get a duplex like this and then have some space for, maybe we can throw some more of these oxen. What do they call that? The stable. Could probably fit 1 or 2 there. Yeah, because we're not able to process this with what we have. We need more. We need a lot more. I thought this was going to be enough, but honestly, the amount of stuff that we're going through is kind of crazy. We could also increase our trading post and then just sell off some of those intermediate products. That's also not a bad idea. So like we could sell off some of the wool, or even better, just sell off the linen and the yarn down to a reasonable number. We could do that. We just need to increase our traders, which is not really a big deal. Now this is saying that we're producing shoes, but I don't see any. It's just disappearing. Let's keep an eye on it again and see what is actually happening in this chain. So 12, and then there, yeah, see there's a leather just got taken and it shows up here. Disappears, it becomes shoes, and then the shoes immediately disappear. Dude, come on, game. Why you gotta do that, man? Why you gotta do that? Okay, I don't really know how to fix it because we don't have anybody at this. Well, hold on. Do we have? No, they're not accepting shoes. So we should be able to do it right here, just like we did with these clothing. It didn't disappear. Man, I don't know. That's really frustrating though. Yeah, I've been watching this for a little while. It shows up. The shoes show up and then they disappear without anybody ever entering or leaving the cobbler shop. So I don't know where they're disappearing to, but yeah, the game's just eating them up. So that sucks because we were planning on using that to supply the garments to keep our approval up. And I would love to see what happens if you get to the very top, what kind of bonuses you get. But looks like that's probably not going to happen. All right, we're no longer able to hold the materials here. And we still have a bunch flooding this one. So yeah, we got pretty serious problems. For some reason, we're not able to sell through the clothes. I don't know if we're selling it quickly, like we're just not able to sell it fast, even though we're selling a bunch. So let's see, last 365. We sold 30. That's not that much. We should be selling a lot more than that. Yeah, we'll take care of that. Let's put a few more people in the trading post. And then why don't we open up the trade routes for those two? So over here on crafting. So linen, we will export, open up the trade. And we'll take this down to like 300 is probably reasonable. 250, maybe 250. Iron slabs we'll leave alone. Yarn we definitely need to get rid of as well. So let's open that trade route. 120. Take this down to 250 as well. So we need to sell through a lot of stuff. Probably won't be able to sell it faster than we're producing it, but we'll at least start to limit it. We should also start selling some of our armor. I think the best value is going to be the helmets. So it's 3 per iron that you use, whereas mail sells for more. It sells for 8, but it's 8 divided by 3 instead of 6 divided by 3. Sorry, 6 divided by 2. Yeah, so you actually get more here. Now the trade routes are getting more and more expensive as we go, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and export. And I'm gonna pull this up to we'll sell down to 50, but instead of adjusting that, let's increase this up to 100. So we'll produce 100, we'll sell 50. There we go. A couple more items we can sell, and we should be making some really good money now. And I think 150 is way too high. I think there's a limit, actually. It seems like we're not getting more than 64 lambs at a time, and we're not getting more than 150 sheep at a time. Although maybe if I just turn these off or increase this to the max, we can see what the true limit is. Probably be a good idea, but I don't really want to do that right now. So I'm going to drop this down maybe to 120. So we'll pick up more food. Yeah, more food, more supplies. And then hopefully at some point this thing stops disappearing so we can actually have shoes. One final thing we could try is to delete the cobbler shop and then rebuild it and see if that helps. I don't think it does, but it's worth a shot. Because right now we're not benefiting from this at all. It's literally chewing through our leather. We're not getting any benefit out of it. But yeah, why don't we do that? Let's delete it. Here we go. Get that stuff off the floor. Okay, here we go. I rebuilt it. Let's reissue the cobbler shop extension, see if that helps. I don't have high hopes here, but fingers crossed. If it doesn't work, we'll delete it again, and then I guess we could just sell our leather. I don't know what else we could do with it. It's literally just sitting there doing nothing. So leather sells for a decent amount, I think. Yeah, 3, it's not that much. All right, here we go. We're producing shoes again. There goes, and it just disappeared. Did it disappear into our storage? Unfortunately, I don't think so. I think it just disappeared. Yeah, it's not on the market or anything. Oh man, that's so frustrating. That is so incredibly frustrating. Yeah, it's not. I sat here for a few months. It's still just being deleted. I tried adding a production limit. I could try adding a reserve. I don't think it's going to make any difference. So the best thing we can do now is, I think, just sell. We'll sell all the leather as it comes in. So we got to go in here and buy another trade route. This is going to cost 240. We'll open that one up. We'll trade down to 0. Now, we don't have a lot of storage space for this, so we could allow somebody to hold it. The problem is this one's full. This one, not quite. Yeah, this one's got plenty of room. We could allow it to go in here, but I think it's going to get drowned out by all this other stuff. All right, let's check out and see how our farming is doing this time. So this one's going, this one's going. Yep, this one's going on time now. That's much better. Yeah, all of the ones in the central, except for this side area. That one hasn't started yet, but there's still time. There may not be enough manpower up here. But yeah, we'll come back and check on that. This one's pretty much halfway done. We're barely halfway through, so yeah, that one's going to finish in time. That one's pretty much done. Pretty much done. Okay, so maybe too much labor now when you do it properly. Maybe 2 is enough instead of the 3. I'm going to keep the 3 because I don't want to redo it. And I'd rather have a little bit too much labor than not enough. But yeah, look how much we're going to get here. 1,000, over 1,000 flax, 500, almost 600 barley, 320 wheat, and 140 rye. Wow, that's going to be a lot of food. All right, and speaking of which, how are we doing on here? Yeah, see, we're missing 1 fruit and obviously the garments. We can't do anything about the garments though. Man, that sucks. We can definitely produce a different fruit though. All right, so yeah, October just rolled over. Everything was done. So that was a really good harvest. Now we just need to get everything off the ground before it starts raining because it's about to rain. And actually, Looks like everything's pretty much off the ground. Okay, so yeah, that was a really good happened to our efficiency. It looks like maybe we're urbanizing too much. So if we go to environment, this has gone down. This has gone down too. This was around 50% when we started. Yeah, look at that. Local handyman. So increases the durability of maintenance for urban buildings equal to the urban environment. That's not really that big of a deal though. So what does that do? Increase the efficiency of your repair hammers? The tools? Like who cares? We have infinite of those anyways, pretty much. Yeah, so I guess... Well, that's okay. I mean, we lost like what, 0.01% or basically 1% yield off of these. It's not really that big of a deal. We're about to go into year 16, which is fine. This is going to shoot up to, like I said, about 2,200. But if you look at how much we're making, 240 per month. That's way more than enough to cover that annual expense. So I'm not too worried about that. I think we're starting to hit that point where our production is maybe too much for our trading post to handle. Because if you look at this, they're not able to keep this stuff supplied fast enough. We're still at 500 clothing. I think we have it set to what, 250? 250, and it hasn't gone below 200. Sorry, it hasn't gone below 500. So that's still going to be a problem. These trades are okay. These are not though. Linen, actually linen has come down a little bit. Yarn is still pretty high. And yeah, we're oversupplied now. But we need to get rid of it because it's clogging up this one storehouse anyways. It might make sense to build a second one and then maybe split the two things. We could split the linen and the yarn. We do still have a little bit of labor and I could upgrade one of these. Let's just do that. Yeah, because I don't want to stall the whole economy just for that one issue. So I'm gonna build, yeah, I guess we could put it right here. We're getting raided again. But yeah, like usual, I don't think these guys are gonna make it to our line even. Definitely made it to our line. They broke with 5 people left, so their morale's quite a bit better. Yo, another one down. Down. And down. Yeah, it's like the hardest part of the raids is cleaning up the bodies. Let's get that cleaned up. Alright, we need to get this organized, so we turned off market stalls. Let's go ahead and organize this. So I think we'll allow wool, yarn, and clothes, and then we'll disallow that here. So it's going to be flax, linen, and gambeson. Right, that should be fine. Okay, sweet. And then let's go pull... There should be 2 people here that don't have jobs. Yep, perfect. So we'll have these 2 families work here. Yeah, because this one is completely full. That should help this. I don't know why we have shields and stuff here, but... Right, there we go. They're starting to transfer stuff over now. So that should relieve some pressure off of this one. It doesn't solve the problem. It just delays it though. We need to figure out why we're not selling fast enough. We have 4 horses. Maybe we have too many items that we're trying to trade. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a good problem to have. We're making good money. There we go. Another annual tax paid 1,500. You can see we've already saved up 34. So we're doing just fine on money. This should jump up. It's year 16. We should see that go up. I guess not. Did we? Maybe we already hit the limit. 1,500. That seems low though for how many people we have. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So it just jumped up 2,300. So at 2,300 we need to be making about 200, a little less than 200 a month, and we're making more than that. We're making 270 a month. So the tax is not a problem. This is as much as it'll ever be as well. So we're completely fine on that. So I'm struggling to figure out what else we can do here. If we can't, I really wanted to go for 100% approval, but if we can't do that because of the garments, we could definitely do it with the fruit, but is it even worth it at this point? Like, it's not going to get us to 100%. That's really frustrating. Well, we can't get 100% anyways because we're taxing people. I guess we could toggle it on and off. That would be interesting. But yeah, I was really hoping to get everybody up to 100. Also, are we short? We might need another tavern. And then this one was producing 44 with one family. Now it's producing 50 with 2. Maybe we just need to look at it more frequently, but that seems like not a very good upgrade. And I've noticed the same thing here. Like these ones, yeah, 22. I mean, this is just spot checking. We're not actually collecting a full set of data, but it doesn't feel like the more people you add, the better off they do. So we're probably better off just making singles from now on. Guess we could check these two, but I have a feeling it's gonna be the same story. Okay, so what else could we do here in this playthrough? I mean, we could push this up to 1,000. I don't think there's really any benefit to doing it. Like I said, I was hoping to get these guys up to 100% approval, because I really wanted to see what that dark green, what kind of bonuses you get for that. The only other thing we could do, I guess, is to expand and build other little towns, but there's not really much benefit to that. We could start bringing in salt. We could also import the stone and build a castle and stuff. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, let's go ahead and build a second town. I'm gonna go plentiful on the resources just to give us some wiggle room, because I already know how this difficulty setting is. They're gonna have it rain almost immediately, so we need to get our stuff off the ground. Now, I don't think we're gonna build too big of a place. Maybe like 20 to 30 families at most. But yeah, let's get this stuff off the ground before it starts raining. There we go. We got all 5 families working to get everything off the ground. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna rain. Don't do it. Yep, it's gonna rain. It's raining on all our stuff. We got the food off the ground at least, but we're not gonna get our regular supplies off, unfortunately. So hopefully it doesn't damage everything too badly. We already know. Yep, there it goes. There we go. Destroy all our stuff. That's fun. I think on the harder difficulty, there's no real sense in doing the highest one, because no matter what you do, you can't get everything off the ground. Like, we built nothing, literally nothing, except for the storehouse and the granary right away. We still didn't get it in time. So anyways, let's back this off. We need to build housing. These people are going to get pissed because we have difficulty all the way up. So if they don't have housing, they will leave. Now, there's no farmlands that we need to do here. Or if we do, I guess it would be just the rye. Yeah, there's some rye. And I built right on top of it, unfortunately. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize that. I should have looked. But this side we wouldn't be able to do anyways because of the salt. So I guess we could just keep this side clean. So that means maybe we build some housing. Let's see, we got fish and berries. Let's go ahead and build a little finger out here to go to the berries. All right, there we go. Nobody's homeless now, so we should see our approval shoot back up, even though everybody's not happy right now. But they'll be all right. So we need to get logging camp, get our food going, fuel. Yeah, we're good on food for a bit, but we're going to lose this during the winter time, so we don't want that. We're getting fish, we're getting berries, and logs. So we should be good by the time winter rolls around. We also have a decent amount of regional wealth that we start with, so we could upgrade these to produce some meat that'll be active during the winter time even. Now, what does this area specialize in? Yeah, it looks like it's a lot of woodlands, so that'd be really good for pigs. Why don't we do that? We can't do that until we get planks, so let's... Yeah, I guess we work on that next. Get a little bit more housing here, because we need some workers if we want to expand. So we've got our saw pit out. We could start building the church and all the other things we need to get our approval back up. So that should be fine. And back here, everything looks like it's all right. So yeah, I think we pretty much have this region automated. We don't have to worry about it too much. Timber. Yeah, I guess the only thing we're not processing through all the way is the flax. But we can't do anything about it. We have, like, we could add more weavers workshops, I guess. But, well, you know what? Can we fit one right here? No, I think it's too tight of a space. Yeah, it's gonna block the road. So we'd have to delete that road. Fit some right here. Yeah, why don't we do that? We have some spare labor we can throw at it. All right, now we should probably figure out what we want to put here in terms of the origin. Unfortunately, there's nothing that improves animals for the backyard. There is one that makes it a little cheaper though. Yeah, cheaper animal imports. It also increases mining labor speed. That would be good because we have 2 deep mines here. One is stone and one for salt. So this actually wouldn't be too bad. Artisan efficiency malice, we're not really producing much here anyway, so I don't care too much about that. Cheaper animal imports would make the backyards cheaper. So instead of 25%, it goes down by 5, so down to 20. Yeah, or 25 gold down to 20. The other option, labor speed for hunting and fishing. Fishing labor speed is not that big of a deal because I feel like they kind of hit that cap very quickly anyways. This one would be stone gather speed, Stonemason cost. Yeah, I don't think that's that big of a deal. I'd probably rather just have this one. Yeah, let's do this one. We'll go Wieden Hinterlanders. So this is going to be the farming is not going to do anything for us, but the other two will be good. Unlock that one. And if we look here, oh, we haven't upgraded them yet. Once we get that done, actually we can upgrade another one now that they're a little bit cheaper. Yeah, we can get 6 instead of just the 5. So looking here, oh, it's 22, not 20. Interesting. Is my math off or is this game off? Let me look. 20% of 25. 10% is 2.5. 2.5 times 2 is 5. So it should be 20, not 22. Am I reading it wrong? Cheaper animal imports by 20%. Nope, their math is bad. They're doing Tailworld's math. Or maybe it's 10% and they just didn't update their UI. Because that looks like, this looks like 10% without rounding up and without the decimal. Yeah, 2.5 would be 10%. Anyways, let's get these upgraded. All right, we're getting raided and we don't have troops there, so we have to get these guys out. Get them out early and we're gonna have to deal with the dead bodies. Let's get them all up there. Yep, here they come. Are these guys gonna eat all our food too? Now that because they're in here. We got there just in time, so we'll set up a defense. Unfortunately, we ran our guys till they're exhausted. Because, yeah, these bandits spawn really far up here. But that's alright. We should still be able to do this without losses. Here they come. Yep. Broken. See if we can actually turn here. Yep. Broken. And broken. Alright, sweet. Let's get back. We need to start making money, so we could do it either by pulling the stone or the salt. Let's take a quick look and see what the trade routes are for that. So I know rubble stone and regular stone you can do at minor trade routes. We don't have to pay for that. That would be good. Where's the salt? Salt is a major trade route, so we would have to pay for that. We don't have regional wealth in this area, so we can't actually pay for it here. So let's do the stone. I think we get this surface stone off first, right? Because if I build an actual quarry right here, does it delete it? Maybe not. Okay, yeah, it deletes everything. That's so ridiculous, man. And we can't upgrade this until we get 50 regional wealth. Hold on. All right, there we go. I just reloaded from an autosave like 2 or 3 minutes before. Yeah, good to know. Do not build the quarry, until you get the stuff off the surface. Unless you're trying to get that type of stone right away. Which I don't really care. We just want to get something that we can sell and build up a little bit of regional wealth. So let's get the bodies cleaned up. We'll get a trading post and then we should be good. Yeah, we're just short on fuel, but we're collecting that right now. So that's not a problem. So why don't we sell some stone, or not stone, but the rubble stone until we get 50. 50 is where we can unlock the salt trade route. And then we'll sell that instead, because this sells for 5, this only sells for 1. So probably not worth our time to do that. I'd rather focus down here on salt. Now, yeah, maybe I should not have put all these pigs in, but I was kind of concerned about not having food. So yeah, see, now we have plenty of pork coming in. I think we should be all right here. Let's get some more housing and we'll get it down here so that we can have a better distribution of labor. Right, and we do have just enough to open up that trade route. So let's go ahead and switch. Yeah, we've already got 200 rubble stone here. That's pretty fast. But let's go over to the crafting all the way at the bottom. Salt 50, and we're going to export. I don't think we need to keep anything in stock. We're just going to sell it all the way down to 0. And then when we want to start trading it within our own region, we can back that off a little bit. So pull these guys back. Let's get 2 people in the mining pit. And then as more people move in, we'll increase that yield. All right, I'm going to get a rudimentary field system set up over here. So this one's just going to be for rye. Yeah, I don't really want to produce anything else. Just a little bit of food so we can get our food stocks up. Got a little more housing here. I think we need some more labor so we can get some of these other industries going, but also need a church. And then we can start upgrading if we need to. I'm going to try some goat pens here. And we'll get a little bit of, what do you call it, the leather. And I'm going to try to see if we can make shoes here or if it just gets deleted again. If we can make shoes, then what I'll do is I'll probably, instead of selling the leather down here, is I'll send it up here to get processed and then send it back, which is a huge pain in the butt. But if it works, then, you know, we can continue. There you go. Wooden church is up. Now these guys are all ready to upgrade. So this one produces milk, I think 2 months, and then the third month you chop one of the goats up and you get a little bit of meat and some hides. All right, we got our first harvest season here. We'll put all the available labor that we have. Make sure we get it all. And then I want to upgrade one of these to a bakery and then one to the cobbler, but still haven't gotten any of this stuff yet. Still only getting milk. And then also I've noticed this one's spitting out quite a bit. So 16 and 365, it should be 12 with no extra bonus, but because we had panage pretty high, it looks like we do get a decent sized bonus out of that. There we go. Everything's off. We just got to plant the fields. Let's get some of that back, some of that labor back. We will need a windmill employee, and then we probably need to upgrade one of these. Yep, we'll have him do the rye bread. That way we can get double. I know it's kind of a waste of one labor, but it does double. It essentially doubles what we're getting from our farm yields. So I think it's probably worth it. Oh, there we go. We did get some hides out of that. Oh, wow. So it's 2 meat and 2 hides when you chop up. Maybe they cut up both. I feel like there's like, how many goats are back there? 6 goats. So they cut up 2, or maybe 1 equals 2 meat. That's not bad, actually. The goat, I thought it would do a lot worse than that. By 4 months, we're already having 5 food and 2 hides. That's pretty good. I really did think that the pigs would be significantly better just because of the bonus. But I mean, it is better for sure for this map specifically, but if we were on a map that didn't have a lot of trees, or if we were clear cut in the forest, then maybe it wouldn't. And then the goats would be pretty good. The chicken are good too, but yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and upgrade another one. Let's get this one to be a baker. Are we converting? We haven't converted anything yet. Let's wait until that starts and then we'll do it. And then also we can upgrade. Yeah, I do want to upgrade one family to convert the leather. We'll probably delete it. Yeah, unfortunately, my guess is it's not going to work. It's still going to just delete our stuff. And if that's the case, we'll delete these. Yeah, we'll delete the goats and we'll replace it with pigs. But we'll see, hopefully. Okay, there we go. We're starting to get leather. Let's upgrade this to hopefully produce some shoes, and we'll see what happens. I got to deal with the raid real quick. There we go. Raid's gone. All right, here we go. Let's see. We got a modest yield of shoes, and these haven't disappeared yet. Oh, they haven't disappeared. So why the heck are they getting destroyed down there, man? I don't get it. I don't get it. But it's fine. That'll give us a little bit of a challenge. So what we want to do is stop selling. We do not want to sell our leather. We want to send it north. So let's go ahead and no trade that. It sucks. We already paid for a trade up for it too, but that's okay. We need somewhere that can handle, or that is accepting leather. So why don't we open up one of these? Or, you know, we could create, we can have another one that just does that. Yeah, unfortunately it's too big. We could put one right here, and then we can have some pack stations. We're going to need some anyways, so might as well just do it right here. And then while we're on that topic, we're going to need a few more laborers. Let's go ahead and upgrade. We'll get 2 more families from that, and they can easily do this stuff because they shouldn't be too busy. Do we have all the bodies cleaned up? No. Okay, we need to get some of that labor back. All right, anyways, let's focus up here. Well, I mean, it's good news. It's good news that we can actually do it. So we'll actually be producing shoes. Right, yeah, it still hasn't disappeared or deleted from here, so that's good news. What about flour? Yeah, we need to convert this, so I'm going to turn that into a bakery. And this little town's starting to shape up pretty nicely. Now the question is, do we produce more goats or more pigs here? Looks like we already have some pork, so we're not really hard pressed for that, I don't think. Well, we haven't really gone into the winter season, but we're also going to get some more rye. Yeah, we're going to get more rye out of that. Let's go with goats. We might as well. I don't think we're going to be shipping enough leather up here to just completely swarm this one cobbler shop. I think he's going to be able to handle whatever we ship up here, because it's probably not as much as you might think. So 30, we're getting 4 every 30 days. That doesn't sound right. What is this looking like? 6 every 30 days, so it's probably not that far off. Okay, why is that so low? And I'm steadily adjusting the sheep number down, so we're down to 100 now instead of 150. I want to see at what point the lambs start to drop off, So once we are no longer sitting at 60 lambs or 66, which is where it seems to cap out, then we know we've cut too much and we need to back off. So far 110 seems fine. It's been stable at that. So at 100, if we're still getting 60 lambs, then we can go even lower, make 95. Maybe we'll go in increments of 5 until that number drops off. And since we're trying to secure our food, we might as well build at least one duplex. I know I said I wasn't going to do it anymore, but I think if we just build it extra large, it probably makes a lot of sense. And then, like I said, we could just kick the people out that are running the storehouse and the granary, and then they'll be the ones that are working that. But yeah, this one was, I believe, +7 or +800 cost for the backyard, so that should be good. There we go, and we're looking pretty good here. 46 bread so far. That brings our months of food up to 7 months. And we still have a lot. Yeah, we still have a lot of rye flour to get through. Dude, that's so crazy how much food this thing can spit out. Yeah, it's already at 84 for 30 days. And I don't know that we'll build this much, but I have some rye mapped out already. So I've got cross-section of roads. We'll build just a bunch of these fields in between. And then that should be good. Yeah, like I said, I don't think we're going to go that big here, but I guess it's ready if we need to. And then we can get another farmhouse up here and down here as well. All right, we've got our special warehouse here. And the only thing I want him to trade in is, I guess, leather. Yeah, I still don't need hides because that should be fine over there. And then shoes. I guess we could have shoes here. We don't need it, but we could accept it. And then the leather will go from the pack station here on up. So why don't we do that? I'm going to go ahead and let's assign a family member here. So this guy, what do we have? Charcoal warehouse. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter who's working it. Let's assign someone. What is this region? So Mandalach and Budenbach. So we are Mandalach. We want to send our leather and we want to get back shoes. Barter value is 0.4, which is actually really good because we want to send more leather, as much leather as we can, and we'll just get back whatever shoes they have. So that should be a pretty fair trade. How much leather do we have? We have some in storage. Yeah, we have 34 in storage, so that should be all right. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we can actually get some shoes up here. Now, I did notice when I looked at these families, particularly the ones that can use it. So down here, like the tier 4. If you look at these people, it shows, yeah, clothes they use twice a year, shoes they use once a year. So we don't need that many shoes. We don't need quite as many, definitely not as much as we need the clothing. So once a year would be 130. Well, 99 because they're not all level 3 actually. So we only need about 100 shoes a year and then we'll supply everybody 100%. So that should be good. So they're going to come here, pick up the shoes, and they'll drop off the leather. Everything's all in just these two. We don't have a big network. Now the question is, where are they going to drop it off? So it goes to the closest storage that you have. So if we come down here, it looks like there's not really anywhere to store it other than, yeah, it looks like it's going to go right down here, actually. One of these. It might go into this one. It doesn't really matter. As long as it's not like some random one off in the middle of nowhere. So that should be pretty good. We've got this one upgraded already to a duplex, and we've got the extension in the back. We just need money. So this one requires 720 if we want to do pairs. I think I'd rather do something cheaper, because if we want to trade some of those back as well to get a second fruit source, we could do that. Although the pairs would make the most sense, because it's going to give us the most wealth. Yeah, I think if we're going to get a second fruit down here, we'll just produce it ourselves. I don't really see a whole lot of reason to do otherwise. Now, one thing we could do, we could produce our own fruit down here, and kind of what I was discussing before, we could separate it a little bit so it's not, yeah, so something like this is pretty good. 550, that's not bad at all. It doesn't use up too much of the frontage right here, but it's still close for the pickup. So let me do that. And then if we can get another one like this, oh wow, that's really good. 730. So we can get 2 fruits over here with only 2 duplexes. So it's only going to give us 4 more families, but it's going to give a huge yield. That's what I should have done here. This was a mistake. Yeah, this was 100% a mistake. I should have just had enough families here to do the storehouses, and then all the other population we need should have been distributed evenly throughout the wherever they're needed. So like right now we have a huge workforce that lives down here, and now they have to commute all the way up here to work. It would have been better if only the warehouse workers did that, but that's all right. That's all right. That's what happens when you try something new. Sometimes it'll work out, but like I said, this is probably the way to go. Now we might need more than this, but we'll at least start with that, and then we'll get some kind of satisfaction here for our second fruit product. We still are not able to satisfy the meat, so we're going to have to import meat and fish somehow. And then that second grain, oh, I forgot. There's no way I'm going to be toggling back and forth on these. So this one's going to remain a bread factory, and I built another one right here. They're going to stay as a bread factory for the rye. So this is wheat, and this will be for rye. Because you can see here, it's just sitting here, the rye flour. Yep, that's not good. All right, we just paid taxes again, $27.30, but we are earning $394 a month, which is way, way, way more than we need. So this is what, $4,800 or 48? Yeah, $4,800 a year. So we're almost doubling this, not quite. And that's without us really making any profit from this secondary area. Now let's take a look. Are we getting shoes down here? Did you actually do your job? Taking the meal back, watering. Yeah, so they did. It looks like they did at least try. Do we have shoes in the general goods? No, we do not. Do we have shoes anywhere here? We do not. Okay, where did our shoes go? Unless maybe we didn't drop them off yet. They're still on their first trip. Or maybe they used them up already. Does anybody have shoe satisfaction? That's what I want to know. It would go from the closest. So it would start right here. Yeah, no footwear. And it would still show for sure because they last a year. So no footwear, no footwear, no footwear. Maybe they haven't come back yet. Maybe they're still out there. Yeah, he's on his way there. He's on his way back. So he dropped off leather. Perfect. So now we're starting the trade. I think in the beginning, the trade's going to go slow, right? Because they didn't have a whole lot of shoes to come back anyways. But now that they've given shoes, we should have quite a bit to go back. Now, how much leather do we have? We don't want leather to be coming here at all, so we'll cancel that. We don't have a lot of leather here. Yeah, that's not very much. It feels like the sheep are really, really good at getting wool and not so good at giving meat and leather. That's what it feels like. So I think you almost have to rely on the burgage plot extensions, which we would have been able to build more if we didn't do this monstrosity. Like, all these houses could have easily been maybe 2 per section, maybe 2 duplexes per section, 2 or 3 at most, and then we would have had more single burgage plots strewn about that could collect all that stuff. We've got a big veggie plot here as well that we'll set up, and that should pretty much secure this region for food, and we can focus on just expanding the population to increase more yields of other things, like more goats. How much have you produced? 13 shoes in 30 days. That's not that bad. And let's take a look down here at our pack station. Did these guys arrive yet? No, they're still on their way back. Where are you going? Taking the mule back. Okay, why is the mule there? So these pack stations have room. Oh, I didn't assign it. Okay, if we do that, that should fix that issue. Yeah, I think if you look right here, other animals are starting to occupy it for some reason. So we had horses in this one and oxen in that one. So that should solve that problem. But anyways, these people are coming back to drop their stuff off. Right, what are you doing? Taking mule back, taking the mule back. All right, I don't know. Does that mean we got shoes back here? Please tell me we have shoes. Ah, damn it, man. I don't see any shoes anywhere. We have shoes in here. We don't have shoes in the general goods. I'm wondering if this region is just bugged. So as soon as the shoes enter the area, they just disappear. Because I can't trace where they're going. I have no clue. I have storage. I have everything set up for them. So we should definitely get shoes, but we're just not. Damn it, man. Okay, I'm gonna specifically watch these guys this time. So pack station, working, bartering, leather for shoes. So let's see. I'm going to follow them all the way from start to finish and see exactly where their supplies are going. All right, so they should go into the storehouse. Let's watch the storehouse and see what actually happens. So as they come in, we should see leather. Yep, 9 leather gets dropped off. 3 shoes. It looks like 3 shoes disappeared. Okay, so they should be... Oh, is doing a circle. Yep, okay, that's what it is. So the shoes are... As soon as they leave the storehouse, the shoes are disappearing. What a piece of garbage, man. Come on, game. What kind of bug is that? Like, this guy's stuck on a cycle. Okay, they're going back, picking me up. Yeah, so they're going back empty is what it is. So there you go. So this person was bringing it back, but now that they're empty, I think the shoes just literally just disappeared. So there's nothing there. Wow. What a waste, man. And like I said, it's not just the shoes. I know it was doing it earlier too with clothing, which is why I was so nervous about producing clothing, and I had to separate the actual thing that was holding it from our normal storehouse, and that seemed to fix it a little bit, but I can't get the shoes to work. So no matter what I do, that's just bugged. I mean, I could continue and do all that, but it's just... Yeah, I kind of want to wait till the game's fully fixed. There's a lot of stuff that I still haven't done that I'd like to do, but I'm just concerned that I've already sunk enough time into this run, and I've pretty much accomplished most everything that I wanted to do. Obviously, we didn't hit 100% approval. We did get our economy up well above whatever the double penalty gives, so we're dealing with the hardest difficulty without too much issue. I think I've pretty much got most of the economy solved here. So there's not a whole lot else to do other than maybe building a castle, but what's the point of building a castle? We destroy the bandits without any losses anyways. Hopefully they fix the Baron von whatever his name is, because I would love to do a run, a challenging like this against the Baron where I don't have to just spam mercenaries. Because this was actually a lot of fun. I really enjoy this part. And then having an army like this is very satisfying. So, but anyways, yeah, I think this is where I'm going to cut it. I don't know what else we can do that's going to be interesting for you guys to watch and also keep my interest, because like I said, we've kind of done everything other than the castle, but it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, I mean, I could put veggies. Yeah, it just we can get this town up and running, but it's just not going to help much. And what I would probably do in the future is I would maybe get these little self-sustaining settlements up a little faster, and rather than focusing on just one the whole time. I really thought we could do everything in one region, but if you get to a certain size, you definitely can't bring enough food in or enough meat in just like this, or at least not two types of meat. Like if we look at how much pork we have, we're sitting pretty steady at 128. Yeah, you know, maybe we could. So if I were to fix this problem right here and have less burgage plots handling these, so the pears and the apples and stuff, pears, veggies, all that. Then we could use more of those single plots to do the sheep. Not sheep, the goats. Yeah, so the sheep, that's a little tiny source of that. But this one's mostly for the clothing, right? So you get all this wool, you turn it into clothing, and you make a bunch of money and whatever, satisfy that need. But for the shoes, this doesn't really support a whole lot of shoes, and it doesn't supply a ton of meat. Actually, let me look at what our records show. So if we look at on the production tab, so if we look at like a 12-month, how much mutton are we producing? 148's not that bad. Yeah, that's not that bad. But we're producing nearly 400 pork, which makes sense. So if we were to match that with Chavon, and also that would obviously that would produce, well, we wouldn't match it, right? We would get both milk. We would get a decent chunk of milk and Chavon, and we would get the hides for leather. So what would that do? On this, we need animal produce and fruits. So we would not have to produce a second form here. We would just pears would be fine, and then the animal produce would come from the milk. I think we can satisfy that. Meat and fish, obviously, there's two types of meat. Well, three now because we have carp. But if you look at what we produce, we would be producing pork and then Chavon and lamb. So they have three kinds of meat plus the fish. So four kinds of meat technically. So that should be covering that, no problem. Grains is pretty easy as long as you can make wheat bread, because you can make rye bread anywhere, but the wheat bread you would have to specifically produce here. And what I would most likely do is I would maybe scale back some of these farms. Maybe not do quite so much, because this is way, way, way too much. We can't sell off everything that we have is the problem. So I would probably scale that back a bit. I still didn't fix this. I'm an idiot. This needs to be turned into a bakery. I know. And then it needs to be a rye bakery, because we have rye flour just sitting there doing nothing, and we're not getting our rye bread. That's not hard to solve. The vegetables are not hard to solve either. You could just get a couple small, well, a couple very large but fully staffed burgage plots, those should be no problem. Literally the only thing holding us back from getting 100% at that point is shoes, and I literally can't do anything about it. It's just the game's completely broken for that specific good. Well, not just that good. Anything in this box is pretty badly broken. So both the garments and the footwear were completely botched. Luckily on this one I was able to get it to stop deleting. It was deleting, but it finally stopped and we got it stored away here. But kind of makes me wonder, why can I store shoes here but I cannot store shoes in this region? So something weird's going on there. But anyways, hopefully that was interesting. I'll try to get a guide out from all this info. I know it's a lot to take in. I need to organize it and put it in a video. So that's what I'm going to work on next. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this, and I will see you on the next campaign. Thank you so much for watching, and take care.